Walker. Unbelievable. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Let's see here. Is it running now? Is it all right? It looks like it's running now, and it looks like I've just been talking to myself for like the last 40. Have I just been talking to myself for like the last 40 minutes? I feel like I've just been talking to myself for the last 40 minutes. Jesus Christ, Walker. All right, listen, I'm gonna start this over. I missed so much. I missed so much. Jesus Christ. All right, sorry about that, everybody. I I still am learning a lot about how to use OBS and YouTube, and not as well or as diligently as I intended to. And so I think I thought I started the stream 40 minutes ago, but I forgot to click go live. This, Jesus Christ. All right. I was like, nobody wants to talk about the AI or observer mode. Fine, we'll pop over to playing. But I feel like there were important things that were said when we were doing this. Yeah, no, I Jesus Christ. All right, there we go. Good. I'm just very dumb. All right, so this is patch 1.2. I like every single time one of these new patches drop, I really like to just look at the AI for a brief period of time. You know, watch them the same way that that Paradox does. Did any of you guys watch the interview between OPB and Michaela Anderson? Because if you haven't watched that video and you're passionate about Victoria 3, I really think you should. Because it's one of those things that it's very clear that the team knows that there's a lot of work to be done, but they're very, very good at doing it. And they know about like what metrics they need to be looking at and what things they need to be paying attention to out of like the outcomes here out of the AI. So anytime a new patch like this drops that's like big, I personally like to spend 10-20 years in observer mode and just see how the AI behaves. So the AI behaviors that I think are most important in Victoria 3 are Great Ching's AI behaviors, because at the beginning of the game, no matter who you're playing, nobody has the majority of the population or the GDP under their control. Not even Great Britain and their giant market, not Great Ching and their giant everything else. And so like you got to know what the AI is doing, right? Like that's really, really important. And Great Ching is doing stuff. They definitely are participating in the Opium War. The observer mode that I did to an empty room, I guess to my cats, like 20-30 minutes ago. Great Ching refused to click ban opium for a really long time, but it looks like they clicked it right away this time and then backed down. And that's interesting to note. I like knowing that they're doing that. All right, so we got one thing that pops off right away in patch 1.2. Look, it's 1837, and the Great Powers have been mostly just building construction sectors. Like, oh my god, 108 out of 140 here from the UK. Like the United States is almost up to 100. It was not unheard of. Like, raise your hand if you've done one of these observer modes in 1.1.x and you've noticed the US at like 50 construction points 10 years into the game. Like the AI is really good at pushing that. But one thing that has been a little goofball is the 3 times that I've seen the Ottoman Egyptian war, they've only claimed Adana. Literally the only war goal that the Ottomans have pressed has been Adana, which is I don't know what's going on there, but that I do not think is the right thing, right? That feels very much like it's broken. I also want to like shout out that I don't think I've ever seen the Ottomans in any observer modes ever achieve anything other than the free Tanzimat one, which is suppress separatism. And so I'm really looking forward to playing on a patch where we do this observer thing, and the Ottomans achieve Tanzimat. That would be really sick. It's not going to be this one though. Not if they're refusing to take anything other than Adana. But I think the oh yeah, so the Kazakhs they're centralized now rather than decentralized, and so they aren't being colonized by Russia anymore, which I think is generally a buff to the Russia country, simply because it means that right now, if the AI is struggling, you can't, as like France, intervene against Russia and make Kazakhstan decolonize like all of central Russia. Like, how many times have you seen Russia lose the Urals because you say, "Hey, Russia, the Kazakhs are gonna win," and then you naval invade St. Petersburg, and then and then they win. It's it's a very doable strategy in 1.1.x. It's very silly and very dumb, but you can absolutely do it. And I think that this also probably represents the Kazakhs of the time a little better, right? They're not really decentralized. They have advanced social technologies and urban technologies, even though this is pretty hostile terrain. So having them be decentralized, I don't think represents Victoria 3 particularly well. I did hear that there's something involving like claims and colonization targets. And I have noticed that on that front, it looks like the UK colonizing down here isn't happening nearly as often. Same with Sakhalin and Hokkaido getting stolen from the Japanese way less often in these playthroughs. Oh, all right. So Egypt and the Ottomans are in their war. Are they just fighting for Adana again? Yep, they're just fighting for Adana again. So yeah, there's clearly something broken in the beta there, but that's okay. It's a beta. It's one of those things that they've explicitly warned us there are going to be some issues. Oh, speaking of there are going to be some issues, the other thing that I've noticed a lot is France building up beyond its gold reserve cap. France and Great Qing in at least 1.2.0 in this open beta patch, they love building up over their gold reserves. But everybody else seems to be just like doing stuff. Ottomans being this high on their gold reserves is a little crazy. They also like typically steadfastly refuse to utilize their higher technology even if they get there. So they're at line infantry here, right? And so you'd expect that the Ottomans probably would be running some line infantry, but they will not do that. Despite the fact that they do have the bureaucracy and the ability to import guns from either Austria or Russia. Well, Russia's belligerent, so Austria, but they could buy guns from Austria. And that's like, I think the real value of doing these observer mode runs is in the learning. Because again, like you do not control the world at game start. You control your country at game start. The AI controls the world. And I remember very distinctly when people were like freaking out about France and the Pondicherry Treaty Port. And it was clear that like literally nobody who was freaking out about that had ever done an observer mode thing. Because if you do an observer mode thing, you realize really quickly that the AI does not trade particularly well, if at all. And so a treaty port just like, it makes no difference. It makes absolutely no difference. And you could test that when people were freaking out about it by using the remove Pondicherry mod. It made no difference. France wasn't strong because France had Pondicherry. France was strong because France had resources. That's how it played in 1.0.6. Oh my god, the Ottomans won! The Ottomans won! They took control of Adana. AI. Shake my fist. But yeah, we'll probably just like do 10-ish years of observer mode, and then we'll play as somebody. Does anybody have any requests for what we want to play as when we get there? We'll get there soon. We're streaming all day today, by the way. Like Eileen had to go to work early, but she has an after work dinner thing, and so I'm here until probably 8-ish. I'm here until whenever Eileen gets back. So we'll do some observer, we'll do some play. Apparently the private construction thing breaks down in the late game. We could play some Lanfang. I'd be fine with it. I think generally speaking, if you're going to be playing a country on a new patch, it just Hanover sounds fun. Like I had started a game as Spain. Um, when I started a game as Spain when I discovered that in fact I was not live. There's a construction queue bug if you run out of peasants. All right, we'll just play as Great Ching and we'll do free trade. I think that like it we won't map paint as crazy, but we'll do some free trade because that'll also be a good test for the for how fast the game runs. This is not like a normal test because I got another 16 gigs of RAM because I discovered that I was only running on 16, and between having OBS and Chrome and the game open all at the same time, I was having like some serious slowdowns, and so I picked up another 16 gigs for pretty cheap, and now everything's faster. But also, anecdotally, it feels like 1.2 is a lot faster than 1.1.x because I did do observers on both last night, and it definitely feels like it's okay. Like they fixed some of the lag issues. So, Miles, do you know what the construction queue bug is if you run out of peasants? Like, I've heard that there is a bug in regards to the private construction, but I haven't heard what it is beyond that it just like stops working at some point. But if it stops working when you run out of peasants, and it's specifically when you run out of peasants in the entire country, then I feel like that's a fun challenge to try to avoid that, right? The automated queue stops building. Okay, so if you run out of peasants, but is it if you run out of peasants in the entire country, or if you just run out of peasants in one state? Because if you just run out of peasants in one state, then it sounds like treaty ports are dangerous. If it's in the entire country, then it's probably not that big a deal. Oh, if you run out of peasants in one country in one state, then the auto construction stops. If that's the case, then it sounds like it's not working. But I do still want to try it. Not because I'm like necessarily in the whole country. Whatever. That's if you run out of peasants in your entire country, then I don't like expand more. Like you should always have some peasants somewhere. If you don't, then conquer China. All right. Good. I'm glad that we've got this solved. I have been chugging coffee, so I'm gonna take a very quick bio break, and then we will probably get a game going as somebody. Most likely, I think we'll probably want to be playing as. Yeah, let's do Ching. Yeah, Lanfang and Chile are both really tough because you just don't have a particularly large pop. That's a great call. But man, like anybody who's relatively large is gonna have difficulty running out of peasants as long as you conquer things. Although apparently the AI is better on that front. We will see. We will see. Like definitely one thing that yeah, we'll talk about. Let me take a quick bio break because I have been streaming for a little while. I'll be right back. Even if I've been streaming to an empty room, I've been here. I'll be right back. All right. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, let's play a game as Great Ching. It's basically impossible to run out of peasants there. Um, but yeah, definitely like looking around at the great powers, it's clear that they're building up a construction sector like a lot faster than they used to. But I think I've pretty consistently seen France build up to their gold reserve cap and then through it, which that should be, I think that should be a metric that Paradox tracks, is like how much money was lost due to going over your gold reserve cap, because that's not like a specific metric that is present in game, but that's a metric about the AI that tells you like how well are they managing their economy, because you should never be doing that. Like it's a big problem if the AI has this much in terms of their gold reserves, because it means that they're going to be a lot weaker because they're crippling their own growth. But it also means that they're going to be annoying whenever you have to fight them. Because imagine trying to fight Great Ching where they're at plus 50 war support like always, right? That's exactly what this is. This is plus 50 war support always, because they just always are going to have gold reserves. I think it's unfair to call it that, Daniel. I think that the game has a really great framework around it. I think that the AI is the biggest problem right now, and I think that they keep making progress there, but I think that they are still pretty far from their targets. I think that like ultimately the systems that are here in Victoria 3 are very good. I think the systems that build this world, this 19th century world of industrialization, I think those systems and the interaction between interest groups and the buildings that you build and the pops that you have, and man, like it's also really smooth clicking back and forth here, although we were only in 1843. But I think that those interactions are all still very fun and very flavorful. I just think that the AI doesn't work. I think the AI wants to do something, and I think the thing that the AI wants to do is very fun and very cool. I think that the strategy theory is A plus. I think that if the Paradox AI can use these strategies to play in a way that's flavorful and fun and realistic and creates the feel of the 19th century, I think that the game will be great. But I think right now it mostly plays as people who do not know how to play the game well. Like it's mostly not role playing as Prussia or Austria. It's role playing as someone playing Austria in Victoria 3 who isn't very good at it yet. But that seems like a fixable problem. I really do think that's a fixable problem. Italy, every single time you do this, Italy, you form your little Italy here. Never bother taking back Lombardy or Venetia, neither of which are particularly important to Italians, right? South Tyrol. All right, so if we're gonna play somebody who isn't gonna run out of peasants anytime soon, we could play Qing, but we could also play somebody else. Like we could play somewhere in South America. That apparently the arable land rework has been big. Play Mexico. I wouldn't hate playing Mexico. Or we could play New Granada. See if we can form Gran Colombia. It's been a while since we've taken a stab at that. Portugal? Yeah, Portugal is a fun country. You have a really banger ruler as Portugal. Yeah, we could play Portugal. Is Spain consistently cruel? So cruel, I don't know if cruel was always like this in 1.1.x, but I did notice that cruel is really good now. Like -1 standard of living is pretty rough in terms of preventing your country from absorbing immigrants, but minus 25% degree cost and minus 25% consumption tax cost is a massive force multiplier on your authority. And so you can get a lot out of your authority here. It does mean that, like, as Spain in particular, with that, it seems to be a guaranteed cruel monarch. It's tough to get all the way down to multiculturalism, but it's still probably necessary. But, like, you want to be really high authority otherwise, I think, if you have a cruel monarch, which is one of those things that's I'm really looking forward to having a patch where the meta feels open, right? Because the meta in 1.0.x was, like, pretty obvious. The meta in 1.1.x, I think, was probably just sort of the opposite of that. Like, I really do think that oligarchy was the strongest distribution of power law in 1.1.x because of the government ideology penalty. Yeah, you know what? Let's do Gran Colombia. So yeah, we look at stuff. I think just popping around here and observing the world and the way the AI is behaving, it's clear that there's still a lot of work to be done because there's still a lot of AI sitting at their gold reserve cap, and that's not good. For the main reason that if your enemy in a war in Victoria 3 is just sitting at their gold reserve cap, they're going to be trivial to defeat, but really annoying to capitulate because they're going to have plus 50 on their war support, like, always, because they're just always going to be at their gold reserve cap. Unless they're actually spending money on stuff. Russia and the Ottomans have sort of. Yeah. Wait, did they remove the war support from gold reserves? Oh my god. Oh no, it's peace acceptance. There it is. Yeah. The size of Ottoman gold reserves minus 50. Yeah, they will always do that. They'll always do that. All right, yeah, let's go play Gran Colombia. Let's see. Yeah, let's play New Granada. I do wish that Paradox would just go ahead and default to a lot of these things being open over here, because again, this is a great outliner. It's a great outliner. It's very well organized. It's got a lot of good and useful information on it. I like that they are breaking up these market things. I feel like there are a couple of them that we could probably pin right away. Let's do iron, let's do wood, let's do tools. I guess we could do fabric. I don't really care that much about the price of fabric because it usually just fixes itself. Oh man. Looks like we have not set up an import route for things. Yeah, I just want to, like, pin all of the things that the government is probably going to end up paying for. That's all I want to see when it comes to my goods. So if we disconnect that, does it show the goods that I've highlighted? Okay, all right, there we go. That's something. Hey, how's it going, Gabriel? Yeah, so we're just setting up here for a 1.2 run. We're playing as New Granada. This is going to be sort of not really a specific challenge. We're trying to form Gran Colombia here, but what we're really trying to do is we're trying to learn about the 1.2 patch, because there are some meaningfully different things going on here in the 1.2 patch. First and foremost, they've changed the economic laws. So the economic systems here are going to be probably entirely... I probably just need to do a new... Yeah, I I just put a bunch of stuff on the outliner. But like I'm mostly highlighting the goods that the government, care about the price of, right? I don't really care that much about the price of clothes right now. I care about the productivity of a textile mill. I don't care about the price of clothes. But we are at the point as New Granada where the very first thing that we want to check, I think, is Great Britain and France. All right, protective and cooperative. So can we attack Venezuela immediately? Venezuela is a minor power. We are also a minor power. So we are going to need to get up to a major power before we can puppet them. An insignificant power, though, in the form of Ecuador. So we could potentially try to turn them into a... Yeah, this looks wild in terms of how open it is, Gabriel. It really does look like they've next leveled some stuff here. I think we're probably not strong enough to attack. Well, we could just take a state from Venezuela, because that's a way to reduce them down to being weak enough that we can puppet them in any follow-up war. Let's see. We can't take treaty ports from them yet because they are the same level as us. But we could conquer Zulia or Miranda. Well, let's figure the rest of the stuff out first. So as New Granada, we do start as wealth voting, racial segregation, appointed bureaucrats, professional army. I mean, there's nothing that's like seriously offensive here except for legacy slavery. But this does look like a setup where if we have a strong landowner, which we do, then I'm gonna want to use corn laws. Boo in the chat if you're tired of seeing me use corn laws. I will continue to ignore your your cries. It's good. Corn laws is strong. After stock exchange, though, I'm not sure if we want to go into Atmo engine right away, because Atmo engine we would really get the most from if we already had an iron mine set up, and it doesn't look like we do. And Antioquia is not a particularly great place to be building in, but we don't have a lot of particularly great places to be building in. Period. Unfortunately, our infrastructure is really bad. So after stock exchange, we really do need to rush down to railways. And it looks like they're just going to recommend the most efficient in terms of research points, which, given how critical it is for us to get to railways, I think that I agree. So we're going to go with, after stock exchange, we'll do lathe, then Atmo, mechanical, then railways. But I don't think that we can delay anything, technologically speaking, because I love debug mode. I think also with an open beta, if something breaks, having access to debug is useful. But I just like the deer. It's cute. and we're not like specifically doing a challenge here. We're just like learning about the game at the moment. Yeah, we'll do 2 promote social mobilities. And then we almost certainly need to add more wood to our market. Yeah, we do. So we should probably add like 1 construction sector in Panama and then a couple of logging camps. And then we have to add a port. But that's okay. I wouldn't hate adding 1 port to Panama. Especially because now we can go ahead and import some wood. We could import some from Graupara, but they're not going to be here in a very short period of time, so I'm not going to bother there. But yeah, we really do need to get some more bureaucracy online. Yeah, I like the research queue. Let's see. Who else could? I guess it doesn't really matter. No one's gonna fight us. They show peasants in the state tab now. I mean, what I really like is this combined available labor. I did a UI video like a million years ago on asking that for that, and I think that's a huge quality of life improvement because it's really useful. It's really useful to just be able to see like how many pops you have to work with total. Not that you should be drowning in a bunch of unemployed people in the late game anyway, but sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. All right, so unfortunately we have a really strong conservative party right now that we can't really break up in a meaningful and productive way, but we are going to be trying to use corn laws to fix that. So what else can we be doing from a government standpoint? We could do police, but we can't really end slavery anytime soon. We should spend some of this authority on something. So I guess we'll spend some on setting up a road maintenance in Panama, and we'll set some taxes up. I always like doing high taxes here at a minimum. And I think we'll do very high government wages, both to recoup some authority, but also to just shuffle money around. Because never forget that is how these things work. Yeah, we could do dedicated police force. We have a Republican here in control of the armed forces, so we could potentially even go more democratic than wealth voting. I think that they really need to redo this government ideology penalty on democratic governments, though. Like I don't think the big party formation was necessarily a bad thing. I think that having a big party like this is usually flavorful, even if they sometimes don't agree and form a good government. But I think that the easiest way to do that is to make it so that your government ideology penalty is lower, right? If you have disparate parties working together, then you should be able to count on the law itself to support that. Or we could just switch into oligarchy. That's another thing you can always do. You can always just switch into oligarchy. That would make the landowners and the armed forces pretty happy. Wait, we have a Republican. Why would that make the armed forces happy? You're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. All right, sure. Let's day one switch into oligarchy. All right, let's unpause. Let's see, what else are we gonna be? I like this. I like this UI here, showing very clearly what level you're at. I like a lot of the UI rework that they've done so far that I've seen. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of random errors popping up. I don't know why the debug deer tells you what errors are going on, but or rather how many errors are going on, but not why. But that does seem to be what the cool people are into, so it's what they're doing. Oh yeah, Republicans don't care for distribution of power. They care about what, bureaucrats and governance principles. Yeah, all right, cool. So we're just gonna casually switch into an oligarchy. That's fine. That's fine. Not a big deal. That is gonna give us a that would give us a landowner in charge, though. So yeah, the Republican ideology, it cares about governance principles and bureaucracy. If you click on a state to see the buildings, yeah, buildings does not show infrastructure and pop on this screen yet. Yeah, that would be useful, a useful little UI upgrade here. Because the easiest way to build stuff, I think, is still in this screen, but now whenever you expand it, this construction ledger is completely different. I still think that this earnings thing probably should not be here, because it does mislead people into thinking that like building where you already have buildings is a bad thing, because this is red and that's green. Well, this shows you infrastructure here. The building tab has gotten a lot better. there's still some information on it that I think is generally not going to be very useful, specifically this earnings tab right here, because this says that throughput bonus is a bad thing. But yeah, it like there's infrastructure is so critical that it shouldn't be missing in action the way that it is. We still have like tons of unused authority that we should be spending on something. I guess we're going to be doing resource extraction in Panama pretty soon. And we could potentially just drop more social mobility and then pick it up whenever we're ready to do more taxes. Because just like right now, we literally can't tax everything because there's just no point in taxing luxury clothes for 100 authority that does nothing. All right, sure. Yeah, we'll promote social mobility here. The more of your individual pops you have in one state, the better social mobility is, and so it's not very good as New Granada, but it's okay. It's okay. It'll get us some desperately needed literacy. Yeah, we got some decrees on the books. I think generally speaking, I'm a much bigger fan of expanding your construction via you can not I'm not subsidizing you. Oh, but subsidizing is now one fewer click. So if you want to subsidize stuff, you can. That's good. All right. So we switched into an oligarchy. And now we broke up that giant government. So we can... This is our most legitimate government right now. Okay, sure. Yeah, we are going to invade Ecuador for sure. Yeah, we got there. If we were to puppet them, it looks like probably nobody else is going to intervene. Let's see what commanders we can get. Gran Colombia. I like that you get 3 commanders now. That's pretty good. I wish ambitious were better. Direct is pretty good. Yeah, we'll take you. You're a moderate. Yeah, that's not bad. Moderate's fine. Yeah, we'll do some suppressing as soon as we've got our new landowner leader and done with corn laws. Right now, I just want to get our new leader. Infrastructure on your capital, it depends. Like, you don't want to just abandon authority in your capital and have it exclusively on infrastructure all the time, because that's really inefficient. We probably need to switch on paper. Yeah, we need to switch on paper, and then we can just import some goods. Show me some paper. Import route. Dutch market. And we still have 98 convoys. All right, we'll do Brazilian market too, and then we'll do import on artillery. Artillery is our bottleneck here, right? Oh no, where's my military tab? Hopefully that's not permanently lost in just a UI thing. Can you... Oh, it's just... Yeah, I just had it tabbed out. Alright, good. Alright, yeah, that's fine. Sure. We got our guns. No, the best thing is the modern conservative. We just haven't hit it yet. Yeah, I've seen a meaningful increase in stability and performance. All right, let's start Ecuador. Mobilize. Get out there. Who is going to intervene is the question. There's always somebody who intervenes. Probably should have picked up like a 1 stack of navy just so that we could do a naval invasion here if we ended up with an enemy. Yeah, trading was such a pain in the late game. It was pretty crazy. But it was fun. I liked all of the trading stuff that we were doing as Her Majesty's government, but it was really expensive. Okay, so it's automatically picking a tariff level, or is that just a function of something else? I'm not sure if that's a function of something else or not. Whatever. We'll overpay for guns. US, get out of here. Nope. It looks like Diplo maneuvers are basically the same, except that you can add other wargles and make them primary in addition to the main wargle. So even if they back down, you always get that, but it costs extra maneuvers and it can cost extra infamy depending on what you're demanding. No, you can make it so the AI, if they back down, you get multiple things. But it does come with an increased cost to maneuvers and an increased cost to infamy. All right, so let's see what happens with the Americans here. Army, let's activate our conscription centers, sure. New leader? Yep, new leader. Who would we want? I guess we could bid them in. Offer liberate country? No. What would they take? This is, I do not think, correct. We can't offer them anything. They didn't want anything from us. It was just, I think it was an error that it was offering that. So at 33 offense versus 38 defense, we are not favored to win an attack. But we'll see what we end up with. Because if they attack us first, then we might get there. Oh, wow. How do they have 47 offense? Nash, the AI doesn't respond to naval invasions the same way. So, like, one of the things that made naval invading so unbelievably easy in 1.1.1 and 1.1.2 was that the AI would consistently send all of their troops everywhere. And so look, we'll just click control to bounce over to the US. The US actually still has troops specifically left at home for the expressed goal of defending against naval invasions now. Because in 1.1.1, if we were to do that exact same thing and bounce over to the US, then you'd see that literally 100% of their troops would be right here on the Ecuador border. They would be like all insane fury, super drafting. They'd be trying to kill you super duper hard right there, but they would be losing the forest for the trees in the sense that they would have literally nobody defending back home. And so you could just capitulate any great power with a 1 stack of navy. Because they had literally nobody on home defense, but that's not the case anymore. Yeah, we're gonna get crushed in this war. Yeah, but Nash, you literally can't do that in 1.2 anymore. Chico, have you seen anybody do that? Because I don't think it's possible without abusing corn laws. Yeah, I think it's a very good change. I think it's a meaningful increase in the capability of the AI to play the game that they successfully strategize. Yeah, the AI is limited. If they and it's not even that they're just like limited to make it easier or harder. It's that they're very well. So Chico, my point is that I'm not even certain it's possible to maintain unity as Central America without using corn laws. Because like you just don't start with a lot of the tools there. All right, we're definitely dead here. Because we had a, I don't know why the AI was, no, corn laws is still there. It's just that it's been rejiggered because of the way laissez-faire is operates now. Right, so laissez-faire now, most of the extra money that you're going to be getting in terms of your investment pool is going to be coming into yeah, so we'll check, but I really don't think it's possible to prevent Central American dissolution without using corn laws, because you need everywhere to be less than 20% turmoil. But yeah, corn laws seems to largely be the same. But if you're gonna deal with all of this turmoil right away, like the only way, of course, to meaningfully increase standard of living here is to decrease your taxation a lot and increase your government wages and military wages. I think that the corn laws event is largely good. I think that like there's spillover effects for how powerful it is. But I think that it gets countries moving, and I think that getting countries moving is largely a productive thing. But like, what are we gonna? All right, we got an unacceptable government with armed forces, so we could bring in the Conservative Party and the rural folk. We could bring in everybody except for the intelligentsia. And then you want to see if there's anything that you can do that would make a lot of people in your government happy. Going more conservative here is not going to be doing that because of the armed forces. You could potentially switch into wealth voting. I mean, that wouldn't really help us in regards to doing that. Yeah, nerfing corn laws would I think largely be bad game design. But like, how are you? The only way you could nerf it really would be to remove it at this point. Otherwise, you'd have to nerf free trade and laissez-faire. All right, if we're gonna do something where we're gonna specifically try to avoid Central American collapse without using corn laws, then we're definitely switching into consumption-based taxation and just taxing nothing for a little while. That's what we're gonna do. That's the easiest way to increase standard of living when you have 5 construction points. Just don't spend any money, which is why standard of living is not like a great metric of a lot other than are you treating your people better than they deserve? All right, so here we've got our outliner set up. Thank goodness. Is there anything else we can? I guess we could just drop barracks everywhere. Barracks hire people, and if you're running on this level, I think this is okay. I think this is fine. I think this is fine. We're just gonna chase our construction sector or construction 5-pointer around with this, hiring people into barracks, because barracks are really fast to build, and they hire people that we can then give high wages to. Because we're not like trying to break the game. We're just trying to see if there's a way that we can fix our country here without having to use corn laws. No. We're not just doing it in the capital, because you have to prevent people from having too high of a turmoil. And so you have to build everywhere. You have to move your road maintenance. Moving your road maintenance is almost always better than just abandoning it in your capital. I don't really get anything out of promote social mobility. Yeah, trade for sure will hire a lot of people really quickly. So we should be doing that. Is there anyone we can export? Let's do export prioritized tariffs. Yeah, you start with a presidential dictatorship in a couple of countries there, Miles or Nash. Like, who's a good one that starts with a dictatorship? I think it's Mexico starts with an oligarchy, and so I've played with them. They're fun. Yeah, setting up a bunch of import-export routes is our best bet. And I think we'll export some to Mexico. And then we'll increase our decrees here. What can we actually get extra value out of? We have a little bit of tobacco there, a little bit of coffee there. I feel like absolutely no agricultural production at all, really. We just have stuff coming out of subsistence farms. Like, all right, these decrees don't do anything, do they? I guess we do violent suppression. State penalties from turmoil doesn't really fix anything, but mortality from turmoil kind of does. Conscription, promote national. I suspect that probably our best bet is to just suppress somebody here. It'll be intelligentsia. They're not in the government. Done. All right, we're working on stock exchange. We've got an export prioritized tariff set up there. Is there anything else that we can do? We could try to help people out by importing furniture. No, we want high volume trade. We'll see. Right now, all we're trying to do is ensure that we don't collapse without having to use corn laws. If we have to use corn laws, we have to use corn laws. Preserve per capita has created an enormous number of rebels. Let's see what happens when we cancel it. Nothing. Okay. There was a revolution that was just brewing in regards to us trying to pass consumption taxes, but I guess we'll just drop it. And then we're just gonna. I guess we could dump a road maintenance somewhere because we really just don't have anything else to spend our authority on if we're trying to avoid. Oh, the violent suppressions are done. Yep, Nicaragua left. All right. Because in order to get this dissolution to be prevented, you have to get turmoil is less than 20%. I don't think it's possible without using. No, Broken. It's not about Ozu going to fire. It's about I'm trying to prevent these guys from leaving. And in order to prevent them from leaving, you need to be keeping your radicalism down, because you need to get your turmoil down. And so if you have an active movement, the active movement is going to be generating radicals as on each weekly tick, which is going to be driving up your radicals number, which as Central America, you're trying to keep that radical number down to prevent these guys from leaving. The easiest way to do that and the most consistent way to do that, really the only way to do that I've seen be reliable, is to use corn laws. And if you get this thing flipped on and then you turn it off, you get a massive influx of loyalists, which prevents it from yeah, it increases radicals over time, and it wasn't the Civil War that, like, never be afraid of fighting a civil war, but that one, I I don't think Central America is like doable without, yeah, having a high radical number. That's good. That's a feature, not a bug. But like knowing where they come from is useful, I think. I don't think Central America is doable without using corn laws. But you just set up corn laws as Central America, and then you immediately turn it off, and then you get a colossal number of loyalists, and then you're done. Like you can do Central America in 3 months pretty easily if you just use corn laws. But I don't think it's doable otherwise, because you don't have a lot of time. Maybe, all right, let's see if is there any other way that you could do it. Because even just bringing everybody into the government didn't really accomplish a lot. Nor did reducing taxes. And there's not really anything here that we could set up that would dramatically increase. I mean, that's not really going to help us, though. If you purposely provoke a civil war, does that work? I don't know. I don't actually. I suspect it probably wouldn't. But also, provoking a civil war doesn't solve turmoil, because if you provoke a civil war, then if you win, then what it does is it suppresses the clout of the IGs in question. You reduce some of the radicals by like literally killing them, but the clout of the angered faction. Oh, so Francisco, I don't know if agrarian is possible in this patch or not, but I think authoritarian was actually one of the. I think that was the meta in 1.1.x. I think the people who were not running oligarchy in 1.1.2 were probably not playing well. It's still really overpowered, honestly. Oligarchy is just a lot stronger than the other ones because of one modifier, and one modifier in particular. It's this government ideology penalty, but it means that you can basically have your head of state in government all of the time, as long as you're careful about how your government principle is set up, and then you have that head of state plus another IG that has a lot of clout behind it, and then that's it. That's like all you need. And so like I think the people who are running universal suffrage in 1.1.x were doing it either for role-playing reasons, which is totally fun and 100% a-okay, or they did not play well, because this was so much stronger than everything else going on down here, because you get authority from this, and you can use authority to suppress people and to tax them into space with consumption taxes. Like it was a lot better than elections in 1.1.x, which I think, for me at least, I'm really looking forward to the patch, not where one is stronger than the other, but where like they're a little more balanced, and something where like you want them to be natural progressions where you have specific things that you're looking for. Let's not. Central America is impossible. I really do think that Central America without using corn laws is impossible. But with using corn laws, it's really easy. You just switch on corn laws, get yourself with your landowner in the party, turn it on, and then immediately turn it off. All right. Turn it off. The end of corn laws. Let the grain trade begin. There. We just, like, immensely slashed the number of radicals in Central America. And we did it. The Central American dissolution was fully completed. But yeah, unless you do corn laws, I don't know if you can prevent Central America from blowing apart. But if you do, it's pretty trivial. I think it's not an intended interaction, but if people like to play with it, then that's fine. But yeah, Central America with corn laws is pretty trivial. Without it, I I think it's literally impossible. I've tried for probably an hour and a half off stream, and I've managed to prevent specific states from disappearing. But I really don't think that without using corn laws, you can prevent Central America from disintegrating, which is fine, I think. Yeah, look at me. I can click a button and then another button, and then the problem disappears. I'm a pro. All right, no, let's play as New Granada, and let's actually like more carefully position ourselves. So when you're playing as New Granada on some of the other patches, then like you can actually start by immediately puppeting Venezuela and or Ecuador, but that's a little trickier if you have AI that's going to be intervening against you a lot. Cooperative cautious means that there's a very good chance that France would intervene if we attacked Venezuela. But I do think that like you should start by trying to attack Venezuela, because if you can win and you can take like a state from them plus war reparations without pulling in a great power, then you're in a much better position moving forward. I think it's Zulia. I think Zulia is a pretty good one. Yo, what's up, Mr. Bartholomew? Mr. Bartholomew. We're just playing some open beta 2, just having some conversations about stuff. This is less of like we're trying to see a specific thing and more accomplish a specific thing, and more that we're just like playing around with open beta 1.2 and learning about the game that way. But we will do some challenge streaming soon for 1.2 once they've gotten private construction fixed. But given that it's not working right now, I don't know. All right, let's set ourselves up with an actual economy. Services, yeah, that's fine. I just don't think it's. Yeah, Zulia is the easiest way to cripple Venezuela too, because it is their highest GDP. No, it's not. It's their second highest GDP. It's just pops. It's just pops, actually. Maybe it's stronger to take Miranda. There's not like a lot of construction points spent in any of these though. A little bit of sugar and coffee. Nah, I'd rather actually take Miranda, because that's 2 government administration buildings. Yeah, I like what's in 1.2. So Francisco, apparently the private construction just like stops at a certain point. Yeah, you generally want to be puppeting, but you can't puppet someone who is the same rank as you. And normally I would just advocate for building your prestige up by building some fine arts academies. But New Granada in particular starts so low on their prestige and so far away from being a major power that even you can't just, like as Sweden, it's really easy to become a major power. Just build a level 2 fine art academy and export your art to people. Done, you're a major power. But if you do that as great as New Granada, you're still a minor. And so you have to actually do a little bit more work in order to puppet people. And I think that you kind of just have to attack Venezuela like ASAP. And if somebody intervenes, then you probably need to restart. And if they don't, then you get Zulia. And then from there you can kind of like go crazy. All right, direct is a pretty good one. 10% offensive is pretty good. Yeah, we'll take you. We'll take you. And I think we are just gonna like the very first thing we're gonna do is start a fight here against. I think it is Miranda. I think it is Miranda, because you get more bureaucracy that way, and that lets you trade more, which is just generally good. Yeah, we're just going to take their capital, like, immediately. Because if you can take their capital immediately, A, they're less likely to back down. And B, in this case, we're just getting better construction points. Because I do think we need bureaucracy. And it's not like we're getting nothing. We're getting ports and barracks and stuff. But I don't think we're going to spend any more infamy on conquering the rest of those guys. Yeah, Philip Anderson, you should. this is the open beta, so there are going to be a lot of things that are not like complete yet. It just opened up yesterday, but the open beta looks very promising to me. It looks like they've made a lot of changes in the right direction. Yeah, we're going for Grand Columbia. We're really like going for just experimenting with this beta branch patch, but we might last minute add Zulia. We'll see. We'll see who comes in out of the woodwork. And yeah, we'll probably import one level of wood from Brazil. Philip Anderson? How do people normally pronounce that? Opening moves for Piratini are hope to find someone who is willing to sell you guns and then defend until Brazil gets bored and leaves. I think is probably your best bet, because like your units are going to be defensively oriented in most of the game. Tony, that one I have no idea. I'm not nearly important enough to have inside lines to Paradox Interactive, and even if I did, I'm not competent enough to use them. You guys, the people who are like just tuning in now, I spent the first 40 minutes of this stream without clicking go live in the corner, and so there were just like people who were like, Walker, where are you? Walker, this was supposed to start 30 minutes ago. Walker, and then I'm like, wow, gee, I wonder where everybody is. Oh, that's sad. I apologize. That sometimes life is like that. Oh crap, we're supposed to set up some buildings somewhere. All right, let's do some construction sectors. Right, and 3 logging camps. We're doing stuff other than just attempting to conquer Miranda, I promise. I just like I don't like abandoning road maintenances. It just feels lazy. Like if you need a road maintenance from the perspective of, I guess we need infrastructure. The strangest law set. The strangest law set I didn't actually get to play with, but we might do on patch 1.2, which was the Mandate of Heaven law set that I wanted, which was I wanted to be in a theocracy with command economy on the books. It was kind of impossible in the politics of 1.1 to accomplish, but I definitely wanted to. This, I think it's mostly going to be a patch about the mechanics of the game, at least as far as I can tell. All right, so we got our new dude. So now we can set up laissez-faire, and we've got stock exchange and lathes and stuff queued. Good. But as far as I can tell, this is going to be a patch France siding with Venezuela. Yep. Well, if we can't break Venezuela, then we will capitulate. But I think we can do this. Because I think we can sway. Wait. All right, so there's definitely something wrong with the UI here. Look at this. Everybody's listed as swayable. No treaty port obligation works. Oh, they would accept subjugate Venezuela. Well, we're not doing that. We could offer ban slavery? No. Well, people would jump in if we offer them things that I'm not willing to offer them. I mean, they're literally countries that start that way, right? Like Mexico starts presidential oligarchy. Oh, why did the AI ended corn laws for me? All right. I guess that's fine. It doesn't really matter. We don't really need any of the other pulses. I just typically like saving it until after you've conquered some radicals. But whatever, AI, you do you. You do you. How did we literally bought them in with? Okay, it looks like we literally bought the US in with just an obligation. That's fine. Was the UK gonna say yes to an offer that they were saying no to? Has no use for an obligation. Good. That makes sense. Prussia wants us to become a protectorate. Not anytime soon. Yeah, you do lose a lot from being because like if you're going to be authority, I think you want to be authority stacking as much as possible, because that's where you get the most from it. Because if you're not doing authority stacking, then you probably want to be on relatively low authority. But there are some really good things in high authority builds, right? Like outlawed descent is very, very powerful. Once you're like the uncontested tech leader, then tech spread just doesn't do anything anymore, and so then you don't need to worry about that part of the equation. Yeah, I think that authority, it's not necessarily stronger, but it certainly has more options than people think it does, at least in this patch. And for that matter in what 1.1, I think you had a lot of options when it came to being authoritarian. All right, and now we get to see, do we break through or do we restart? Because like you really do need to get a win on Venezuela in the first war, and you probably just fight it right away. If you wanna speed this part along for yourself, you don't have to play on harsh aggressive, because harsh aggressive means that the AI is like way more likely to be intervening in wars that they really shouldn't care about. But sometimes it works out fine anyway. Like you get the US to join you for an obligation, I guess. Oh my god, we're gonna hit our gold reserve cap. Oh, right, we need to switch our government administration over to using paper. We need to make sure we've finished setting up our outliner walker. Set up your outliner. Just every single time, set up your outliner. Don't ever forget, set up your outliner. It's a message from me to myself. Don't ever forget to set up your outliner walker. All right, Russians, and I guess the Brazilians are closest. Sure, yeah, we'll import some from Brazil. It's not a lot of paper. Yeah, we could do more construction sectors. Yeah, they just intervene in a lot of wars that they really shouldn't be caring about. Like at this point, it's a little ridiculous that they haven't walked back some of the changes that. So I'm a little salty about that, just because like I knew when people were like freaking out about the jumbo pixel. Oh my god, somebody conquered all of South America without the great powers intervening, and people got so mad and they were like, Paradox, you need to fix this. And then Paradox was like, oh, all right, fine, and then they did, and then the unintended consequences that you can't fight wars anywhere without the great powers caring. But you know, it's okay, because sometimes they care in both ways, right? Like this time we're gonna almost certainly win this war because the great powers gave a crap when they really shouldn't have. And the US and the France decided to fight a proxy war here between us. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, try the new beta patch. I'm having a really good time learning stuff. The one thing that I will warn you about is that it does seem like the AI is still a little inconsistent in terms of how it manages its own economy. And so you'll end up with some things like Great Qing in France with extremely high gold reserves. Generally speaking, I think that's something where the AI is still making some serious progress, because that is pretty bad. But once that's solved, I think the AI will be a lot better. All right, USA, we really are 100% on cheerleader now. We can just go to standby, I think. We're not even going to be taking attrition anymore. We're gonna go back home. You Yanks go out there and fight the way that you like to, I guess. Oh man, Americans. They just like fighting France, I guess. But yeah, this will make Venezuela weak enough. And now we're really friendly with the United States. They're protective towards us. I don't know if I agree with protective US. I don't really want to be your protectorate. Customs Union maybe. Customs Union maybe. Cuz if we can join the US Customs Union, then we have much easier access to their resources, including their guns, and then B, they won't intervene when we go to invade Ecuador. And because we've taken away the capital of Venezuela, their economy, and split them in half, their economy is going to be way worse. They don't even have ports in Bolivar. We're in Zulia. Holy cow. Yeah, so we're really ripping them apart. Yeah, Wander 1.1, the AI is just nonsense basically. It's fun background noise to give you something to play with, but it doesn't seem to want anything. Yeah, it's always rough early on because it's the hardest part of the game. They don't know how to calibrate it well, because I think part of it is that they don't know how people are going to be playing in the game, like Victoria 3. And this is, again, if you have not seen the One Prob Bavarian interview with Mikhail Anderson, you should watch that 100%. It's a great interview. But they don't really know how everyone is going to want to play the game. Never mind how people are going to play the game. Never mind which countries. And so it's just hard to calibrate the expectations of the AI to the player base before the player base has the game in hand. And so I don't resent anybody for the AI being in rough shape at the beginning of basically every Paradox game, because it's understandable. You don't know if people are gonna be able to get to a billion GDP or not, because you don't know how many people are gonna be playing the game. It's tough. It's tough. Unlike this war, which was pretty easy. Yeah, I think that there needs to be in regards to diplomacy a complete rebalance on infamy cost. I think the fact that it makes absolutely no sense. We're gonna pause and unpause throughout this stream because we're not really. Yeah, but great power should be fighting each other. I think that the AI. So for those of you who are entirely unfamiliar with the way the AI works in Victoria 3, or the way it's supposed to work in Victoria 3, it's supposed to be utilizing these strategies a little more. This is the economic, this is the political, and this is the diplomatic, and then they kind of just are informed by the politics of the country, the characters in power in the country, and those produce these strategies. And these strategies in turn inform the way that the AI is supposed to behave on the map. But I don't feel like they want anything yet. And in order for a character to be well role played, in order for 19th century France to be well role played as 19th century France, I as the consumer have to feel like France, the AI, wants something, and largely it seems like they don't want any of this. They want an on-off switch, which is either you're on a harsher AI and they want to intervene against the player, or they're not and they don't. But like they don't really like, why are they in this, why is France in this war? Why is France in this war? Propose peace deal. White peace. Get out of here. This should just automatically white peace when we beat Venezuela, right? Why did we have to do that? Yeah, this is definitely a solvable problem. I think 1.2 looks to be very promising. I'm very excited to see the directions that this is going in. We are also going to be importing even more paper. Give me your paper. I need the paper. And we'll export some sugar, I guess. We have some convoys to burn. Yeah, all right, sure. Oh my god, we researched stock exchange like a million years ago and didn't start working on free trade. Don't tell my mom. Okay, so what change surprised me? I don't think anything that was on the change list was like necessarily surprising. Um, yeah, the AI definitely values obligations, and I think obligations need to be scaled based off of something. I think there needs to be like, if I want it, like here, it makes a lot of sense for the United States of America to want an obligation on me, because they're protective, and so they might want to come up with a way to force us to become a protectorate or at least a members of their customs union using that obligation. But like, that should be something where the US and New Granada and this specific attitude means that they want the obligation more. Also, it should be scaled based off of the gross domestic product or the population counts of the areas in question, and not just like a fixed thing. I think having it scale based off of attitudes and like relative quantity makes a lot of sense. I think that's where they should be. Maybe it is where they are. That, I mean, like, let's not forget that I think that very very clearly the game was forced out prior to holiday, probably sooner than the people who work like on the game wanted it to be released. I don't know that personally. I don't know any of them personally. But I suspect that they probably wanted to work on the AI for another month, and Paradox, somebody in corporate said no. That's my suspicion. That's my suspicion. I am not magical, and I might be wrong, but it definitely felt like that is what happened. But it seems like they're moving in the right direction, because we're in debug mode. We can just like pop over and look at the AI. Look, they're building construction sectors now. They're building construction sectors. Sometimes they're even using them, and that's a most important step, right? Once the AI can meaningfully build stuff on its own, then a lot of the other tools, I think, that are in the systems in Victoria 3 kind of just like fall into place. All right, Venezuela, you're an insignificant power now, so we can puppet them in our next war. They're cooperative. We took their capital, and they're cooperative neutral towards us. Like, why? Venezuela, have some self-respect. Yeah, I think favors in EU4 were a really, really good system. I think that was a great system. I would love to see favors involved in this game somehow. Um, I guess it doesn't really matter. We'll trade with anybody. We'll trade with anybody. Sweden, Britain, France. Any of you guys want to sell me some guns? Sweden's gonna sell me some guns. All right, cool. What else can we export? Anybody want some coffee? Britain wants some coffee. Cool. This is the exciting part of the game, where Rocker opens up a trade part thing and looks so. Oh, that's +2 productivity right there. Good, let's go. Oh man, +1 productivity from importing wood from Argentina. Let's do it. Uh, yeah, all right, we could do that. Sure. Okay, so now we're, I think, pretty well set up to try to attack Ecuador. Let's just save it. We're doing this for a speed run, obviously. And then we should still be strong enough that we can turn them into a... Oh, we don't have an interest in the Andes. Walker, you dummy. You have to set an interest where you're going. God. Why do you have an interest in the Baltic? The AI, when we popped over to Central Africa or Mexico or whatever, the AI moved our interest to the Baltic. That's crazy. All right, that means that we're gonna have some trade routes that aren't gonna be working, right? Because we disconnected our interest in the trade in the Baltic. I think that's how that's gonna work. Oh yeah, I think that is a largely productive change. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Russia grows, but I think the biggest change is probably going to be the arable land rework, which I haven't played enough with the arable land rework to say anything one way or the other. The Scandinavian bias, yeah. I mean, look, here's the thing. Here's the real secret about Svealand. Yes, they have a lot of these little modifiers and stuff, but the iron mine max capacity here is 36. That means you can't even hit the 51 necessary in order to have max throughput bonus. So don't think that this is stronger than it is. Sweden has a lot of really fun state modifiers, but it is held in check by the size of the resource capacity here, and the only ones that are like really that exciting, I think, are the wood modifiers, and that's just because like there's an insanely small amount of logging camps in the game right now, like an insanely small amount of logging camps, but it's because they don't want to have logging camps that deplete and then disappear, and so you don't want to have like an infinite amount of logging camps either. Logging camps are one of those things that may or may not end up being rebalanced at some point. So if they are, we're gonna have to reshoot a lot of stuff on 1.2 from the look of the mechanics here, but I don't think that's a problem. I think that's a feature. The arable land rework. So here, one second. I gotta deal with these stupid cats. Be right back. All right, so arable land, they've like reworked the numbers here, so there's way less arable land in China, for instance. So it used to be that like there was like literally hundreds of arable land all over China. And they did that so that way at the beginning of the game you wouldn't have just like massive famines because you didn't have enough grain. And so they just had an infinite amount of subsistence farms. But what that meant was that the maximum carrying capacity in China was ridiculously high. And so people would like never leave. There was also not enough arable land in like the Americas, especially, but a little bit in Europe. And so that meant that they were really bad at attracting people. But the way that they've gone around this is that they've rebalanced some of the arable land. now there's subsistence rice paddies. So instead of just a regular subsistence farm, it's a rice paddy. It generates way more grain. It also employs more people. Yeah, you can't get infinite grain from China, but you can still get lots. There's still lots of grain in the Chinese market because, again, the rice paddies are enormously productive. And so they've reworked the numbers of like literal arable land, and therefore the maximum carrying capacity, because it is 100,000 per arable land unit. So like here in Fujian, the maximum carrying capacity is 37 million pops. So they're pretty far away from that maximum carrying capacity, but instead it was hundreds of millions in 1.1, I think. It was just an insane amount. And so, they don't have overcrowding penalties because they aren't remotely close to being overcrowded yet. But they don't just have an infinite supply of land. All right, what are we doing? We're puppeting Ecuador. That's right, puppeting Ecuador. Sometimes our cats get into fights. Susie really, really hates Pico. It's part of who she is now. Yeah, you can do that. I think that generally speaking, tariff chasing is less useful than like just using trade to get jobs. But you can definitely do tariff chasing. Inactive trade routes. Right. We have why are you not just like separate inactive trade routes? Oh, you're supposed to filter them. No? I don't know why it's not filtering the unproductive trade routes to or the inactive trade routes somewhere. Seems like it should be. US, why are you intervening? You're protective towards us. What are you doing? You even have an obligation on us. You're absolutely insane. Like, absolutely crazy. Well, all right. We will add Ecuadorian war reparations and lament that no one else is willing to join us. If you filter by revenue, it'll filter your unproductive ones to the top, but it won't filter your inactive ones, which is what you're looking for. Because in an active one, you can't have, like, for instance, because the AI moved our lens, our interest. I think my favorite country to play is one where you get to solve like a landowner puzzle. I think landowner puzzles are fun. Yeah, anywhere that like starts with a strong landowner that you want to disempower is pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like probably there needs to be a little more feedback from the game in terms of why the US is choosing to back Ecuador here. Because the Yanks literally have an obligation on us. We could pay more for the primary war goal, but we don't need it. Like, we don't get anything else from taking. I understand that they've added all these little things to the game, but I don't think you need them most of the time. I don't think they accomplish anything unless you can have a bargain between the two sides, which is, I think, one of the things that they said is coming. Is like a way for you to do a negotiation. So if you're playing Korea, you do need to basically be aware of the nature of the Chinese market and grow as big as possible, as quickly as possible underneath the Chinese market with an eye towards leaving it, because you don't want to be shackled to them forever. Not with them as your overlord. If you can flip it around and be the one who is who controls the protectorate, that's pretty good. All right, listen, if the U.S. is going to intervene, but not actually intervene, then we might be okay. We might be okay. We will see. We gotta get more guns. Always get more guns. Yeah, that seems to be the spirit for the Yankees today. Is just there's something going on there. Go get in that fight. What? Excuse me. This can't be right. This cannot be right. There cannot be a fight between Prussia and Austria in Ecuador right now. That's not possible. That's clearly a bug, a visual bug of some kind. I don't know what, but it's a funny one. Blu-rays, have you watched any of the, like, how to deal with landowners? That's a video that I put out a while ago. Because I think that's just, like, generally useful. It's not specific to Korea. Oh my god, who's gonna win, Prussia or Austria? that makes me happy. All right, well, it looks like I don't know why, but the U.S. is not sending troops down here. You don't need monarchy over Theo. You don't need charity hospitals or schools. If you, yeah, I don't know what is happening, but it's working. Oh, now we're back on the attack. All right, good. Now we've taken over instead of the Prussians and the Austrians. Absolutely crazy. But in order to deal with landowners, you want to be utilizing your consumption taxes really well, because you want to be targeting specifically at the pops who have the wealth necessary to bear the brunt of your taxes. But you also want to be targeting people who are, yeah. Oh, if Korea is weirdly, maybe I'll check that out actually, because we're not gonna be like sticking with one country through to 1880 today. We'll be bouncing around and just like exploring the open beta 2 patch. So if we get done with Gran Colombia here, we might start a new game as Korea. I want to be clear about everybody's expectations today. We're going to stream basically all day long with a couple of bleeps and bloops as I deal with my biological needs. But we're not really looking to play through to the late game, because there is an explicitly known bug in this 1.2 patch that the private constructions break down in the mid to late game. And I want to play with private construction on. I want to see how the AI behaves there, right? So right now, what the hell are we building? We're building a government administration building in the capital, I think. I think that made sense at one point, but I think we probably should be building some paper now. I'm going to say that probably at one point it made sense to be building that government administration building. And if not, then I apologize. Let's see, what else were we building here? Oh, we have unproductive trade routes. Unproductive trade routes. Inactive trade routes. Well, these are going to be inactive because we don't have vision there anymore. So those we have to drop. But these are only inactive because the Yanks are at war with us. And I am using war with like air quotes around it because they've not sent a single troop down here so far. And it looks like we will win the war very easily without the U.S. intervening. Walker, why do you have to say that out loud? Now you know that they're listening. They're gonna intervene. They're actually gonna send troops down. You did this to yourself. We'll just do high military wages. It's fine. Would high government wages get us anything useful? It gets us up to 170, so it gets us another 75 authority. Right now, we've got road maintenance there and there. A couple of promotions. Yeah, we could do some Dutch East Indies. We could we absolutely can move around and do. Oh, this is almost certainly an AI thing. I have no idea why they decided to damage relations with. So we popped over to Mexico very briefly to just like look at the fact that they start with an oligarchy and presidential republic. It looks like they switched into landed voting now, but they start an oligarchy presidential republic, and then they did some weird stuff. So I don't know, like it. Blu-rays. What sort of what sort of goals are you setting for yourself, I guess, is the my question. Not that like you absolutely can be frustrated by things. That's a totally valid way, but like I think if you're setting goals for yourself that are not realistic, or making sure that you're setting yourself up to accomplish them, then you can be pretty frustrated pretty quickly. Restore mercantilism, not on my watch. All right, we need more. We need more interests. Is my takeaway here. But we could set one in the Rhine. There's a lot of people who have interests in the Rhine, and we already have our interest here in Peru fixed with Ecuador. And then we need to get probably a larger navy online, so that way we can get like just another interest or two. And also we have literally no navy at the moment. Having literally no navy is usually pretty bad. All right, US, like, listen, if you want to get furious about stuff and become antagonistic, be my guest, but don't be a jerk about this. Just peace out. Like, you're not gonna send troops down here, I don't think, for whatever reason. But now literally all we need in order to do Gran Colombia is puppet Venezuela and get to nationalism. I mean, if you have a really restrictive law and clout composition that's hard to change, then I think the easiest way to untangle those sorts of things is to just get good at fighting civil wars, which at the moment seems to largely revolve around having your arms industry concentrated in your capital. Although does seem to be, either it's a bug or a feature, I'm not sure which, but if you only have one fully incorporated state and then you have some like split states, then the split states can become your capital and you can lose control of the main capital somehow. It's very weird, but it definitely seems to be in game, because we experienced it with Ethiopia, and then I was able to duplicate it afterwards, and those did seem to be the start conditions. How are you guys only selling us two artillery? I'll give you 2 artillery. Nobody wants to buy New Granada's coffee. That's why cash crops are just, they're intolerably bad. In order for cash crops to be good, you need the AI to have like a good demand structure set up. I don't think they're there yet, but they're working in that direction. That is one of the things that we're gonna see more and more of as the game gets better. As the AI gets better at playing the game, they're gonna get better at managing their own resources, and that means that the generalized demand is gonna go up in the game, and that means trade is gonna get better. And so there are gonna be a lot of things that are gonna change as the game progresses. Belgium, yeah, we'll buy some wood from Prussia. Anybody else we can buy paper from? Buy some from Prussia. Hard to change out of or hard to change towards? Because I think it's harder to change out of. I mean, like, it's actually, it depends on how you approach it. It's pretty trivial to change some laws around by just like fighting civil wars and winning, which is pretty consistent to strategy. But it's not the only way to make progress. Yeah, I think if you're okay, so if you the thing is it's hard to change out of like one where you don't have a specific reason to be changing out of, right? So here we're a presidential republic. We could change into a monarchy pretty easily, and that would increase the happiness of virtually everyone. Um, but it would enshrine in this case a landowner, and because it's the highest cloud here, so we know that that's gonna create that without war. It's situational. It really is situational because like sometimes it's going to be easy to change out of this without a war, like presidential republic to monarchy, but that's because the intelligentsia are not very powerful, and don't have a lot of allies in the form of the trade union. But like in 30 years of construction and development, that probably would not be true anymore. And so it really is situational. I think that generally speaking, right now the IGs don't fight back a lot. And so it really just depends on whenever you have a low enough opinion in an IG that they're willing to form a political movement like this, because political movements can create stall chance, and when they create stall chance, then you can start having issues with things not making progress. Oh, we have way more bureaucracy now though, so we could do colonial exploitation, um, or religious schools. Yeah, let's do religious schools. We got some pretty cheap institutions at the moment and tons of free bureaucracy thanks to free trade. Yeah, and just nobody wants to buy coffee. Nobody wants to buy coffee, and it's even free. We'll sell it to you. We will bring you coffee, Brazil. U.S. just accept peace. We can't capitulate now because apparently they'll keep that war goal of subjugating us, and we don't want to become subjugated. But like generally speaking, in terms of your laws, I still don't think that there's like a correct meta for a lot of things except for some stuff. Like serfdom is just terrible and you should never be running it except for meme reasons. Like from a power gaming perspective, right? You can always run whatever you want to if you're just trying to have fun or if you're trying to roleplay. But from a power gaming perspective, serfdom is just terrible. Same with slavery. They're both just really, really bad in terms of the economic spill-offs. But like most of the rest of the stuff here, I think can be useful under specific circumstances. Because authority stacking was absolutely a thing that you could make good use of in 1.1.x. There really wasn't. There's not. We can go ahead and build more construction. We do not have a lot of labor in a lot of locations, boy. We don't have a lot of infrastructure in a lot of places either. Oh yeah, well by the end, I mean I suspect that probably every yeah I think surely by the end rank 1 billion GDP as anyone is definitely accomplishable in some of the earlier patches especially. Do you not have a construction sector yet? Not have a construction sector yet. All right. Yeah, like exactly. You don't want to optimize the fun out of it. I don't know. It's one of these things that's super subjective, and so like people should just do whatever they find enjoyable, I guess. But I find that generally speaking, Victoria 3 is a game that I enjoy to optimize. But I like optimizing it with an asterisk, right? I like to optimize it while also, if I can challenge myself to roleplay, especially right now, or to like do a live stream or to do like a speed run attempt, which it's been a long time since we've done a speed run attempt, and I feel bad about that. I kind of want to do that again. But yeah, we'll do something. We're right now. I think I'm gonna do a video later about like content goals for the channel, because like I'm not doing this necessarily with the same level of professional. Character RNG matters a lot, but it's also manipulatable. Don't ever sleep on recruiting generals, because that can have massive impacts on the power and clout of the characters here. But also, these characters, at least in my anecdotal experience, are selected preferentially to help fill in for leadership in an interest group when a character dies. And so, like, you should be aware of the ideologies on your leaders, on your generals when you recruit them, because it, like, an ideology moderate Catholic Church character isn't, none of these characters are like dangerous, right? But if there was a, let's say, a Catholic Church slaver or something here, and I recruited that, then I would just be making it a lot harder for me to end slavery locally, for no reason, right? Gotta be aware of that stuff. Gotta be aware of that stuff. Actually, we probably should recruit another character, but like I don't think we need a stronger armed forces or Catholic Church, and that's what both of these guys offer us. A stronger Catholic Church wouldn't be bad. So the devout are like one of those things that I think people still largely sleep on for no reason. It's a useful type. It helps you fight landowners. Well, a moderate landowner. Good luck. Good luck. But yeah, here, because we didn't pick up empiricism, we don't have access to the Liberal Party for the first election anyway. And so you do need to be aware of the way your laws the way that laws work and the way elections work. If you want to use an election to break the strength of the landowners, then you need empiricism early. Yeah, or we could just have a bunch of events that hurt their momentum. That would also be good. Yes, let's do it. White peace. Cool. All right. Oh, and we got Napoleonic Warfare right on time. Right on time. We really can't afford that extra artillery, because right now we don't even have remotely enough artillery. But that's a good thing to keep an eye out for. Well, just challenge yourself. Like I like playing the council communism, but like most recently we did the Mandate of Heaven campaign, where we were playing as a theocratic oligarchy and Her Majesty's government, where we're like playing with bankrolling and economic imperialism that way. Like, try to do a world conquest as Sokoto, seize the caliphate from the Ottomans, or like not even literal world conquest. Just try to unify all of Islam under a theocratic dictatorship out of Sokoto that lays claim to the caliphate. Right? Done. That's a fun thing to roleplay, I think. It gives you some, like, something that you want, right? I mean, we don't really have a lot of radicals to discriminate against, is the problem. That's the problem. And now with free trade, we have just an infinite amount of bureaucracy, so we can just set up cool stuff. So in 1.1.x, Francisco, no. However, it might be possible in this. If we wanted to take this game a little bit after the unification, I would be more than happy to do that, but we would want to do it with a specific thing in mind. Yeah, you know what? We will get more paper. We'll just get more paper. But yeah, if you want to have a strong rural folk, then you need to have pops that are associated with that IG be strong. And so how do you make the rural folk strong? Well, it depends on how pops are associated with it. They will only do it if they are not aristocrats, not capitalists, and employed in either agriculture, ranches, or plantations. The reason they're attracted is agricultural employment, peasants, clergymen, and farmers. And so what that tells you is, as you build away your peasants, your rural folk are naturally going to get weaker. And generally speaking, most of the time, you're going to be building industry because of the way the GDP calculation worked. period. It seems like it is being rebalanced. But it used to just be better to basically always build industries because it meant that you had a lot of demand circulating around. It's still almost certainly correct to be mostly building industries, but with the caveat that now farmers, especially under agrarianism, can pay investment pool. And important to note that when it comes to the workforces here, you have an enormous number of farmers working on these plantations. And so if you can switch out of slavery and build up a really big agricultural base, you might be able to make agrarianism, like the economic system, work for you. Because 50% investment pool here from farmers is a lot when you have that many farmers on the field. There's a lot of money involved with that, and so you could potentially do really well. The biggest problem, of course, is that in order to have those cash crops do really well for you economically, there needs to be demand, and that kind of depends on the AI developing their own standard of living to the point where they want cash crops or where they want industrial crops. But like, some of the industrial crops are not even consistently going to be profitable to sell to people right now. If Great Britain isn't building enough textile mills because they're not good at managing their economic growth, then they're not going to be good at buying your fabric. So I think we'll see is kind of my answer long term, Francisco. We'll see if an agrarian model works in Victoria 3 right now, but I am confident, like 100%, that once the AI gets good enough at governing and managing its own growth and economics, that agrarianism will be useful. All right, so yeah, we'll just talk about stuff while we're waiting for things to tick. What are we waiting for right now? We're waiting for our truce to be up with Venezuela, which is in June. All right, cool. So yeah, well, let's just talk about stuff. So we got the anarchism. No, where is it now? Is it distribution of power? Yeah, it's distribution of power. Anarchism. What this means is that you have minus 75% political strength from wealth is probably the most important thing. Probably universal suffrage would be the best way to go. I don't think there's anything in here that's going to be modifying farmers' strength up in a useful way. No, right? Does cooperative ownership, yeah, you probably want to be in Council Republic. And then, so the question is anarchy, if you're trying to build an agrarian superpower, ultra rural folk, would you want to do it with anarchy or would you want to do it with universal suffrage? Anarchy means that the more people there are supporting a specific political party, the stronger that party is going to be in a really, really big sense. Like, that's sort of what democratization means broadly, is in autocracy and oligarchy, you get literally zero clout from votes. And so 100% of your clout, not really 100%, but most of it is going to be coming from wealth. You see that here there is an average wealth per politically active pop, and so you do get a little bit of your political strength from just more people supporting you, but broadly speaking, in an autocracy, the root of your political power is the wealth of the people supporting you. Whether it's 1 or 2 or 10,000 people, it doesn't matter. It's just the wealth. But then, yeah, now Council Republic, specifically because of cooperative ownership, giving 25% bonus to farmers' investment pool contribution efficiency, you almost certainly want to be in that, so that way you're working with rural folk. But right, if you're only building agricultural buildings, or you're primarily building agricultural buildings, then those agricultural buildings will be employing a lot of people on them, and then you'll have lots of people who will meet the requirements for rural folk. And so anarchy would actually potentially make rural folk stronger. It kind of depends on how wealthy your rural folk are going to be. is the long and short of it. If you are going to be able to maintain lots of demand for the agricultural buildings that you're building, then you actually probably do want to be in wealth voting, right? If all of the farmers working on all of your farms are making money hand over fist because there's an enormous amount of demand for all of your opium and all of your fabric or whatever, then you actually probably get more out of being in wealth voting. But if you are just massively overbuilding your agriculture and like all of your rural buildings are at 12 productivity in 1860 because they're all competing against themselves, then it's a lot worse. I think anarchy is largely there for when you want a mass group of people whose wealth you cannot easily increase to be in charge of your government. But I struggle to come up with a system where that's true, because the biggest problem for anarchy, of course, is minus 50% authority. Even as a democracy, you want to have access to at least a little bit of authority, and this deprives you of that. And so I really don't, outside of very specific and narrow applications, I don't think anarchy is very good right now. I think that the other meta has been actually a lot more complicated for a lot longer. But yeah, anarchy, it just seems to, it's just literally the number of people who are supporting the IGs are going to be the derivation of the clout now, which is neat, but like also that's not worth 50% authority to me personally. Like that the other things here are pretty good. This stuff needs to be rebalanced though. They need to have a government ideology penalty flipped. It needs to get better when you have more democracy, so that way they can have super huge democratic parties like this without having legitimacy problems. Yeah, you could do that. I mean, like that's it. You're right. That's sort of a shorthand of it. But I like having the flexibility of being able to move the authority around. Okay. Sure. We will absolutely help out in breaking down the landowners here. Oh, the landowners are like super happy now. We need to make use of this and do slavery band. Trade unions, industrialists, and intelligentsia are the ones who are in favor of it. And we just had an election. We just had an election, and the free traders got absolutely slaughtered. Yeah, they got like 0 political strength. Okay, well we will come up with a way to deal with the landowners soon, I guess. Oh, we could bring just the industrialists in. Yeah, we'll just bring the industrialists in. We don't have any other slavers, so it's just the landowners. Does first aid use liquor instead of opium now? Oh my god, what it does? Whoa, holy crap. That's a big change. Oh my god, yeah, alright, good. This is what we're doing here, right? We're not like really trying to map paint like crazy. We're just trying to learn stuff about the new open beta, because I really haven't played a lot on it yet. I've just been watching some observer modes while working on editing things. But yeah, holy crap, that's a big one. Whoa, that is huge. What else? Anybody else know anything else fun floating out here? I mean, that's a big nerf to Britain, but that's also just like a really big bonus to everybody, because like how many times do you have outrageously inexpensive liquor in your market by like the 1860, right? If you build any groceries, your liquor is going to be worth nothing, and then you have to go on an insane now the pressure is way less off. You still need opium for field hospitals, it looks like. Yeah, you still need opium for field hospitals. So you do still want opium. but like it used to be that like if you didn't have opium online by 1860, like you really felt it. Well, that's really interesting. That is really interesting. All right, what is our when's our truce here? June 1842. All right, so then we'll see if the U.S. is going to intervene against this. Yeah, you could do that too. There were a lot of ways to interact with the AI in 1.1.x. A lot of ways to do terrible things. I don't know if we really want to. I guess we could add health system. The industrialists wouldn't like it very much, but I don't really care. IDK. No, that's not what that means, Walker. They don't say IDK. That's I don't know. That's what the young people say. I don't know. But IDC would be I don't care. All right, empiricism is unlocked. Great. So now we should be able to start our Diplo play to puppet Venezuela. Yeah, let's do it. Mobilize all generals. And then we'll see if the Amerikanskis jump in on this or not. Hopefully they don't, because if they don't, then like then literally all we need to do to form Gran Colombia is just research down to nationalism. They redid the tech tree. There we go. 3 years after this. So that was Susie screaming in the background. She has discovered one of her favorite toys, and one of her favorite things to do is to carry her favorite toy around the house, loudly wailing about the end of times. Yeah, this is a big deal. Well, so, Wanderer, you can build synthetics plants, and those are actually very profitable if you just have way too much, way too much fertilizer on hand. Just build synthetics. It's not as though they're necessarily more efficient than dye plantations. They're not, but they take advantage of a resource that otherwise basically is worth nothing, which is like infinite fertilizers. Although that is also something that is a massive. Yeah, you can queue techs. You can queue techs. Let's see what else can we do here in terms of our teching up. We could queue shell guns. I wouldn't hate that. Hydraulic cranes are also okay. We're gonna pick up intensive agriculture already. But yeah, you can queue stuff. I think that overall this looks pretty good. I'm quite happy with the new tech thing, even though yeah, she's so cute. The it's pretty rough that all of the critical technology videos have bad thumbnails now, but I think I can probably just fix that. That shouldn't take that long, Walker. And if it does, then that seems like a skill issue. I think some of the stuff is probably just that the game came out before they were like 100% done. And they're kind of playing catch up. I mean, I don't work for Paradox, so I have no idea what happened, but I get the distinction. I get the distinct feeling that somewhere along the way somebody in corporate asked them to release the game like a month before they wanted to, just for Christmas reasons, I think. Yeah, I liked the old school tech tree, but I do think that this new tech tree communicates information visually in a way that's more helpful to more people. Because like there wasn't any reason that you had to wait, like do a nested tooltip in order to know that atmospheric engine is going to unlock your motor industries. Like that should just be on the screen somewhere. That should just be on the screen somewhere. All right, so we're finishing our paper mills, and then we need to like actually build an economy. So normally what we'd be doing is building a lot of iron up. But if we're trying to ruralize, then we can't do that. But we kind of have to have some amount of iron in our own market in order to make railway work. I mean, like this is the problem, is that in order to really make these rails work, we would have to be importing engines and steel and tools without iron. And I guess we're in free trade. Maybe we just do that. I don't know. Yeah, that's our convoys. Yep, there's a lot of improvements. There's a lot of improvements in terms of that stuff. And also, look, I don't have like a flood of notifications about nonsense anymore. Look how many days are passing by and we're not getting notifications about like somebody added or removed an interest from somewhere, right? Look, there's nothing. I'm so happy. There's a couple of them. We moved some troops. That's important to know, right? Now, because there aren't 10,000 things about nonsense, the big pop-ups about, hey, your troops moved to a different front, pop out a lot more. Yeah, Chloe, it seems to mostly be AI and UI changes, which is exactly what the game needed. Like I'm happy for them to add more content moving forward, but like I think that the game actually mechanically works really well right now, and the biggest thing, because of course it governs like the game state that surrounds you, it is the AI, and that the AI needed a lot of work, but like they're getting it. It's getting a lot of work right now. that's what it's doing. God, we need more research going on. We have like absolutely no research, but we do have paper now, so we could build one university here. Build level 2. Build level 2. Don't be a chicken walker. You can afford a level 2. No. Bureaucracy. Yeah, don't get notified that like the price of grain has gone up by 5% in Great Qing. Holy crap, here's a notification. Like, that doesn't matter. But now they're actually doing a lot. You're right, Francisco. I have no idea why we need that, but we do, and it's the way it is. Okay, so our government has collapsed because the landowners have stepped out for a revolution. They want to preserve legacy slavery. All right. Well, I tell you what then. We've already taken one negative hit here. Oh wait, I thought we had working against the system. Okay, so we had a positive and a negative on slavery banned. I just don't know if we need to fight a civil war against them or not. Because I suspect that probably we don't have to, but we do need a government. And that's an illegitimate one, running on medium. And then we would need to fight landowners who would have control over what? Where would they have control? Antioquia and Cauca. So they would have here and here. And that would take 3 and 5. You know, this is fine. We'll fight the Civil War. I think we can do it. Because what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go in here and we're gonna switch their barracks around. Okay, you guys go down to irregular infantry. You guys are gonna go down to regular infantry. Oh, and they're right, and their conscription centers can also just be irregulars in infantry. And now they're gonna have a re-equipping penalty, when they fight us. And we can import more guns, I guess. Yeah, I think some more formal nations would be fun. I think some more flavor events would be fun. It's not that like I don't want them to be working on that. It's just that I think that largely the stuff that's in the game right now is actually pretty darn good, and I just want to see them polish that up more. And that's I hope people understand a purely subjective take on things. Yeah, there needs to be a rebalancing in regards to frequency of revolutions, because you cannot tell me that people could lead a civil war every 6 months like clockwork. Like, that's impossible. That's literally impossible. We are gonna need a port in Panama. We are gonna need a port there. You should actually probably push the port to the top, honestly. Yeah. Because that's where all of our wood is. But yeah, like, in Her Majesty's government, we fought, I don't know, like 4 wars in 3 years against Belgian uprisings. Like, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. And here the landowners are gonna do me the favor of triggering a civil war and then just like getting dunked on. Yeah, sure, we'll follow their advice. Well, all right, we will. If we were to bolster the intelligentsia here, they're already at 13, and this would actually, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I think the mechanics of the game are really, really good. I think the mechanics here are obviously still in process for some things, but I think that the core concept of money creates power in a hierarchical human society is something that the game captures really well. And I think it's something that, as they add more and more flavor to the game, will come out more and more. You guys, we're winning a civil war. Quit blowing your opportunity to end slavery. Get better at politics. Jesus Christ. Better at this. Dream theme for DLC 1. Actually, wait a second. Let's pause this. Do we still have a good government here? We still technically have a good government if we do this, but that's not a good government. That's okay. 45 legitimacy is fine. But yeah, like, I don't know. It's not that revolutions need to be like slower. I just think they need to be bigger. I think they need to be something where they fire less frequently but with more violence, and when they fire, people get intervene on an international scale a lot more. I think firing a government should be really, really dangerous. Like, firing a civil war like that should be really dangerous. What were we talking about here? What the hell are we doing? Oh, right. We're working towards nationalism. 31 months, and then we'll have Gran Colombia. Yeah, I think probably Gran Colombia should be one of those, like, who'd-you-call it? Czechoslovakia you can form, apparently, without doing, without the right tech, without nationalism. All right. Everybody, I apologize. I gotta get some food real fast. I will be back in like... Oh, we've already been live for 3 hours? And that's not counting the first 40 minutes of goofness. All right. I will be back in like 5 minutes, I promise. But I gotta get some food real fast. In the meantime, tell you what. We'll save the game. And we will come back to this. But I'm gonna just... turn it to observer now, and you can see, oh no, observe, and you can see an alternate history of what would happen if the AI took over as Gran Colombia here, and then we'll reload and then we'll play it. But I gotta get some food real fast because it's 1:39, and I started this stream early. Or I started the stream at 10:30 and then just like forgot to click go live. So the first 40 minutes were me sitting by myself talking into a non-existent uh, audience. But I will be right back. I just needed some food. All right, so my brother got me a an air fryer for Christmas, like a Ninja air fryer, and we've been using it for absolutely everything. It looks like the AI went ahead and formed Grand Columbia for us. We'll reload whenever my food's done. But he got us an air fryer for Christmas, and we've been using it for a lot of stuff. But I'm about to use it for like a weird thing. I'm gonna try to cook some Weichuan like steamed buns in there, but putting water underneath it. I think it's gonna work. I think it's gonna work. We'll find out. But yeah, oh wow, the U.S. took a treaty port in Egypt, and they have colonization rights in the game. Holy crap, they have colonization rights? What on earth? All right, so you have to get colonization rights from decolonized? Is that true? How does that work? Interesting. I haven't read enough on that to know for sure what's going on there, but there does seem to be some sort of colonization thing going on. So yeah, let's load our game up. New Granada. There we go. Boom. All right. So here we are. We got New Granada. We are researching nationalism 31 months. I'm not sure if it's going to allow Treaty of Berlin to be a thing. I think that hopefully it'll do something in regards to the scramble for Africa, because I like one thing that we did in Her Majesty's government was we specifically didn't colonize in areas that we didn't have the technologies to like completely ignore the malaria for, and that felt a little more reasonable. But if they have it where you have to negotiate colonization there, that would also be really neat. That we should test that after we're done here with New Granada. Honduras is offering us an obligation to become a member of a defensive pact with us. Well, I mean, we might accidentally invite people into customs union if they're going to do that. I guess we could stop improving relations here. Hey, just like that. Honduras joined our customs union. Cool. I have really enjoyed bankrolling. That is true. It's true. I need central banking in order to do it, but it has felt pretty good when we've done it. 300% government expenses. Oh my god. But yeah, I'm hoping that some of this stuff changes the way colonization works, because I didn't even know that was going to be in the game. Does anybody know anything about colonization rights yet? If not, it might be worth it to play as somebody who starts with colonization. I think we can check, but I think Portugal and Spain have them. No, this is a feature now. This is a feature now, and it even tells you on the tooltip, trade routes, port connections, supply routes. That's part of the base game, which thank goodness it definitely was needed. But oh boy, that's a good one. Export so much sugar. We can export dye too. Austrians and Prussians and French. I guess Austrians, sure. But yeah, like big, I think if you're going to go big agriculture, so now we're starting to see some demand for some of these cash crops because we are going to be we're expanding here. They have the tech but don't have the law. That seems a goofball thing, but that seems like something that's fixable. Or we could just play as somebody who like literally starts with it. We can check. There are a couple of countries that do literally start with it. Because I think experimenting with colonization will probably be useful. You can't colonize if another country has claims, so that helps fix Sakhalin. That's good. You can colonize just Africa at the start of the game. Okay, so you can't colonize in probably here anymore. They probably have altered that via the claims that are locally held, right? Argentina, Chile, Argentina. Sure. The Conservative Party won another stunning victory for the Conservative Party. We will eventually reform out of government, but not at the moment. Yeah, oh, Russia can't colonize? Do they just not have do they not start with colonization open anymore? Oh, sure. If they don't have a decolonized Kazakhstan, then they don't need colonization. Oh, I wonder if they fixed. I wonder if they fixed the transfer bug for the Netherlands. Yeah, you can probably colonize Sakhalin because you have. I think Francisco, it's the claims thing. So if somebody has claims on a decentralized nation, you can't colonize there unless you are one of those countries. So Russia has a claim on Sakhalin, so Russia can colonize there. I wonder how that interacts once if you have them as like your puppet or something like that. Like if the British had a Japanese puppet, could they colonize here? It feels like you should be able to, but I don't know. That's a flavor test. That's an open beta thing, right? That's something where I'm sure if it becomes a real nuisance and people explain it as a nuisance, that Paradox will listen. Nation formation, form Gran Colombia. I'm trying to. Russia is losing a war. Yeah, Russia is losing a war. Russia is getting their face slapped in. What did they do? Who are they fighting against? Is this... The Ottomans are... Okay, so the Ottomans are fighting Egypt and Russia with the assistance of the United States. Wow, the United States is really just like all over the place in this world. All right, so who has claims here in Guarani? No one has claims here, so that means anyone who's adjacent to it can colonize it. This one's just restricted by the fact that it's landlocked. Yeah, it's just restricted via landlocked, and so you can't do that. You can't declare wars for your vassals' claims, so I wouldn't be surprised if we couldn't actually make good use of it. But it seems like there needs to be a way for you to use it, right? There needs to be a way for you to use it. Do we have enough dye locally that we can do that fancy clothes? I think we do. I think we have enough dye locally we can do fancy clothes. We do not have enough tools locally that we can do tools stuff though, so we should probably fix that. Argentina. Let's see. Chaco. Yeah, all of Guarani is like this. This entire decentralized nation is all without claims. So it's just whoever is adjacent to it has the colonization law in place and is colonizing. Yet, Francisco, it looks like absolutely none of them have claims, which means that 100% of that decentralized nation is just whoever colonizes it first. But you can't get there unless you're adjacent, and so it's literally just those four powers at game start. Because even as the UK, even if you have oh, somebody is resigning in shame. I mean, I wouldn't hate getting rid of a traditionalist. We might get an abolitionist instead. Who do we get instead? A moderate. Alright. But yeah, here the Mapuche and Tiloeche territories, they have their claims. So I in the fake stream that was to no one, I did discuss very briefly after the end content. If you don't care about that, then I apologize. But basically, I got another 16 gigs of RAM, hoping that would fix it. It did not do that, but it did speed up Victoria 3 pretty nicely. So at the moment, if you are interested in After the End, unfortunately, I'm having so many stability issues right now with the game that I really can't record on it. Other than doing lore videos, and I find that like I enjoy recording the lore videos more when I can actually play the game too. And so expect me to put a pause in After the End production and mostly be focusing on Victoria 3 and probably another. There's a game that THQ Nordic just came out with that looks promising. So I might play that for a little bit on the channel while we wait for Age of Wonders 4 to drop. But I do intend to do After the End content like evergreen, but right now I can't play on it, and not being able to play on it is just it hurts my feelings. It hurts my feelings. I want to play the game, but I can't. And it breaks my heart. I think I don't know enough about the beta version to really have a firm answer for you, Tony, but I feel like when the game came out, I rated it as a 7 out of 10, and I feel like largely my needle hasn't moved there, in that I feel like the promise of the game is much, much higher than that. I feel like the promise here is more like a, I don't know, probably a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10 if you can like really do some things well. But I could try to get into the Game of Thrones beta, but we'll see. Like the next couple of months while we're waiting for Age of Wonders 4 to drop, because I do intend for that to be something that we cover like consistently. I think we're mostly going to be doing Victoria 3, honestly. Like this patch looks really promising. I think that Victoria 3 on release was a very, very good game that had really bad AI, UI, and tutorials. And I think that those three things are really important to how a game is received by like people who are casual. Yeah, I think they just rushed the release, and I don't. That makes me sad more than it makes me angry, because I know that there was somebody on staff who said, "Please don't make us do this. You're rushing the release," and somebody with more power said, "Tough." And I don't think that it's going to be a problem they're never going to be able to recover from, but I think it's certainly a problem that was mostly self-inflicted. Oh yeah, I mean I haven't played a lot of the new Total War like Warhammer 3, but I played a lot of Warhammer 2, and I love the ever-living crap out of Romance of the Three Kingdoms and like everything set in that time frame, because I'm just like a giant nerd. But I really think that the Total War RTK is one of my favorite things, just because it's so goofball. They if you ever wanted to play a Total War game that also has a crossover with Dynasty Warriors, it's right there. But I think a lot of the RTK games, yeah, it's what always happens in development. Like people make business decisions, and sometimes they make business decisions even like coming from the right place, right? They're not doing anything that they think is malicious. It's just they said to themselves, "Oh, it's more important that we get this stuff out the door," and it proved that that's not actually true. Oh man, we can't buy guns anymore. Is there a war in Europe? Who's embargoing us? Why don't people want to sell us guns anymore? Great Britain, you like selling people guns. Please sell me guns. But yeah, it always happens in the game, in any sort of business decision. Like, just like weird stuff. Weird stuff happens. People make decisions that they think are good, and then ends up going badly. But I think that the roadmap for 1.2 looks good. I think that if the AI ends up being meaningfully better, and this is something that we didn't get to see a lot of in the observer mode, but if we played through to like 1860, 1870, you'd see that the AI still struggles with like having past gold reserves. Like here, they've managed to finally pull it down a little bit, but like Great Qing is at 28 million on a gold reserve limit of 24 million. So the Qing AI is like straight up doing nothing. I heard that they had to do an apology video about like they were promoting multiple computer games at the same time. Yeah, I like it. Any sort of sufficient complex group of people together working on one project are going to disagree on strategy, and unfortunately somebody's going to be right and somebody's going to be wrong, and equally unfortunately sometimes it's unknowable until you do it, right? Like if they had pushed Victoria 3, maybe it would have been a problem also because people would have been mad about it being delayed. Like I don't know, right? That's possible. Anything is possible until we discover, a magical lens that allows us to see into alternate universes. Yeah, I suspect that largely Paradox going public has been useful to them as a game studio, but I do think that it has resulted in some meaningful changes. Like that's a really hemming and hawing way to say I don't know if it's been good or bad for them. I think it's been challenging for them no matter what, because it sure seems like there have been some disagreements under the hood as to how the studio should be run. But I think that that's not a bad thing. I think having disagreements means that, especially if they're allowed to argue, which I don't know. Again, I don't work there. But if people are allowed to have productive arguments about ways to help the studio grow, then having more money is never a bad thing. That's my opinion on that. That's my opinion on that. All right, we need to get some infrastructure on business fast. Generally speaking, I think the business people don't understand things and come at it from a perspective of arrogance. But that could easily just be like they're just not very good communicators. That's very possible. That's very possible. Man, our guns are just ludicrously expensive now. Who's using ammunition? Oh, it's probably Honduras. Why are you using ammunition? Stop using ammunition. Get out of here. Patriotic Party. No, paper mills. Always paper mills. Imperator Rome is no, devs are also not better communicators. I think like a lot of the problems are not about blame on a specific person, and rather on humans are ineffective communicators because we aren't able to communicate via psychic impulses and pheromones yet. But I'm really looking forward to when we all get absorbed by like some sort of hive mind or like insect creature. Like I haven't done any Stellaris content for the channel, and I haven't played any Stellaris in probably like 2 years. But my profile picture in Discord is the Mugani hack, and it's always gonna be that because that's the best character in the game. It's the best character in the entire game. All right, finally we can buy some guns again. Jesus Christ, I don't know who we pissed off so that we couldn't buy guns. Maybe that was a 1.2 bug. Maybe that was a Walker wasn't paying attention bug, but whew. Yeah, I don't know. Imperator Rome, I really liked it because I I was a history major in college before I dropped out to like, you know, get baked and play video games. Um, but like life turned out okay. It's all right. Like I got a YouTube channel with people watching me play video games. You guys are all crazy. You guys are all crazy. Um, what are we doing here? We should probably expand our construction sector a little bit more. But yeah, it like I think I think we need to expand our research too. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, we need more research. We need more everything. We need more everything, everybody. Oh, right. We're done. We researched Grand Columbia. Formed Grand Columbia. Done. There we go. Sick. Look at that. We formed Grand Columbia. And we can even incorporate all the territory because we ended up with enough bureaucracy overage. There we go. Awesome. Yeah, we can't incorporate those, well, because they're colonies. Good. We did it. Awesome. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Yeah, we could do just like a stream Imperator Rome and just have a conversation about that sometime, because I think that would be how I'd want to do it, because I have a lot of complex feelings about Imperator Rome. We'll just put this on observe. Like I said, we're just kind of like hanging out and exploring patch 1.2 and talking about stuff, so we'll pop in and out. But Imperator Rome, I was a history major in undergrad, and one of my very favorite courses was a course on the Wars of the Diadochi, just because like it's a fascinating time period, but it's also a widely misunderstood time period because people like to ascribe value to a lot of specific characters that were in action, but like in reality, a lot of the demographic changes and the political changes that were going on in the world were, rather than being created by great people at that time period, they were simply being harnessed by great people during that time period. It's one of these things where the historiography is really complicated and we don't know exactly what happened and exactly who did what 2,300 years ago. But like, Greeks being all over the Mediterranean was not a function of the Hellenistic world. It was sort of a precursor to it. And yeah, like, I think the mechanics of Imperator Rome, especially once 2.0 is out, were really good. I think it was a lot of fun. I loved playing as Antigonus Monophthalmos, right? Playing as Demetrios, playing as any of the Diadochi characters were just an outrageous amount of fun. But even playing like the Celts was really fun and flavorful. Like being able to play as a decentralized nomadic nation was sick. I feel like Imperator Rome is one of those games where I don't think Paradox should pick it up again due to the fumbled release, but if they wanted to make that game again, I think they should set it during the migration period, sort of like did you guys ever play Rome Barbarian Invasion? If you want to talk about Total War, we can talk about Barbarian Invasion, because I've played probably like 600 hours of that. That one's pretty good. And Rome 2, I think, had a Barbarian Invasion time frame too. But like, migration period history is really fun, and I think that if they wanted to do something similar to Imperator without having to like fix the brand there, then choosing that time period would be good. I think that Victoria 3 is the one that I have the most complicated feelings about, because there are certain things about the game that I love, and then certain things about the game that are infuriating. I think that I would not rank it as my least favorite map game so far, TS. Like, which other ones have you played? I think Victoria 3 is the one that I have the most complex feelings about. I think it's the one that I think has the once in 3.5 years, it's the one I expect to be the best. But it is in rough diamond shape right now. So like I've been playing Paradox Interactive games since EU2. So I started playing Paradox Interactive when I was 14. Yeah, 14 or 15 was when I started playing EU2 for the first time. And then I started playing on My Map AGC EEP. That was a mod back in the days before Steam that you had to like manually install. It was really fun to like find guides for how to mod EU2 in 2003 or whatever. But I, like I think that Hoi 4 was the first Hearts of Iron game that I genuinely enjoyed. I played all of them and I did not like any of them except for Hoi 4. And Hoi 4 was, I think, a marked increase only because I only jumped in on it like after 5 or 6 DLCs. It's possible that the other Hoi games were actually good if you played with them with mods or DLCs, but like I put in I think 150 hours on Hoi 3 and just really hated it. It felt like a chore to play. Yeah, well, I've played like really a shameful amount of CK2 and EU4. Let's see. Let me check Steam, which, by the way, Steam is not the total number I've played on Crusader Kings 3, because I played on the direct download service from Paradox Interactive. I have 1,669.4 hours now. Yeah, 1,669.4 hours of CK2. And let's see, probably have like over 1,654 hours of EU4. Yeah, I think that's the thing for me, is that like it's one that I have complex. Victoria 3 is a game I have complex feelings about, simply because like I see the promise there, but I also see that this requires an absolute a crazy amount of work. So I don't know if I have like a most disliked Paradox game, but I definitely have like a fan theory about the way that release schedules used to work for Paradox. So for a long time, they would have like a big tentpole game would come out, like Crusader Kings 2 or EU4, or EU3, and they would make a game that had sort of similar mechanics to it, but also trying to do it in a different way, sort of like an alpha test for that game, but with a different skin. And so they kept releasing those games, and every single time that one of those games like Sengoku or March of the Eagles or whatever would come out, it would be 6 months or whatever before a big game, and it was always frustrating, because I always wanted to like those games, but I always knew that they were going to just become vaporware, and that Paradox was going to release 2 patches for them and then ignore them. And every single time, because I was like 19 or whatever, I was like, I'll fall for it this time. This time it's going to be better. And every single time it ended up being something which was like frustrating, because it wasn't bereft of promise, but it was certainly bereft of execution. They would release the game and then move on to the more important, more valuable game. And that didn't mean that like I thought they were bad gameplay experiences. They were just like frustrating memories for me, because I've played those games and gotten nowhere, because the games got abandoned. Let's see. Do I still have Sengoku? I don't even have Sengoku on Steam anymore. That might be one that I literally only owned on Gamersgate. I don't know. Whichever one. Let's set ourselves up to do an agricultural game. I think that we can do some agricultural stuff here in 1.2 that we probably shouldn't have been doing in earlier ones. Like the most obvious agricultural thing to play as. So From a like a macro perspective, one of the things about building an agrarian society, where is this? Here it is. One of the macro things about building an agrarian society versus an industrial society is the complexity of making money with agricultural buildings, because you can't just build whatever agricultural building wherever you want to, right? Like some places can't grow tobacco, some places can't grow silk, some places can't grow dye. And so if you want to have like a really powerful rural folk in Victoria 3, then you need to make sure that the buildings that they're working on, the agricultural buildings that they're working on, make money. And the easiest ways to ensure that is to make sure that you're building industrial plants, right? Like silk and dye you can use and cotton you can use in textile mills. And so you can ensure demand for those things by building textile mills. But like coffee plantations, you can't build humans, you have to steal them. And so coffee plantations are like kind of limited in terms of their use as an agricultural cash crop. So I think if you're going to be playing big agriculture in Vicky 3, I do think you need to be playing somewhere that you can do silk and dye and cotton. And so I think if you're going to be doing big agro, then you kind of really do need to be in like this slice over here. Anybody else know anywhere that you can do dye? I mean, like obviously you could play as Brazil and like just conquer the territories that you need in order to do dye and silk. So you technically could play big aggro as anybody, but you kind of do need to, like maybe EIC is the easiest way to do a really large agrarianism. Yeah, if you have multiplayer co-op going on, then you absolutely can do agrarianism really well. But that's multiplayer co-op, right? Like if you're not doing that, then what you have to do is like playing as EIC, we would want to be building a lot of good agrarian buildings here and then conquer territories and build textile mills there, but don't core them. So that way the unincorporated states, the capitalists who are living there are disempowered. And that's how you can have a really powerful agrarian setup. Like just make sure your industries are offloaded. But the reason that's generally weaker than industrialization at home and then exporting your cash crops is that the cash crops, they take one infrastructure. A lot of the urban things take two or three. And so your urban stuff is going to be a lot more demanding on infrastructure, which you get a 25% penalty on if the state is not cored, if it's not incorporated. And so it's just, it means you have to build more rail. Yeah, if you're going to do it, you can't rely on the AI to be your industrial base. I think you have to like literally have unincorporated states with just an enormous number of industrial buildings in it. But like you can do that. That's fine, right? You could play as the EIC, conquer the Sikh Empire, and then just like put a bunch of industries here. It's not like there aren't pops. There are virtually a limitless number of pops. But you'd actually probably want to turn Japan into your industrial super state. I live right by a road. And every once in a while you hear that. All right. Yeah, do we want to play EIC and just like see if we could play Korea. Korea we did talk about earlier. But yeah, in order to make big aggro work, you either need a competent AI in the world that is industrializing and therefore demands raw goods, or you need to just have industries in unincorporated states. Yeah, I mean you can always put tons of industries in unincorporated states. It's less efficient, right? If you have a bunch of industries in unincorporated states, then you have to massively overbuild rail, which just means that like you need more iron and coal like total in your market in order to meet the same sort of things. All right, we're gonna duck out. I think we did our good goal here of setting up Grand Columbia. So it seems like it sounds like it isn't necessarily broken so much as it is it breaks when you run out of peasants. At least that's what I've heard, Francisco. So if that is the case, then that sounds like it's something that is fixable very easily. And I expect to be done to be fixed by patch 1.2. Oh, crap! Wait 1 second. I forgot. I put these steam buns in this air fryer like 20 minutes ago, and then just ignored them. Classic. All right. So what do you want to do? Do we want to do EIC, or do we want to try Seek Empire? EIC is obviously a much stronger start. I mean, they're. I only turned it on for 4 minutes. These are okay. Yeah, those are fine. They're a little cold, but that's a skill issue on my part. Do we want to do Seek Empire or EIC? Oh, right. We want to see how colonization works. God, Jesus Christ. All right, we'll check really fast how colonization works, and then we'll do that. Seems like. Wait, we were able to just colonize everywhere. Did we have colonization? Did we have colonization rights? No. I'm not crazy, right? Like, there was definitely a colonization rights thing somewhere that we saw in the other play, wasn't there? Didn't the United States have colonization rights with some random country? Diplomacy. Diplomatic actions? So, yes, I've heard that it breaks mid-game. Diplomacy? Like, we can't colonize here, but that's because of the new block, because of a core. Because we can't, because there are countries that have claims that maintain interests there. But there was somebody definitely had a oh, there's not colonization rights on Africa. All right, so look at the states. Don't crash. Oh God, Jesus Christ. No. All right. Well, it appears as though it crashed. I will restart the game. I think OBS still running? Can you still hear me? Okay, good. I have no idea why it crashed there. Wait, chat is disabled for this stream? Okay, good. I'm still live. My game crashed. It's It's an open beta, right? Like it's gonna crash. Hopefully, it doesn't crash as much as After the End is crashing for me right now. But if it crashes every once in a while, it's the way of the game. I'm really bad at streaming, by the way. This is fun, but I don't know any of the correct setups, and so have frequently done stuff to like try to make the stream better in OBS and then forgotten to change it back, and then it ends up with weird problems where like my audio doesn't record correctly or whatever. All right, what were we doing? Okay, so we were trying to figure out what was going on with colonization, and then the game crashed. So let's not do that again. So, oh yeah, I love the game. This is a really fun game. It's a really fun game that's got a lot of work to still to be done on it, but it's a really fun game. All right, so I saw some votes for both Seek Empire and EIC. But I think if we want to make a really powerful agrarian society, I think we probably want to be able to have people on incorporated states who we are discriminating against. And if you're discriminating against somebody, then you kind of need to have access to... Yeah, the game crashes. It crashes sometimes. It's the way the thing. I think we're going to play a Seek Empire. It means that we'll probably end up in a position where we don't get to accomplish our dreams of living a perfect agrarian society as quickly as we would if we were playing with 48 million starting GDP. But I think it's more fun and more challenging, so we'll play as Seeks. I think the most challenging thing about Seeks is that you do start with really bad laws. You need to get out of serfdom ASAP. I mean, we could bring the landowners in, but that's not going to help us at all in regards to that. If we bring the rural folk in, are the landowners going to be mad enough to start a civil war if we switch into serfdom abolished? No. Okay, cool. So that is, in fact, exactly what we'll do. We'll bring in the rural folk. And we'll go in here, and we'll click serfdom abolished. Now, there's a very, very, very good chance that this serfdom abolished role gets ripped apart by stall chance. And if it does, then we will abandon it, and that's kind of like the nature of taking these easy stabs at serfdom abolished, but it might take off, and in that case, we're okay. Yeah, you can absolutely crush the EIC. It's not that big of a deal. It's just that your technology starts way behind the EIC, and so you have a lot more work that you have to put in. Because if you're going to build an agrarian society, let's just like macro it. If you're going to build an agrarian society, the absolute most important technology for you in the game is probably pump jacks. Not because of the oil, but because of the automatic irrigation. It's 0% stall chance right now, Francisco, because there isn't a preserve serfdom movement on the books. But if the landowners form a preserve serfdom movement, then that will create a stall chance, and it's going to be scaled off of the size of that movement, and it's going to be a pretty big and strong movement because the landowners are pretty big and strong. But it's not going to reduce the success chance. It's just going to eat into the advance and debate. But yeah, if you're doing an agrarian society, you're gonna need like a Singapore, or you need multiple Singapores really. But you're also gonna need pump jacks, because pump jacks enables automatic irrigation, which is like the thing that makes agricultural buildings actually useful. And so the farther back you start from pump jacks, the harder it is for you to get a really strong agricultural building going. an agricultural society going. And so it's not that like the military isn't in a good position as the Sikh Empire. You absolutely can clown EIC in 1.1, but you can't build an agricultural building unless you start with good technologies for whatever reason. It's mostly due to the resources involved. All right, we need to set up our outliner. Probably worth it on that note to just build a level 2 university here, but we don't have academia yet. And we really do want to get urban planning before we get academia. But this is where we can queue stuff. That's cool. Pico, get out of here. That's my lunch. Get out of here. Eileen's cat, Pico, is this really huge fluffy boy, and he's a good dog. He's a really good dog, but he's a mediocre cat. he's a good boy. He's a good boy. All right, that looks like basic setup. Let's get some decrees on the books. This one's a good one. When you have an enormous population, promote social mobility is pretty good. And unfortunately, this is one where we have really bad infrastructure in our capital, and we're insanely far away from railroads. So just saying we'll get rail there isn't particularly helpful. You do need road maintenance. Unfortunately, services 2K, that's better than T, I guess. I just don't know if it's worth the points here. Because alternatively, we could just bolster rural folk and suppress landowners. Yeah, it's probably better. Yeah, we'll build a little bit of wood in Kashmir. We don't start with iron access, so we do need to come up with that. So yeah, let's start a conquer play on Sindh. Whoa, it's 25 infamy. All right, sounds good to me. The East India Company is trying to conquer Makran. Yep, there's preserve serfdom, and there's our 51% stall chance. Francisco, the best leader, I think, in game is Teodoros, who's the outlaw prince who shows up in Ethiopia. And that lets you, basically win any sort of war that you want to, that you can get a land border with. Because that dude has essentially infinity attack. It really doesn't matter who you're fighting against. You can beat them with line infantry and cannons. Just line infantry cannons. You don't need mobile artillery. You can beat basically anybody. All right. If you jerks are gonna do this, then we'll do this. We've got nobody with cool combat attacks. All right. Well, Gardner has good stats because experienced artillery commander. Everybody else sucks though. All right, you go there. Actually, you go there. You go there, and you go there. let me finish my lunch real fast, and then we will have conversations about IGs. But I think like leaders generally are one of them where like it depends. Like everything else in Victoria 3, it depends is often the correct take. Because it really depends on like what you're trying to do, right? Even if you're trying to mechanically min max, like the situations and ways in which you mechanically min max kind of vary, depending on who you're playing as. Because like here's the Sikh Empire, for instance. Our national supremacy and church and state do different things in terms of the discrimination and the pops that we discriminate against, and which leaders you need in order to succeed kind of depend on like what laws and structures of power you're going to build and what sort of society you're going to build. Yeah, I'd really like to see a mechanic to allow states to try change primary culture, at least in like China. I think that would be helpful. Our war with Sind has broken out. Oh yeah, the colonial powers here, EIC and Dutch East Indies. Those somebody asked about like what sort of expansion would I want? I think I think we need more information about like colonialism and stuff in the game. I think that's what's currently missing. There's a lot of stuff that for production resources or for production reasons they probably just like sent it out when it was ready enough. And I think that Dutch East Indies and EIC both sort of feel that way. I mean, I feel kind of bad that we're not sending more troops to help out Alexander Gardner, but the dude's a one man killing machine. Wait, the dude just got crushed. The dude just got crushed. All right, let's go help the dude. Yeah, if you're gonna fight against 58k, yeah, I don't think we're gonna do very well. We'll set them actually both to defense. Let the EIC waste itself. Because we are going to have better stats here. Oh yeah, and our textile mills are going to be worth tons of money. Now we could, because we are currently running fine legitimacy, yeah, we could do that. We're at 13% on serfdom abolished. Ah, alas. That's okay. doesn't remove our chance to get serfdom abolished on the books. If you can get serfdom abolished done this way, it's the easiest. If you can't, then the other way you can do it, of course, is by having a serfdom abolished political movement going on in the background. But that kind of depends. It actually almost entirely relies upon you having some more abolitionist movement here. It's fighting two wars. It sure looks like it's fighting two wars, but against, I think it's, East India Company and allies. Yeah, I don't know who's gonna end. Oh, this is because they joined in on Macron's side. I think we're probably still gonna get control of Sindh, but we'll find out. We will find out. Because they're about to capitulate. Yeah, there it is. We got control. Good. Well, I could increase our demand to paper up to 100, but I don't think that's advisable. Not without having built at least a little bit of paper production of our own. But I wouldn't hate doing that, actually. We just need to get control over a little bit of Delhi. We just need a little bit of Delhi. And then once we have that tiny little slice of Delhi, then we will be able to win this war against EIC pretty easily. Yep, there it is. This battle will put us in control of the war goal, and then they will suffer significantly ticking war support problems. Apparently they reworked war support according to that interview with OPB and Mikhail. Oh yeah, wow, Jesus Christ. Get out of here. EIC, get out of here. UK, what are you doing? Get out of here. I guess we can do force recognition, but we don't have a navy, so we're unlikely to be able to execute on that. Well, it doesn't seem like we're going to be able to get recognition off of the UK. Not unless we rush a single stack of... Oh, we could rush a single naval base, though. Actually, yeah, let's do that. This is the way. This is the way. We're gonna rush a single dude. Oh, sick! We got serfdom abolished. Good. And I don't know who's our favorite character here. There's a royalist. Nah. All right, armed forces. You're our new admiral. We're building you one boat in 10 weeks, and then we'll see whenever it's available to naval invade. We'll land on Singapore and see if you can still steal recognition that way. But yeah, I guess we're gonna have this dude go back home. Oh, there we go. Right on time. No, we don't have any subjects. We've... Oh boy. Looks like we're getting mulched by the UK here. I feel like we were the ones to attack there, and that's why. Let's see. Yeah, even actually when they're attacking us, their offense and our defense are equal. So the UK is just gonna pound us, kind of no matter what. We're not gonna take control of the man of war either. Wow. Yeah. All right. Well, the UK is definitely just gonna slaughter you as the Sikhs is the new meta in 1.2, I guess. Because yeah, beating the EIC is still pretty trivial, but if the UK is going to protect them in a punitive war here to take Sindh, then it's not worth even trying anymore. Need to come up with a new growth pattern for Sikhs. That's okay. Afghanistan here has always been like a reasonable territory for you to pick as the Sikhs, because there is 24 iron mine there, and that's still useful. Like, all you really need is iron in order to fix the economy in the Sikhs. But yeah, we've just been on like full defense against the British, and we're not even getting anywhere. We're just getting slaughtered out here. Why? How are they beating us so badly? It's absolutely crazy. Because we have all of our input goods being met, and we have better stats than they do on the defense. But it does not seem to matter. Yeah, 33 offense is not just pushing through 59 defense, it is eviscerating them. Well, all right, let's run that again. Let's see what else we can do with Sikh Empire, because it does not seem like invading Sindh is actually the meta anymore with the new AI. Which I think that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It felt a little weird that like the EIC would fight you, but not the British. Yeah, cooperative, belligerent, but the moment that we took Sindh, I think that's probably simply because of the amount of infamy it creates. You might have to make vassal instead, because when you direct conquer on Sindh and take Delhi, your infamy spikes. And if the AI is behaving a lot more aggressively towards AI, or towards aggression, then that does make sense. Could also take treaty port in Sindh, but then it wouldn't actually connect back. Yeah, I think you have to vassal them. Or you could go into vassal Afghanistan. That's 30 infamy. It's 30 infamy. I think no matter what, there needs to be an infamy rebalance in terms of where people are getting infamy from, because conquering here in these unrecognized states should be almost infamy free. Fortunately, if we were to actually do this, then the Ottoman Empire couldn't even get there anyway, unless Persia were swayed in. Yeah, let's just start with the puppet on Afghanistan. And you unfortunately do need a strand road maintenance in Punjab still, because there's not enough infrastructure and you're way too far off from your good stuff. But also incorporating Afghanistan as fast as possible means potentially more troops available to Alexander Gardner, because he's in that HQ. And so conquering more territory in the Persia HQ, it seemed like it was going to be stronger in general as a start for Sikhs than going straight into Sindh, Delhi. I think it was just a function of the AI not fighting against you at all that made the Sindh strategy work. We could import some iron from the British market, that's fine. Don't think I really care about any of the rest of this stuff. Maybe could export some dyes, but we could also just use them locally. And exporting the liquor is not worth the bureaucracy. So yeah, no, let's just fight Afghanistan. Afghanistan. We can increase our textile mills a little bit. Because anytime you have easy access to the textile mill like resources, and ours are cheap, you might as well use them. And government reform rural folk. Let's see. If we were to do this, then we would have a really angry armed forces group. We could just take a stab this way, though. Bolster. And serfdom abolished. Get lucky. Puppet Sakim. They are puppeting Sakim. Alright. Have fun, EIC. Go crazy. This is where I feel like one of the things that they did in EU4 that worked really well is that you could set areas as specific interests. And then, yeah, if invading Afghanistan is always a good thing. Like, there's never any downsides. But you could set areas as specific interests in EU4, and then your allies could try to, like, offer that stuff to you in peace deals, right? You'd say, like, I really want this territory, mark it as a primary interest thing. And so, like, Sakim is being attacked here by the EIC. I wish that I could tell Sakim, hey, this is core territory that I want. If you want me to join you, then just offer me that. I'll probably say yes. Because I would probably say yes. I'm not afraid of fighting Afghanistan and the Ottomans. The Ottomans can't get to us. They literally can't get troops over there. There's no military access in the game. Not yet. Not yet. How close are we? Nope, we are super far away from on armed forces. And we have cannons in some areas, not in Pashtunistan. Not with the character who is best with using cannons. He doesn't get cannons. Everybody else gets cannons. Oh yeah, right. They set up a new strategic region thing. Yeah, crap. How does that work? Yeah, Diploplay lacks negotiation table 100%. 100%. There should 1000% be those things in there. You're right. There's a new thing here. There is designate strategic objective. So we could designate specific areas as areas that our troops are going to try to move towards. And that's accurate. Actually, yeah, it doesn't matter. We can get there. Yeah, it definitely is lacking a negotiation table at this point. That's the biggest problem, I think, in game right now. Oh, we could even start this. Let's start this war off right. Let's let the Afghanis attack us along this narrow front. Oh no, they switched back to a defense. All right. Sometimes you can get them to like literally attack when they have no chance by leaving an open front here. Oh yeah. All right, good. Let's see. Do we set up a meat grinder here? The Sikh Empire is pushing back. 33 defense against 9 offense is a pretty good setup. So let's see what happens to this unit after they lose this battle. Because what the AI probably should do after they lose that battle is switch over to a defensive posture, in which case we have to attack. Yeah, there's no de-escalation mechanic. You're 100% right, Francisco. That's the problem. There's no de-escalation mechanic. I think that would add a lot to each Diplo play, and so that might be the problem, is that they don't want to make Diplo plays like way too complicated. Okay, so they switched over to defense. That's fine. We have guns. We'll attack them. But yeah, it lacks the opportunity for Japan to say, I would like all of this, and then all of the great powers to say, how about instead of all of this, you get a couple of those things, and then Japan to say yes, okay, right? Like that, a de-escalation mechanic. You're 100% right. That is the thing that is missing from their idea there. Jodhpur and Macron are fighting. Okay, so this is the Prussia versus Austria battle all over again. That's a humorous bug. Humorous bug. Tony, which arrow were you referencing? What arrow are you looking for? Import some cannons from them. Yeah, well, you can support people with bankrolling. That's definitely a way to do it. And you can also support people by exporting military weapons to them, even at a penalty to your own economics. There are actually a meaningful number of ways to support people without direct intervention. We do also have a jingoist landowner, but we also have professional army, so it's not like we can even really use the jingoist landowner for anything. That's why we're pushing towards ending serfdom as quickly as possible. What happens if we remove them? 26 legitimacy. That's not quite what we're looking for. Ooh, all right. How bad can it be? 50%. 50% of the time works every time. But yeah, we'll beat Afghanistan. We probably should have demanded war reparations too, but that doesn't matter. We're not doing the end. Ooh, all right. So we could get rid of a moderate here, and maybe get something spicier. Yeah. All right. Did we get something spicy? Oh, we got serfdom abolished. All right, so we sacrificed that dude to the beast. And now the leader of the interest group is our ruler? What? That can happen in 1.2? Holy crap. We got our ruler as an interest group leader. Well, that's really interesting. That's a really good interaction. I'm excited to see that. Yeah, we're just thrashing Afghanistan. So I think it's possible that it is still worth it to try to invade Sindh, and that it's possible that we just started with like an enemy AI out of Great Britain. But I wouldn't be surprised if Great Britain gets mad at you now for fighting their vassals. I don't know if that's a bug or intentional, like Ranjit Singh becoming the leader of the Armed Forces IG, but I feel like I personally think it's flavorful. I don't see any reason why your ruler could not be the leader of your IG. I don't know that they necessarily should always be the leader of your IG. I think that it's better if they are not always in charge. Oh, it signals where you're advancing. Oh, you're right. It does signal where you're advancing. No, that's cannon fire. I don't know. Oh, yeah, there it is. That's advancing towards that territory because that's our goal, I think. But we're gonna win this vassalization war on Afghanistan pretty easily. And then the question becomes: do we vassalize Kalat? Do we vassalize Sindh? The other nice thing about conquering Sindh, in addition to everything else, is that it's the same culture group as you, and so it's cored way faster. This stuff is not going to be particularly easily cored. This is all going to be 20-year stuff. You can't have the head of state in opposition. So what happens if you click over? Does it just crash? I mean, we'll see. If that's a bug, then it's a bug. But I think that it's exciting. I like it being there, especially because the way popularity works, right? If you're a commander like this, Ranjit Singh, he's going to be gaining popularity or losing popularity based off of his battlefield victories. And because he's the leader of an interest group, that means that as he wins more battles, the armed forces IG will naturally get more clout because it'll be more attractive to pops, right? And that is sort of naturally also there whenever you have a high popularity leader. Yeah, all right, sure. Yeah, let's try it out. If this crashes the stream, I apologize. No, you can remove it. It's saying confirm. Yeah, it looks like you can remove the head of state from government, but indeed that does not make any sense. There, the head of state is also the head of an IG, and an IG that we're happy to be working with doesn't really do a lot for us. But we did get serfdom abolished done, so we can do corn laws. But in order to really utilize corn laws, we need to be able to switch into laissez-faire, which is going to require us to be. I think we need tech for that, don't we? I know we need stock exchange for free trade. Oh, we got international trade. Maybe we got that via tech spread. All right, well, in that case, yawn in the chat. Boom. I actually really like the flavor and power of corn laws. I don't mind them being good. Low legitimacy icon. Let's see here. Which low legitimacy icon? Do I need to be in a low legitimacy? Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, illegitimate government. You're right. That is a new thing that pops up, and that's a good one. Like, I think what I would like to see still is being able to go in here and click and drag and pull out input good shortages, because I care about that. I don't care about idle mobilized generals, but I like don't necessarily want to have to just right click to dismiss all of them, because sometimes you do care about idle mobilized generals, but like oftentimes it's, I don't know, oftentimes that's not that useful. Same with like insufficient tax capacity. When you have mostly peasants, that's a feature of your government, not a bug. Yeah, new leader for our age. Awesome. Let's do it. Laissez-faire. Pop-up. What pop-up? What did I miss? What did I miss? I didn't miss anything, did I? No, we're working on laissez-faire. Yeah, we'll take a vassal. Cool. We did it. We vassalized Afghanistan. And now our economy is still spending tons of money on goods for military buildings. And a little bit on government wages, but we can reduce our military. Well, we could reduce our military wage, but military wage is going to be useful because that's where our head of state is. I don't know. Let's see. A monument to the Maharaja. I mean, all right, sure. I'm not afraid of a couple of radicals. All right, so I'm really curious to see what the private buildings are going to look like here. Tea plantations. Okay, tea plantations. That can potentially make sense. It's okay. So I don't know how to fix that delay, Francisco. Let's see. Where is it? A setting? Output. Video? Stream. General. Is the delay like super bad? Because if the delay is super bad, then it means that my bit rate is probably off. Oh, okay. Yeah, are you hearing me now? Yeah, we'll see what laissez-faire looks like in Seek Empire. It could be a stream thing. I mean, I it would not be the first time that I messed up something in OBS. It would probably not be the last time either. All right, so we are gonna need, with urban planning online, we're gonna need to pick up some academia. Is there anything else that we really desperately can actually use? We can actually use Cotton Gin, but we're pretty far away from actually being able to use Atmo Engine because we didn't conquer Delhi, and we won't be able to annex Kabul until 5 more years. We're also rank 15. We only have 17 infamy. We could potentially puppet somebody else. Although we are now surrounded. Ottoman Empire. Are you guys fighting the Egyptians for more than Adana? No, not right now. We'll see. We will see, but I suspect the answer will be no. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the time when the AI sees, hey, iron mines are going to be really productive in this market. Go ahead and build them. In the meantime, let's see. We probably need to reserve some of this infrastructure here in Punjab for a university, but I really wouldn't hate having a tooling workshop online because it is going to allow us to use tools in our logging camps and potentially on any of our farms, but there aren't a lot. Well, so what have you heard about the investment pool being bugged? Because I have heard various things here about the investment pool that make it sound like it only bugs out if you run out of peasants. Seems to be the rumor. I don't know for sure. But if that's true, then that doesn't seem like a big deal. Because that just means that like if you want to play on the open beta, then just like don't do that. The AI all disables it. Yeah, then don't play mid late game. I mean, like if the goal is to test just like basic things that have changed, then just don't play late game. I think that's generally good advice anyway. Let's see. How far away are we from... We're getting actually tech spread on stock exchange. Let's just get stock exchange done. And then with stock exchange done, we can bounce back and pick up academia. But stock exchange is going to give us a little bit of our bureaucracy back here from trade routes. We can also fire somebody. But I don't think so. Yeah, I mean it is a known thing, Francisco, that the private construction does break. It's a bug that is reported on the forum, and so I'm not surprised to hear that it isn't working. But I'm kind of curious if there's a known trigger for it or if it's an unknown trigger. If it's the known trigger that people run out of peasants, then it does seem like it's something that is kind of uncontrollable. Invests in things that it shouldn't. Okay, so invests in things that it shouldn't. Thus far, this seems to be fine. I mean, it's building a plantation of opium, which I would prefer they didn't be doing, that they weren't building opium, because I don't want them to be able to make good money as an aristocrat, but it makes sense for them. At least until we get through laissez-faire. Well, we got through laissez-faire. All right, so industrialists. They just don't control a lot of the investment pool is the problem. It's going to be mostly coming from our aristocrats still because there's just not a lot of industrialists yet. But as we build that up, I expect that'll shift. But that could be something that we test, right? If it doesn't shift, then that is a problem. It's happening to the nations that are formed. Interesting. The nations that are... I haven't heard anything about nation formation causing the problem yet, but that is also possible. It's an open beta. I don't think that it's appropriate to be playing it because you want to complete a campaign on it necessarily. I think you should be playing the open beta because you want to experience something new. At least that's my opinion. All right, we like legitimately start with crap unless we take Delhi. I guess we could build more wood. It's almost never bad to build more wood. And tooling workshops, although we don't have iron for the tooling workshops yet. So they will have to be crude tools. Wrought iron tools, one day. So the private construction is funded with investment pool, which it seems to be under the control of the pops that are building it. Okay, so aristocrats are investing in food industries in Pashtunistan. Interesting. I wonder why. Maybe it's that the price of grain is really low. No, price of grain isn't crazy low. But that would make sense. If the price of grain were crazy low, then I would expect the guys here, the aristocrats, to be pushing through... Oh, right. To be pushing through free trade, Walker, Dedoy. I'd expect them to be trying to export their grain, and that's what Corn Laws is. But if they can't export their grain, then to build grocers. But because we ended serfdom, we have less grain. Import no more iron. Yeah, we gotta annex Afghanistan, or we could try to fight EIC and what on earth is happening here? The Qing got bought in by Kokand, possibly for an obligation against Russia. Is that? Oof. They got an obligation from Kokand to have a war against Russia. That does not seem like a good deal for Great Qing. All right, so Great Britain is fighting against Western Australia, so this might be an opportunity for us to do this. Yeah, we didn't end Corn Laws yet. I like saving the end of Corn Laws for after you've conquered some territory that's gonna have radicals, just because that offsets it very, very easily. Yeah, we could try just conquering Sindh, or we could try conquering Baluchistan directly, because Baluchistan does also have iron mines. Yeah, you know what? Let's just conquer Baluchistan directly. It's way less than this. Yeah, like it's not wrong to just end your Corn Laws right away. It's useful to keep in mind that it is a tool that is available to you, and so just automatically ending it. Unfortunately, we did end it when we passed free trade, but automatically ending it just as soon as you get your leader isn't always correct. There are ways to use Corn Laws beyond that. But yeah, if you hit your free trade roll immediately, then it's not available to you anymore. Can we use paper in our government administration buildings yet? That's what we need. Yeah, that's what we need. Let's just set some paper imports up. British and Qing. All right. Hopefully that's enough. If it's not, then we can build a little bit. They're not like, they're annoying events, but they're not the end of the world. So like one of the events that you get is plus 20% or plus 40% land aristocrat political power for 5 years, which on the surface is pretty bad, but underneath means that in 5 more years the landowners are going to get a lot weaker again. And as a like a little side upgrade. Oh yeah, let's set up our rail actually. And as a little side upgrade, you get to keep fishing for a better event. Like the minimum wage event actually is like pure upside. The EIC started a Diplo play against us. All right. Well, we will fight them, I guess. Yeah, we'll fight them, I guess. Let's conquer state. Let's conquer Delhi. And let's, we can't, how do we get the rest of Punjab back? This way for 22 infamy. We just do it this way for 22 infamy. You gotta be kidding me, guys. they cannot be right. They cannot be right. But I guess it's got to be correct. Jesus. All right. Well, that's an awful lot of infamy that we're picking up. It does seem like there should probably be a rebalance in regards to some of those numbers. Wait, who's attacking right now? Who is attacking right now? Is this literally just Afghanistan is 1v1ing Kalat for us? Because I forgot to mobilize my troops? That seems to be the case. That does seem to be the case. All right. Well, that's okay. That's okay. We can do it this way. We'll just take their dumb little friends out of the book. Oh, let's see. Probably like 50 or 60. 77. Yeah. So the problem with playing as Sikh Empire is that with the way Infamy is set up right now, I do not think it makes any sense to try to like stay at below 100 Infamy. It's either below 25 or 1,000. That's about it. Well, we're not making the armed forces mad with us, not right now. But yeah, like you either have 0 infamy or infinite. There's no in between. Oh, their troops arrived like right on time. Never mind, we will defend. And their troops are leaving? Okay, cool. Well, we will advance. Good. Capitulate the EIC. Do it. Give me your money. We need it. Good lord, do we need it? Good lord, do we need it? Yeah, you can also improve your economy by just like demolishing buildings and stuff. That's also pretty good. You don't need this many barracks, Sikh Empire. You can remove 10. You can remove 10. You can remove 10. And Jesus Christ, breakthrough. Counter breakthrough. Front splitting. Oh no. All right. Let's see. How did we do it? It's army designate strategic objective. What? Remove? Oh, it just wasn't listing. It just wasn't listing it. Okay. Nope. Oh my god. This is so fast. This is so fast. It's unbelievable how fast the units are just like the lines are moving. Holy cow. I think that Infamy, largely is okay, but that it desperately needs to be rebalanced. I think that there should be way less infamy for like playing in Ethiopia. Just make forming Ethiopia makes you like 80 infamy, almost pariah status, which is that cannot be correct. That cannot be correct because like the gameplay for Ethiopia right now is bifurcated into either you form Ethiopia and then you stay on the Horn of Africa and do nothing for the rest of the game because otherwise you're going to end up in a war because your bad boy is so high, or it's you just pretend like you're France and then just ignore infamy for the entire game and go crazy. But yeah, like if the Sikhs were to conquer all of India, would that necessarily mean that no one ever would ever trade with the Sikh Empire ever again? I don't think so. I think that they would absolutely be like, well, all right, the Sikhs are in charge of India now. We'll get used to it. And I think having some modifiers in regards to your infamy that are scaled based off of like maybe your culture or the territories involved. I mean, I think there are a lot of different ways to rebalance it, but I think that like pretty clearly right now it's just not balanced correctly. Also, we just like got completely juked by the AI because we conquered all the way down to here. They basically Chukolianged us because our troops got all the way down to here, and then there were 1,000 open lanes to attack into New Delhi, and then they just attacked into New Delhi from all directions. We got RTK'd. Yeah, ranked and recognized do actually have an impact on the infamy that you get, but I just don't think that it's like a strong enough influence is the problem, I guess, because it feels like it should be a lot bigger than it is. Yeah, aggressive expansion in EU4 is definitely more nuanced. I think that there really should be some sort of like bad boy mechanic in game. All right, what the hell happened? We just got screwed by multiple fronts opening up over here. Yeah, because we had 60 troops and they just weren't able to fight on any of these fronts. So we probably should have recruited another general. That probably is why that happened. Yep, that's probably what happened here. Well, we're not continuing from a lost Punjab. All right, so what else do we have? What else could we do? I think if you're trying to build a really big agrarian economy in Victoria 3, I think you probably need you basically need unincorporated states or discrimination. Discrimination could work. So if we're playing as Great Ching, right? Then you can do you have to do everything as Great Ching is the problem. Like who really would be best for this? Dutch East Indies, like EIC hypothetically should be best for it. We should be able to play as the EIC and utilize industrial demand from the UK to create value via cash crops, right? But right now, no, that one we definitely lost because we like there was a point where we had like 5 open things and we just didn't have any fights going on. Here, let's see if there's one further back before that. But like we got down to somewhere and then there were like 16. We got down to like right here. We got down to this edge, and then we had a front here. We had a front here. And we had a front here that all opened at the same time because we conquered all of the state, and then the troops that were in those locations just like walked right behind our troops. Like we didn't really lose any combat there because we just weren't fighting them because we didn't recruit a second general. We should have recruited a second general. Like that was sort of like front bullshit, but like you can get around that if you just play a little better and recruit another general. We had enough bureaucracy. I was just lazy. Like this is the way it is. You should not exclusively have one giant stack in Victoria 3. If you're doing exclusively one giant stack, I guarantee you'll lose wars that you don't need to, because your enemies are going to walk right behind you. Russia, if so, the again, if you're gonna do big aggro, you need to prioritize the things that are gonna be actually economically useful, and the things that are economically useful are dyes and silks, because those are the things that are most easily and readily used in industrial goods. And so, I mean, like, yeah, you could play Lanfang, but again, like, wherever you are, it doesn't matter. Any sort of agricultural society is gonna need pump jacks, in order to enable automatic plantations, automatic irrigation, which is gonna give you just like way more jobs on each farm, which is going to give you like a lot more bonus in terms of your construction points, which is good because otherwise you're investing construction points in bad stuff. Egypt maybe. Let's see. Who does... Okay, why are you not letting me switch? We are still in debug mode, aren't we? Did I take a nap and we bumped out of debug mode? All right, maybe we killed debug deer. Oh, right, we launched it again because it crashed, and now we're not in debug mode. Duh. All right. So yeah, Egypt. Let's see. Who do they have access to? They don't. The problem with Egypt is that you don't have silk or dye. You also don't have a lot of arable land. Yeah, nah. Egypt's terrible for agricultural right now. This does not seem right, actually. That, like, I understand that they did an arable land rebalance, but Egypt has ridiculously small amounts of arable land here. Holy cow. Yeah, alright. So yeah, you definitely should not do it as Egypt. Yeah, Texas is a dominion of the USA, maybe. I mean, I think generally speaking, if you're gonna try to build an agrarian economy, you need to build it from a perspective of I'm going to be powerful, natural. Maybe it's Mexico. We could do Mexico. They literally start in agrarianism. So then we would just be switching into laissez-faire, or not laissez-faire, switching into just free trade off of corn laws. I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that. Let's do Mexico. Let's do Mexico and try to set up an agro thing. If you want to do Egypt, you absolutely can, but like I don't think that that's a good state for playing as an agricultural nation. Like Mexico, I don't think has silk, but they definitely have dye. And as long as you have one of them, then you're okay. Yeah, no silk there. Boy, I wish the UI here was a little better because I want to find where we can produce silk plantations. But I have to like go through 3 things to find something that isn't there. All right, there we go. So yeah, if you're playing big aggro, the reason that people recommend stuff like, or at least I think you should play something like Great Qing or Dainam, is because you just have access to the best agricultural buildings, and you don't have access to an equal distribution of agricultural buildings in the game. Like you just don't. So without silk. Well, so if you're in the construction lens here and you don't have any silk available, then it won't appear, right? The UI is definitely better than 1.1. Like, the fact that they have convoys out here is a really big deal. I wish that they also had prestige here, because I think prestige is another thing that's, like, really important. I also wish that they had the outliner drop down, like, 100% of the time. Yeah, you can't see, but Francisco, I'm not just looking for where I can build it. I'm looking for where it can be built on the map. And so in order to look at where it can be built on the map, if it's a good that's already in your market, then you can look at it this way, right? But we don't actually have any silk in our market at all. And so in order to see where it is available on the map, then we have to like find it somewhere on the map already, and then we can track from that. And then we can do, it's like this is a little bit, this is some TDM. We have to go here, go to details. No, Jesus Christ. It's like silk. There it is. Detail screen. And then we can see potentials, and then we can see where silk can be built. There's not even like an insane amount of it in India. So if you were going to do it, I guess you would do it as Great Qing. Infamy could be on the top bar. Yeah, there are a couple of things that could definitely be shuffled around. Okay, so if we're going to do Mexico, then we would, as big aggro, we would build tons of dye. But dye alone doesn't do anything. You need dye so we could maybe do like glass as our agricultural use. Silk output, but like how do you navigate to the silk output initially? Because we can't, we have to go here, right? We have to go here and then go to detail screen and then potentials. If you don't have silk, I'm like 90% that's where you have to go to get there. All right, so if Santa Ana gets captured by Texas, then we lose. So you can get around it by just like firing him, but that's not cool. We won't do that. That's not cool. Instead, we'll just let Juan Alvarez fight it. That's much cooler. He's from the Central America HQ. All right, well, if that's all Central America here, and this isn't in Central America, then we won't get it. But that's okay. We will send you to defend the border. Yeah, you guys can both go defend. Same with Houston's attacking. And we're gonna need to pick up pump jacks, but before we can do any of that, we are gonna need to pick up railways, and we're gonna need to check. We don't have, because we're in oligarchy. Yeah, we need stock exchange. Yeah, firing everybody and then ending up with no good generals is the best way to make good progress in the game for sure. Yeah, we'll just do this. This is fine. Cautious. Well, you know, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. All right, Santana, are you ready to get yourself captured? You big dumb butt. I think he's gonna do it. I think he's gonna win. Everybody, you all believe in Santana. Push. Actually, you're a much better commander, but unfortunately do not have access to any troops. Because you are from Central America. Wait, where are you from? Central America. So it's Central America. Do we have any activatable conscription centers down here? Oh, we do. Maybe. Santana, like, just live your best life. Don't let people bully you. Don't let Sam Houston bully you. Santana, don't feel like this. Come on, man. Alright, well, we will import some guns. Probably should have done that first. Seems like a skill issue there, Santana. Jeez, who's your logistician? Fire the person in charge of your logistics. Alright, there we go. Done. Yeah, just like get some guns. That's probably all they really needed. They just need some guns. But yeah, I think you, if you're gonna do, this will be fine. We're gonna win. I think if you're gonna do economic stuff, like this, I think we need. Gun embargoing us? You jerks. I think we need free trade. I think we also need more construction. Yeah, I think we need a little more construction. So Mexico has 40. We didn't do any setup at all here, did we? No, we didn't do any setup at all. We just unpaused. Walker, how about this? How about this? How about you set yourself up with like a little bit of infrastructure and a little bit of road construction? Unfortunately, Mexico is kind of a mess in regards to where your pops are. There's just way too many of them to get good value out of promote social mobility, and they're way too spread out. Yeah, Americans aren't very... whatever. Like, if they want to embargo us, they can live their crazy 19th century power fantasy over there. We're going to build some stuff. Yeah, the Sierra Madre debuff is pretty bad. I wish that this was displaying like a little more obviously somewhere, but I think that generally speaking, it's still useful to build in Mexico, not only from the perspective of the political power that you get from there, but just because there's a lot of pops there and there's iron there, and that pops and iron are pretty good to generally have together on the same location with construction sectors. That's the sort of stuff that you kind of need. Jalisco, on the other hand, also has Sierra Madre and a lot more iron, but no... All right, this is an opportunity potentially to help Bajío out. They need tools in order to build more. Yeah, let's build a couple of layers, a couple levels of construction sectors, and then just a couple of tooling workshops. They'll be crude at first, but that's okay. And you know what? Let's do iron frame buildings. We can afford it. We're worth it. And import. Yeah, that's why we need to build some tools on our own. Nobody else is going to give us that. A new leader for our age. Excellent. But we're not gonna switch into laissez-faire. We're gonna explicitly remain in agrarianism and see what we can get out of this. Farmers and aristocrats. Well, we could use a couple more loyalists. That's okay. That's fine. Because at this point, we actually have slavery banned serfdom abolished, so I'm like way less afraid of a strong landowner than normal. Because we've removed like the most important things. Yet you start that preserve mercantilism movement. So Central America is just disintegrating. Rural folk are not happy. We are trying to make you happy, I promise. We are trying to make you happy, but you're gonna have to be patient. We got some weird stuff we gotta do. But rural folk are gonna be in favor of a national militia. Universal suffrage, guaranteed liberties, protected speech. Okay, maybe. We'll see. Like, Mexico, anytime you start kind of far behind in terms of your technology, then you do benefit out of getting out of censorship, but it does cost you some authority there. Well, we could do this. We could do that. I don't really want to make the rural folk, like, even more angry, though. I think we'll do this. I think if we were gonna liberalize, but the thing is that like we could, for instance, move into some kind of like landed voting or whatever instead of oligarchy. But I think as we were discussing, I think if you're gonna go for full agrarianism, I think you do want to go for something like wealth voting or census suffrage, like a mid-level voting block. So that way you can end up where only the rural folk are really getting empowered, because hopefully you have a lot of really wealthy farmers. But in any case, it does sound like we need to get out of oligarchy long term. Well, all right, let's get some free trade rolls. Free trade rolls. This is running really fast though. This is running really fast. I was definitely supposed to set up more decrees. Walker, you have all these decrees. Why are you have all these decrees that you're not using? Bahio, we will build after the yeah, suppressing without censorship is like functional but not good. It's not exciting. Russian market, and I guess we could do Spanish market or British market, but I'd rather just build up our own iron. And this is sort of the problem when it comes to like being agrarian. You can't be purely agrarian, whereas you can be pretty purely industrial, at least if you have a bunch of puppets that you can offload your agricultural demands to. And we could do a level 2 university after that. If we did wrought iron, we'd be buying even more iron. That's okay. We'll leave that as is. And we should probably do manufacturing in the capital. It's probably worth doing. Yeah, let's do a road maintenance in Bahio too, because we're a while off from railroads. The closer you get, oh cool, yeah, the people must know of his depravity. The closer you get to railroads, then like the worse road maintenance just being abandoned somewhere becomes. But if you're really far off, then it can be worth it. Yeah, we could do that. And then I guess we should probably set up a couple of, at least one services tax. Yeah. You know, whatever. We're not going to be doing enough. We're not going to be doing enough construction that manufacturing is probably going to make a big difference. And I'd like to use a consumption tax. Consumption taxes are always fun because you can target them. It's the using the power of the purse. All right, free trade. Once free trade gets done, then all we need to do lots of trade is convoys. So we should set that up as a government thing after this. Yeah, let's set that as a government thing after this. Veracruz, Yucatan. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. There's way more pops on the western side, though. So, at least as far as I can tell, the best change to come out of 1.2 has been performance. I have noticed way better performance on 1.2. That said, it's hard for me to say if that's a universal thing, because I bought another 16 gigs of RAM for my computer for Christmas, on in the vain hope that it was going to fix after the end. It did not, but it did make Viki 3 run faster on patch 1.1, so it's kind of hard for me to know how much of that is because of cool. We got end of corn loss. Great. It's kind of hard for me to know how much the improvement in performance is because of 1.2 versus 1.1. But even comparing 1.1 to 1.2, I've noticed a meaningful improvement in performance on observer mode in like the 1850s and later. That might be because the AI is not building anything anymore in the background, because there seems to be an issue with that apparently. In which case, I guess that's not really even a big feature. But if it is, then like if performance is meaningfully better on patch 1.2, then it's going to be a lot easier for me to record a lot of like campaign footage, because I'm having difficulty with After the End right now. It's crashing way too often for me to like be able to reliably record on it, which breaks my heart, but it is true, and I just like I can't make it work, and this seems to be, at least in the mid game, running a lot better, like a lot better. So oh yeah, cool, it's all mine. Hey, we just on time. We just built a port there, or rather, we just queued up a port there. But yeah, I'd be really thrilled if we had like consistently good performance. Out of Victoria 3, because I would like. We could incorporate some states. Yeah, we could incorporate some states. Nope. Wait, we can't incorporate states. They're all here. Yeah, I think that After the End thing, it's an open beta, right? It's an open beta, and I think that people need to be patient with it, because it's a mod, but also it is literally in open beta. But it is painful. It is painful. Oh man, we could be doing so much more trade if we just had more ports. Yeah, all right, we'll just build more ports, I guess. Yeah, sure. Everybody build ports. But yeah, I'm really hoping that the Game of Thrones mod is relatively stable. I don't know how I want to approach that, because I love the Game of Thrones universe, but it sounds like the mod is only going to start with Robert's Rebellion, which we could do that. I would not have a problem doing Robert's Rebellion on the channel. But it's unclear to me exactly how much demand there is for Game of Thrones. That if I knew more about Morrowind and that world, I would probably play EK2, because it looks fantastic. But I think the last game that I played was literally Morrowind in Elder Scrolls. Like I'm such a goddamn boomer. We could do atmospheric engine pumps, but let's just keep building ports. Just keep building ports. Because all we need are convoys. Literally, all you need are convoys. And maybe conquering Guatemala. Maybe all we need are convoys and conquering Guatemala. We could puppet them for like 6 infamy. Let's get our guns squared away, and then maybe we'll start conquering Guatemala and stuff. Because that would be one way that, again, that we could do it, would be to have territory that's just unincorporated, where we build our industries up. So that way we have control over the industrial process here, in a way that like we don't have to rely on trade with the UK to increase demand for our dyes. All right, a private construction. What mods have I tried for Vice? Oh, for Vicky? I haven't done any mods for Vicky. I've looked at some of the UI mods and stuff, but I was personally just kind of waiting for for this. I was waiting for like a big patch to drop from Paradox, and this very much feels like it. Because I usually don't do, like, when it comes to mods, like, generally, yeah, no one cares about Guatemala. It only gets 6 infamy. It's so sad. But like, generally when it comes to mods, I really prefer total conversion mods more than anything else. Which is why maybe I will look at EK2 at some point. But I mean, this looks like a very promising patch. I wanna set expectations. I think that realistically, February I'm mostly gonna be doing Victoria 3, and then I might do. There's a new 4X that came out from THQ Nordic. Was it Spellforge EO? I think is it, and that looked fun. Spellforce Conquest of EO. That looked fun, and it's just like something else to do alongside Victoria 3. But like I really can't get I can't get After the Unstable enough, and I don't think I really want to do like a different total conversion mod for Crusader Kings 3. So we may very well just wait for After the End to get more stable before coming back. We could pick up Dedicated Police Force. That'd be fine. It makes the rural folk angry, but like they're always angry. 14. I haven't played with any of the flavor mods yet. Are there any in particular that you feel are like a really great deal? Okay, I mean, we could intervene against the US and make them release a bunch of territory in Montana. That'd be pretty funny. Nah, I can't be bothered. Let's just use this as an opportunity to actually puppet Guatemala. Mobilize generals. Get out there. Go on and get out there. Get out there. Yeah, I imagine they did. Alright, so let's go ahead and assign it, just activate everybody. Come on out. Import routes, French, Spanish. Import routes, French, Spanish. Do we have any other undeclared interests? Why do we have a declared interest in the Great Plains? I don't really care about the Great Plains. I care about trade. Should have set that up earlier, but that's okay. We could also switch into mobile artillery, but I really don't think it's necessary. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna defend against the US and advance against Guatemala. And we'll add war goals. Oh, I should add the demand war reps right away, Walker. Just add war reps right away. It costs you nothing. Santana, you have 62 defense. How are you losing this battle? He's a jerk. He's gonna blow it. He's gonna blow it. Everyone's gonna be like hooping and hollering out here, fighting in Texas yet again. Because Santa Ana cannot defend with 57 defense against 36 offense. But it looks like the only person we're really fighting is Guatemala anyway. So again, I'm glad we didn't add any dumb war rep goal against the United States, because they didn't add a bunch of dumb goals against us. And so now all we're going to do is exactly what we just did. We're going to capitulate Guatemala, and then we're just going to have our troops defend. And there, we're gonna fight the US a lot as Mexico, but that's okay. You can fight the US a lot as Mexico. It's not a big deal. This would hurt the industrialists either way. I don't really care about punishing the industrialists. It does nothing for us. Bureaucracy. We need to spend our bureaucracy on more stuff. Let's import some more paper. The Dutch and the Prussians. Oh, thank God. All right. What else can we buy? We're just like insanely hungry for most stuff except, right, we can export insane amounts of dye. Hey, look at that. We beat America. We beat USA. We beat them. Hooray, we beat the US. Everybody throws their hands in their hats in the air and goes home. Great job, everyone. Great job. All right, what were we building? We need to build some paper. We need to have at least a little bit of our own paper production. Yeah, let's build probably 3 levels of paper. Sounds about right. Because like the way that this scales is going to be dependent on like how much our actual production is at home, and we're never going to be producing enough of stuff at the moment. Yeah, we can do Honduras. I would like we'll probably just march straight through Central America, to be entirely honest, unless somebody else comes out of the woodwork to defend these guys other than the US. Yeah, whatever. All right, Walker, this time just automatically go ahead, click add war reps. Done. Jesus Christ. It's okay. I sound more frustrated than I really am. I'm having a very good time. I'm also very tired and very dumb. Great Britain sided with Honduras. All right, well that's significantly more annoying than the US, because they actually have a land border with us. Yeah, that is a lot spookier. Let's mobilize our generals. I think what we're gonna do is gonna be the same basic strategy of just like defend against great power and try to attack not great power and win war that way. Oh shoot. We should have added war reparations from the British. I'm gonna reload real fast. We gotta do that. We could conquer Stata instead of Puppet, but I like having puppets at this point in the game because it gives you more armies to put on fronts. And I think the easiest ways to win these sorts of wars here are to just make sure that you have people you can put on your fronts. We could just take British Guatemala. Yeah, just take British Guatemala. Just get the Brits out of here. Get them out of here. And don't forget to mobilize your generals, Walker. Jesus, come on. Come on, Walker. Come on. All right. So yeah, let's just capitulate. Normal game plan. Just go do stuff. Yeah, we're taking Belize. I just forgot to add stuff to our war goals in the last one, and oops, we missed it. So we just reloaded in February and did the same thing. Gold rush. Good. Excellent. More gold. That was not a very long gold rush, but okay. See, why is it only at 25? I don't know why it's only at 25 out of 50. Whatever. All right, Great Britain. What do you got? What you got? We got dedicated police force going. Okay. Okay. Well, this is going fine. This is going okay. This is not a problem. But yeah, we could directly conquer Nicaragua, for instance. It's just I do like having a couple of puppets, not necessarily because I'm afraid of getting too much infamy, but I just find it's like useful to have subjects, like as just a managing device for your empire. Yeah, just set up import routes for everything. Or just buy more guns. Just buy more guns. If you're like not sure, how to survive as a small country, just just buy guns. Just buy guns for everybody. There we go. Is there anybody else we can export more dyes to? Sure. Holy cow. We just devoured all of those ports. Mmm. Delicious. Holy mackerel. We just really vacuumed up those ports. Oh! Wait! God. Stop. Stop. Not like this. Why all of a sudden did you guys decide to just go home? Just why? This is absolutely crazy. That wasn't a naval invasion. That was just they just abandoned the front. Right. Okay. We need to set strategic goals. That's maybe that's how you're supposed to get around the, like, people just abandoning fronts, is you have to set strategic goals. I mean, it would be nice if it would just do this better on its own, but like, look, we're gonna get all this territory, and then all these guys are just like hanging out at home. Why are they hanging out at home? Why, just like, God, just defend the front. Just stay in the zone. Stay in the zone. So yeah, it looks like the maybe designating area was the way to get around this, but otherwise it looks like the troops, like, just randomly going home seems to still be an issue. And that's a pretty annoying one. That is a pretty annoying one. Do we have our interest here still? Yes, good. All right. Although this seems to actually just be genuinely the British are just clobbering our troops. Which, that could check out. What trade routes do we have that are inactive? Is this gonna... Wait a second. Is this gonna do this? There we go. Alright, so that removes some of those convoys that are unnecessary. This definitely needs to be automated, right? These guys, they can kill these inactive trade routes. I shouldn't have to go through and close them just to get the convoys back, right? This could be automated. This could be automated. It doesn't even need to be like an automated trigger. It should just be like, if there is an inactive trade route, then it doesn't cost convoys. Like, that doesn't seem that hard to do. Well, all right, yeah, getting crushed by the British here does seem like it's pretty straightforward that they were going to beat us. Let's see if we can, if they're still going to be giving us war exhaustion or not. We might still win because they're going to be ticking down in terms of war exhaustion, but I'm not sure. We'll find out. We do need to recruit a new general though, because it looks like our radical died. Mobilize, defend. Well, all right. There's a colossal army over here. And we could go here. 58, 59 defense. But I think we were ahead enough on war support that they're still gonna surrender. Yeah, why would they go home? There's a job to do here. On that note, it looks like this is gonna work in our favor, that everyone just randomly teleported home, because now we can take on Belize, but that also does not seem like intended, that the British troops who were here just disappeared. Army. All right, so do we need to designate this as an objective to make sure that our troops actually defend it? Is that going to do it? Because there's a 22 stack, and I would like to defend this in the event that the British decide to re-naval invade. I don't know if that's going to work or not. Well, I guess we'll find out. Boy, yeah, I guess we need an arms industry somewhere, because we really can't afford to just keep importing it all of the time. It's expensive. A level 2 arms industry isn't like hilariously oversized. Yeah, the bounce bug is definitely not fixed. I don't think that that's anything malicious. I know that they are aware of it and that they're working on it, but it definitely does not seem to be fixed. Whoa, the UK is absolutely trying to do a naval invasion there, and it looks like they're gonna win, despite us having 72 defense. We were crushing them, and then we rolled different better army conditions and then lost. All right, well, that's something. We could pick up percussion cap. That'd be okay. Yeah, wait, what? Location, standing by. Currently engaged in a battle. I don't know if that's what standing by means, Santa Ana, but, you know, you make your own. Keep your secrets. Keep your secrets, wizard. What? It does seem, I don't know. It does seem like things are struggling here from the UK. They're not having easy landings. Oh Jesus, we don't have any boats, Walker. We don't have any boats. If you don't have any boats, how are we supposed to do any trade? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You're unbelievable. What are the Brits even fighting for at this point? They want a Sonora Treaty port. Okay, so they are going to be able to have yeah, is this still part of the same HQ? Great Plains Pacific Coast? I guess it's all part of the Mexico HQ, isn't it? Yeah, it is. All right, that makes sense then. Here we go. Get out of here, Brits. Yeah, the dev team has literally talked about it on their stream. I'm certain that they are aware and working on it, but yeah, I'm also certain it is not fixed. It might be that it's more easily fixed using designate strategic objective. But yeah, it looks like we're gonna beat the British here. We're gonna get our Honduras puppet in Guatemala. Mexico is strong enough that you can just kind of like do this in 1.1, and I'm not really surprised to see that you can do it in 1.2. But I think it's fun. I like having a good, strong Mexico. Boy, we probably should use some of this dye, shouldn't we? We just have so much of it just laying around. And we should probably fix up our... I mean, we're already building... How much would it cost us to build a shipyard? Because I wouldn't hate having a navy either. Generally speaking, having a navy is pretty good. Yeah, suppress it. Brits, get out of here. Get out of here. Like, just take your stuff and get. I think it's pretty easy to beat the USA. I mean, it kind of depends situationally, right? Like, the more antagonistic you are towards the other great powers, the more complicated your politics are going to become. Because you really don't want to be fighting, like, all of them at the same time. But sometimes you have, like, we've made it so that people are less furious with us, I guess. Right? Yeah, being an ocean away for any power except for the USA is a big deal. Like right here, we are actually gonna definitely win this, air quotes, win this war here, because the AI, rather than prioritizing invading Belize back, prioritize taking their own treaty port territory. But unfortunately for them, we did take control of this earlier in the war, so we're in better shape there. Oh man, we should probably be building more everything. Yeah, let's build. This is build a bunch of. Just build a bunch of gold, Walker. It's not that complicated. Just build a bunch of gold. Build another port here. Build 2 more ports there. There's enough pops, right? Yep, there we go. Beat the British. And now we have infinite money. Oh no, we really do have infinite money. Alright, Jesus Christ, we have infinite money. Alright, let's add a little bit of construction. Mexico still has just like an enormous pool of labor. That's the thing, is that like if your capital has an enormous pool of labor, it's pretty hard to say no to it. Yeah, we probably could build another one in Sonora too. Goldfields, that's fine. We will go ahead and just increase construction on gold mines even further after that. Good. Yeah, the Italian unification has been really, really fast in 1.2. Really, really fast. We'll slow down so we can talk more with chat. But yeah, Italian unification's been really fast on this patch. We'll pop over and see what France is like. Oh, we can't see we have to literally click switch country to see what their money is like. But usually France has been running like max gold reserves at this point. So okay, that seems to not be the case for this run with France. What about Great Qing? Great Qing is at 71.4. Yeah, we're putting construction up. We've got like 3 or 4 more construction sectors queued. 3, yeah. We could put it to the top. It depends on what resources you have, A White, because you do get like the throughput on construction locally, and so if you're going to build a whole lot in one location, then it makes a lot of sense to stack your construction sectors, and so it's pretty usual. I mean, we'll see if France is going to be the one who dominates and smashes everybody, but like I said, this is the 3rd or 4th or 5th game that we've done with 1.1 or 1.2, including like some observations and stuff that may or may not have existed except in my mind. But yeah, I think that, Jesus Christ, way too much money. All right, yeah, let's put another construction sector in. We'll put so many construction sectors in that when the UK money disappears, our economy collapses. That's the only way, right? That's the way cool people build an economy. There, that's it. There's no private construction. It's waiting for funding to become available. It's because we're in agrarianism. There's no private construction going on because we didn't switch into laissez-faire. We could, but I kind of want to ideally do this as an agrarianism Mexico, just to see what it looks like and feels like in 1.2. But if we wanted to really utilize investment pool, then we would want to switch into laissez-faire. And weekly innovation, we're pretty far off from the cap, so we could also increase our weekly innovation if we wanted. Yeah, we have enough infrastructure. We could handle a couple more universities here. And now we've insanely increased our demand for tons of stuff. Great. It's crazy. Why are you importing all of these things, Walker? Why don't you develop a couple of your own industries? You could do that. You could do a couple of your own industries. I mean, hydraulic cranes does increase our max port level, but we're not really going to be able to make good use of that at the moment. I do like central archives when you're going to be doing a lot of trading, because it gives you a ton of extra bureaucracy. Oh, but we need to get down to pump jacks if you're going to do big aggro. Yeah, alright, we need to get down to pump jacks if you're going to do big aggro. Okay, Walker. Yawn. I think that is, though, good advice. If you're going to be building dye plantations early on in the game, because you want to make agrarianism work, I think you need to be able to switch into automated industries or automatic irrigation. It's just a lot better. Railway. Oh, there's rail. Those stupid buttheads built rail in Guatemala before we conquered it. Wait, did we conquer state on Honduras? Honduras is controlled by Honduras. Oh, I just didn't notice what was highlighted. Well, that's a skill issue, Walker. That is a skill issue. All right, so let's see who else we can pick up here. We could puppet Nicaragua or El Salvador, but it is important to note we really don't save a lot of infamy by not just directly conquering them. And so while I was very deliberately trying to have a couple of subjects here, just because I think it's useful to have some troops to put on other fronts for you, we don't have to do that. We can conquer some of Central America the old-fashioned way. Yeah, railway, like, who are they kidding? Why have they got rail out here? Unbelievable. But San Salvador is insanely built up. Look how many construction points have been spent here already. Like, just a lot of industry. Looks like they've built more than Nicaragua. And San Salvador, do you have a level 1 port? Yeah, they have a level 1 port. Let's start taking some of these guys. San Salvador, welcome to New Mexico. New Mexico. Welcome to New Mexico. We hope that your stay is permanent. Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel, we have so much money. Alright, well, we gotta spend it on something. And right now we don't have enough construction points to, like, usefully spend it on anything other than this. We'll spend it on that. If there's one thing that I hate more than reducing taxes, it's going over gold reserves limit. Because that's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Jimmy, we will wage holy war against all this stuff out here, all these railways, but unfortunately we do need to have some in order to do what we're going to try to do, which is, like, if we're going to use big time agrarianism, then you need to be the US has sided against us. All right, well, that's what they usually do. And we will designate a strategic objective. No. Oh god. It doesn't tell you where your strategic objective is. It's just over here. Okay, all right, it's over here. That's how you remove it. Don't look over here, Walker. Look over here. But we activate our conscription centers, yeah. And then you Santa Ana defend, and you attack. Done. I'm just not going to take any war goals against the US. I don't need to. Like, they'll keep intervening like this and keep smashing their heads against us, and we'll keep conquering in Central America, and things will keep moving in the general direction of the US not competing with the flat line that is the Mexican GDP. That's because it's starting in May 1846 for some reason. But because we have these two puppets here, like, we just have a bunch of random troops that are going to be managed by the AI. I think you should be able to assign more than one strategic objective, but I think they're moving in that. I can't speak for for Paradox, but I suspect that they're moving vaguely in that direction. That's the way I'm going to phrase that. I suspect they're moving vaguely in that direction. Fine, we'll research intensive agriculture because we need that for nitro. And then I guess we'll take dynamite donkeys and pump jacks. And we might get tech spread on stuff along the way. Although now we have Atmo engine online, so we kind of do need more coal. And we have a level 1 in Oaxaca. All right. Well, you know, I feel like our government construction is doing fine. God, so many gold mines. We should probably make sure that these are using iron, right? Yeah, duh. Oh, we could even use steel and just import our steel. Let's see if we can do that. Can we import steel from anybody? Boom. Import the steel. Beautiful, beautiful. We can import coal too if we want to, and then we can use the coal productively, hopefully, in here. And then let's see if we can do... There's an HQ without generals. Yeah, there's an HQ without generals. That's okay. That's Dixie. I don't really care. Yeah, I guess coal is probably our next biggest problem, which is why we're fixing it. But we should probably push that higher up on the queue because we can't import anymore, and we're right there at the cap. Yeah, that's okay. And now I'm literally just looking here for anything that's like a government expense that we can fix. Dutch, Spanish. We could buy Spanish guns, sure. Seems like we're always arranging imports on guns and then somebody's canceling them somehow. Is it because we end up at war with them? Is that why? That can't be why. It's got to come from somewhere else. But what? Somebody sell us your luxury clothes. That's what we're really looking for. Well, yeah, we'll export some sugar to Prussia. And the Dutch. And the Russians. And we'll export... Nope. It's not like an infinite number of agricultural goods that you can actually meaningfully export. That's the biggest problem. The U.S. Oh, they're trying to conquer Texas. That's annoying. That is annoying. Oh yeah, if the USA is in a civil war, we will 1,000% support the CSA. Santana, how are you so bad at this? What are you doing? You've been on defense the whole time, son. Alright. Well, the way we can win this, because this war is going on very, very slowly, is we can set everybody on defense, and then these guys will gradually they'll use their higher stats. 63 defense is a lot more than 35 offense. And we should eventually crush the US resistance that way. But the other thing that we could do if we wanted to is switch our barracks up. Now that would be really dangerous initially because it would crush our available convoys. But if we did that, then we would have a lot better stats. Way better stats. Which might be the right thing to do. because then we could push back against the Yanks. Because we kind of do need to get them out of Texas in order to win the war. Yeah, all right, let's switch over to mobile artillery. And this is going to create a demand for ammunition. Okay. And then we need to fix our trade routes. We have no trade routes that are... All right, well, we can remove some that are low value then. Well, that's not like great for that. We could drop our sugar export. Yeah, we'll drop our sugar export to the Prussians. Yeah, we'll drop our... I don't know if we could drop our dye as well, because we are using some dye locally now. Yeah, we could... Oh, it's a less aggressive debuff to switch these secondary things now? We could try to join a decentralized nation fighting back against the U.S. It's just that, like, right now I think we have enough time where we can set our troops onto a different method, let them, you know, get a debuff, and then get enough convoys that we fix everything. I think that's going to be pretty doable. Because we're building 2 more ports here. Could even build a 3rd. Yeah, with a bunch of convoys on the books, we'll be able to like import whatever goods we need in regards to getting like guns for our dudes, which means that once the debuff is cleared from our troops, which it only takes like a year, we should be able to attack back. Yeah, because they're already attacking and losing. At least that's what that last battle looked like. Wait, where in the heck did they go? Where did they go? They're in the walls. We might lose Texas. It's possible, but the war is not that... We're not bleeding exhaustion really fast. Minus 1.77 is pretty slow, and they are currently suffering more casualties than we are, which means that like gradually their war exhaustion is going to tick down as well. The biggest problem for us is our lack of convoys because we're getting naval raided, and we're using so much of them in trade. Yeah, we should probably just drop all of the exports. Like, we'll set them back up whenever we can. But I think for now we need to drop all of them, and then we need to make sure that our trade centers are being subsidized, so that way they can actually pull in goods. Yeah, we'll drop that. We'll set up dye demand goods, and that's okay. Yeah, we just need our ammunition and small arms to be fixed. Unfortunately, building those at home would just be way too slow. Santa Anna, you are just a miserable commander, aren't you? Expert defensive strategist. You should, if that were true, Santa Anna, if that were true, then when you get attacked like this, with 57 defense against 45 offense, and 10 against 8, but they were both starting with full units, you'd expect a little better. Especially because we are out of the reworked, no, are we? Skirmish infantry. There they are. Prime and secondary. That's what they're talking about. Prime and secondary equipment adjustments means it's a lot easier to adjust secondary methods during a war, which I think is generally good. Boy. Oh god. Just deactivate the trade routes that aren't working. It's not that hard. Just deactivate them. Yeah, we're not going to be able to import enough. We just don't have enough. We don't have enough declared interests anywhere. I think we are going to lose Texas here. We could see what happens when we go on the offense, but considering that the U.S. has had time now to actually fully mobilize, they are still in. And they're pursuing this war goal on the behalf of a nation that no longer exists, El Salvador. But we are trading San Salvador for Texas, which sounds like a bad trade, but like right now, this is GDP of 72 and this is GDP of 800. That's fine. I'm not thrilled to be giving the Yankees control of Texas, but we'll be back. So what the hell is going on with these trade routes? It seems like this might be something that isn't working. Yeah, it used to automatically sort stuff to the top of the screen too, but like it seems like there's something broken in trade, because all of a sudden like all of these trade routes just collapsed and it's not entirely clear why. And I don't think it was just entire lack of convoys, because it's not like we really had absolutely no convoys. And it feels like even if that was the case, then there probably should have been something more intuitive. Yeah, I don't know what the hell was going on there. All right. So let's go ahead and set our economy back up. Russian, British, Dutch, New Granada, Russian, British, and I think that's okay. Yeah, it's the open beta's been out for what, like a day. I think there are probably still bugs in the game, but that's okay, right? Like if you're not willing to tolerate the bugs that come with an open beta, then don't play an open beta. Like it's not that hard. I think it feels like there's something wrong with trade, but I'm not sure exactly, because a lot of weird stuff was going on in terms of convoy calculations, and that could have been convoy rating, but it didn't feel like it. It felt like there was something wrong. There we go. We were exporting dyes. The doi. Exporting dyes. Dyes and sugar. There we go. Dyes and sugar. I do like how fast the clicks through here feel. Like I'm used to this trading screen taking like 10 seconds to open up, and it seems to be basically instantaneous at this point, which is very exciting. All right, that seems about right. Set up those trade routes. And then watch as we die because our diplopacts of British war reparations die out. Should probably start constricting our construction sector, honestly. Let's finish building this stuff. Then we'll fix our construction sector, right? That's what we'll do. Santana, what is wrong here, friend? How are you losing these battles? Like, you're a defensive strategist and you're just getting rolled. You're just getting rolled. Alright, Jalisco, this still has the Madre construction. Bajío does not. Bajío, this is a good place to build. We have enough infrastructure. We need to have our own hardwood. I think we need to have our own hardwood. We need to have our own access to arms industries and munitions plants locally. So we need to build a second area for logging camps. So we have Jalisco and we have Chiapas as our two main areas. No, we have Jalisco and Rio Grande. Or San Salvador. Oh my god, San Salvador. You need another port, don't you? You need 2 more ports. Yeah, you know what? Let's give Rio Grande control of a sawmill that uses hardwood. Or gives us hardwood. And then this area, this has the road maintenance. This is on steel tools, which is the issue, is that we don't control our own steel manufacturing yet. So we should actually have multiple steel routes competing against each other. Okay, yeah, that seems fine. We could build some more barracks, but we need to fix our equipment. That's the biggest issue right now. It felt like there was a trade error that broke down there, but we probably could have beaten the U.S. if we had control over our own ammunition. There's no progress in colonization. Colonial exploitation. Oh. No, there's progress here. There's no progress here because we don't have an active interest in the Great Plains because we moved it to the Rhine, so that way we could buy guns from people. But that's I think largely good. We have the colonization going on here where we care about it. We probably need to come up with proportional taxation. It's going to be a lot more valuable to us to have proportional taxation on the books ASAP. Intensive agriculture could be useful if we had more trade going on. Convoys? How do we have all these convoys all of a sudden? Crying out loud. Alright, is there anything else that we can potentially export profitably? Not that you have to balance your imports or your exports, but it generally is cheaper. No? Nobody wants to buy any coffee? Nobody wants to buy any coffee? Nobody wants to buy any coffee, Walker. Well, we could always do more farming here. I'm sure somebody has inexpensive fertilizers. Yep, somebody's got inexpensive fertilizers. Everybody's got inexpensive fertilizers. Done. And it seems like it's crazy, but it's generally useful. Could do vineyards, but I like the split, actually. I could potentially just do this and see... Is there anybody else we could import? Yeah, we can import tools from people. Just import those tools and switch everything over to sawmills. That's fine. And filing cabinets. We could even, if there's enough unnecessary sulfur floating around in Europe, we could also start importing stuff that way. Because you can, if you have enough convoys, you can definitely like set up more advanced methods of production to increase your productivity, like without actually meeting the resource requirements here. So like if we can find someone that we can buy lead off of, then I'm very happy setting up a more advanced method of production that we can't naturally support. Because we have the convoys and the bureaucracy. So this just gets us more employment per location. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Yeah. And then we'll just make sure that we got good imports on everything that we need. Oh, we could even annex Nicaragua. That would be another good way to get hardwood. Russian, yeah, that's fine. British, French, Prussian. We do need we need another place to another interest. That's what I'm looking for. We need another interest. Jeez. All right. Well, we can fix that. We could conquer Nicaragua. I think that's okay. But this is the struggle of agrarianism, right? With agrarianism, there's a finite number of goods that you can build because of the actual things on the ground. And so if we were to be building like a bunch of dye plantations, we would need someone to sell the dyes to in order to use them economically. Whereas like an industrially powerful country can go the other way around a lot more easily. All right. Yeah, we'll stay with this. We need to set up a steel mill. That's what we need. I don't know if I agree if it needs a military stockpile. I feel like what do you think a military stockpile would accomplish? Because I'm not sure what problem that's supposed to be solving. Like, if it's supposed to be solving an issue in the market, then I think that 99% of the time, just fix the real issue in the market and you fix the cascading issue of wanting a stockpile. Because I don't ever feel like I want a stockpile. I don't ever really care that much if I have a stockpile or not. Do wooden passengers here? That's okay. Yeah, we could do that. Gets us a little more transportation in our market. I mean, protecting from raiding, but I think that if you want to protect from raiding better, I think they need to make convoy, like the protect convoy mission, work better, because it right now doesn't work very well. So that's what they should fix. Because stockpiling would dramatically change. It would require them to basically rework the entire market based off of the way supply and demand works. Like it would be an insane amount of work for something. And so if there's an easier fix or a better fix or both, then you should explore that. And I agree. I think that protection from raiding is something that the game needs to fix, but I think the way they need to fix that is by making the button that says protect my convoys work a little better. That one feels like that the real issue at hand is pretty obvious. Because you'd expect that if you had Let's see. Yeah, we'll just recruit you. You're good. We'd expect if we had a commander set to escort convoys that, or patrol coast, that if there was like a naval combat out here between an enemy and your convoys, that your navy would, like protect the convoys, but they don't seem to do that very well. Or if they are, then like I don't know how to demonstrate it, but maybe like show where they are, or like if they're hunting each other in a sea zone, then like visually show the player that. But it does seem like the criticism of protecting from raiding is weird and obtuse. That I 1000% agree with. I don't think works very well. Mosquito is rebelling. Well, all right, that's fine. What are we at? We're at like 0 infamy. We're at 0 infamy. All right. Well, in that case, once we've built whatever we have in these 9 things queued up, we need to add some. We need to add some guns. We need to add some more guns. How are you struggling to produce enough guns when you have a level 2 small arms only? Mexico. What are you doing? What are you doing? All right, well, we'll add a small arms industry here, and we'll switch this one over to cannons as well. And then we'll probably need well, maybe we don't even need an arms industry. Maybe we just need a munitions plant. That's probably enough. Yeah, there is a Diploplay Mosquito. I think we'll probably want to just conquer Nicaragua. That seems like the easiest way here, but I think we probably also do need to have this munitions plant done, which we could just like skip the logging camps. I wouldn't necessarily hate that. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily hate that. Yeah, we can do this. Nitroglycerin. All right. So if we wanted to, we could import some more explosives to dramatically increase our productivity on those boys. That seems pretty good. That seems pretty good. Is there anybody who's going to have cheap explosives, though, is the problem. So if there's nobody who's going to have cheap explosives, then that's going to be pretty rough. Well, we could set it up on the gold mines for sure, and then we'll see how much explosives we can buy. Level 3 and a level 1. We can probably get away with importing this from the British market. But yeah, we just need tools. Kind of no matter what you're doing, you do need tools. Kind of no matter what you're doing. Good. All right. Yeah, you say these are unproductive trade routes, but you don't understand. You don't understand. We need this. We need this. Yeah, we could do an annex diplo play. Absolutely do an annex diplo play. Yeah, we do that right now. I mean, if it's possible that the Yanks will intervene here, which would be kind of annoying, but we'll cross that. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. And designate. Oh, right. We have to take it off of there and designate there. There we go. That's a strategic objective. But yeah, if we can annex and incorporate Guatemala, that would be a big deal. But I don't know if we're gonna be well set up to do what we were hoping here, which is make an insanely strong rural folk. Because I really do think that if you're trying to do a really strong rural folk, you do need to be playing where you have access to silk, cotton, and dyes, and Mexico doesn't have silk, so it's kind of tough. I think maybe if you want to go super agricultural ultra route, then you play as Japan. That could be a different thing that we could do as Japan. This is harsh aggressive, a white. Like I always play on harsh aggressive unless it's something else like a speed run. But even then, I usually play on harsh aggressive just for fun. But of course, this is the beta patch, and so it's certainly possible that the AI behaviors are not finished. Oh boy, it's already 5 o'clock. Yeah, so if you were to be doing Mexico colonize Japan, it would almost certainly be better to be Japan colonize Mexico. But yeah, I mean, we could do the next campaign after Her Majesty's government would be agrarianism shogun, agrarianism Japan, like the Ikoiki, instead of what we saw in Mandate of Heaven, where it's the Oshio coup. We could do Ikoiki and have the rural folk be in supreme command. I think that largely the concept of a stockpile is already in the game in the way that input goods and stuff work. Who's on the side of Guatemala here? Nobody. What is happening? How is this territory under it? How's this territory under the occupation of our puppet? I don't know. I don't know. That's crazy. But like, it feels like, generally speaking, a lot of the things that stockpiling are designed to fix probably should be fixed in an easier way. Because if you introduce stockpiling, you make everything like insanely complicated for no reason. We are no longer getting British money, so we need to reduce the size of our construction sector. Sorry guys, no more British money. Not for now. You're all fired. Okay. Well, we can't import any more explosives, so we are going to need to get some of our own explosives online. But that's okay. We can do that too. Industry, chemical plants, no chemical plants anywhere. But we could build a chemical plant in Jalisco. Just all the industry in the capital. That's it. It's the only place anyone's allowed to work is the capital. Yeah, I don't know how we would theme it. But I mean, or we could play as a different character. We could play as Great Ching. We could play as like the supreme farm Great Ching. What if we tried to get the rural folk as powerful as possible in Great Ching? Yellow Turban Rebellion. That might be fun. I don't know. That could be fun. Great Ching does have access to all of the things you need to really do well as an agricultural empire. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's what we'll do. So, all right, the people who are here. Here's what happened yesterday. I recorded 2 episodes of Her Majesty's Government, and then discovered that I did not have the mic on. But I remember exactly what happened in the episode, and I think I know how to do an overdub now with DaVinci Resolve. But is it worth it to do that, or should I just go ahead and like reshoot it? Because the thing is that like I think ultimately it would be around the same amount of work to reshoot it versus do an overdub. But like I wouldn't hate doing an overdub. That might be a fun little like challenge for me. All right, what are they demanding? They're demanding that we return New Mexico. They're demanding that we return New Mexico. Yeah, we could do Heavenly Kingdom. Heavenly Kingdom is one of those things where I think it would be a little better if we had like more understanding, more complete understanding of what makes Heavenly Kingdom actually operate. Because I gotta tell you, like I could not tell you how to force Heavenly Kingdom to fire initially, like with a console, because that would be a way to do it, right? That would be a way to do it. Yeah, we'll return Texas. Probably will not be able to return Texas, but we'll find out. Santana, this time. You got it? This time you are an expert defensive strategist, and you're a surveyor. You can do this, right? You can do this. You've got the strategy. You got this, the ability to defend, right? Defense. Push them back. If you say it enough, then you can defeat the Americans. Push them way back. All right, sugar, that's fine. We could export. Nope, can't export wine. We have like an insane number of extra unused convoys here, so we should be able to get stuff through the American death trap here. It doesn't spawn the Heavenly Kingdom. All right, yeah, I feel like that's one of those things where personally I would love to see a DLC about Qing for Victoria 3, because it doesn't feel like it's completed yet. It does seem like there's still some stuff missing. Oh crap, yeah, your strategic area. Where's the strategic area? It's nowhere. Mexico has the maximum number of strategic objectives. What does it have the maximum number of strategic objectives? All right, well, you know, that's okay. That's not necessary, I don't think. I hope it's not necessary. I guess we'll find out if it's not necessary. Is there anybody we can buy more clippers from? Not really. We have an uprising of natives. Boxer Rebellion is it's so impossible to consistently. Yeah, I've never seen. I'm not even sure. Right? Yeah, like I have no idea how to consistently reliably trigger that, because it doesn't seem to respond to any sort of normal inputs. Right? Like if I were playing Victoria 3 and I wanted to fire Great Qing, then I would beat the crap out of them, right? That's what I would do. It's in the Honduran. Well, that's okay. If it's in the Honduran strategic area, then that's fine. It's not hurting anybody. No, it says it's not there, and that's not doing it either. Oh, why? Don't go to fight don't fight the Americans. Go fight them. Go fight the Apache. They were supposed to capitulate that earlier, but it doesn't seem to be here, because it's not coming back, and it's not here either. So I don't know. It seems like our strategic objective has broken, but that's okay. It's not that important. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. If freaking Santa Ana can use 72 defense, how are you losing this battle? Your troops are well equipped and don't have any sort of debuff from re-equipping Santa Ana. Like, I don't know. I don't know. That does not seem like it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. That's not even true, A White, because like that's or if it is, then that's not working correctly. Because I've literally played as Qing, and the very first thing that we did was kick the Portuguese out of Macau, and the second thing that we did as a part of that was also fight a war with the UK, where we won and prevented them from getting a treaty port here, and we still ended up with the Heavenly Kingdom firing, and so no, Santa Ana is designed to lose to Texas, but he doesn't have any character modifier that reduces his stats. He's just rolling like crap. He's getting some victories, but not enough. Not enough. Because his stats are much better than what he's actually producing here. This one's a little forgivable considering he's outnumbered 2-1, but he's only outnumbered 2-1 because he lost like the first 6 battles of the war for no reason. Santa Ana, you giant dumbhead. Well, at least we annexed Honduras, so that's part of Mexico now. We can incorporate it too. We could also make sure that all of our government buildings are switched over. They are. Okay. I don't know if we have enough glass to cover for that. We definitely don't have enough coal for that. We could do Bessemer process if we had easy and reliable access to iron and coal. We have... well, all right. Yeah, okay. Let's do it. Let's do Bessemer process. All right. There we go. Donation of knowledge. Wonderful idea. Wonderful idea. Stop attacking the Yanks. Come on, guys. Expert defensive strategist. Paul Lockwood. Yeah, they like... if you force them, we forced them to lose a treaty port in Beijing to release Manchuria and Yunnan and like a giant slice of like the central China, and like they still didn't get anywhere. Like we didn't get any sort of destabilization events in Qing, so I'm not sure what caused it. We may never know. We didn't annex the native uprising. Yeah, you don't annex native uprisings anymore. You get right to colonize, but I don't see what that does. Yeah, I don't see what that does. We have colonization rights. Oh, it increases the speed at which the country granted colonizes their territory and lasts the duration of the truce. Oh, that's what that does. All right, that's cool. That's how you get rights to colonize. Well, all right, that's fun. All right. Well, see, but what you're supposed to do, Santa Ana, is you're supposed to start winning these battles first. If you win them first, then the rest of the war is easier, right? That's a pro gamer. That's a pro gamer strat, Santa Ana. It's like don't save your good rolls until later. Take them up front, and then go in and do the other stuff. Let's see, how much have they lost here? I don't know if we want to set our troops on the offense, because like we don't have a lot of pops, but We also kind of need to take Texas back. We got max. We got max. Max. We got max. We don't need max. We can do max mid. 3-5 will do fine here. Oh, we need higher taxes. Dedoy. Yeah, I think Ching just needs... I think Ching needs some more work. I think Ching needs more work. That's all. But I think it'll probably be coming. I think it needs some more work, and I think that work is probably coming. Oh! Santana... God... 74 defense. Cannot defend anything. Cannot defend anything. Armies. Nope. No more conscription centers can be activated. And California is incorporated. It's possible that Santana does have a secret debuff, actually. Like, this is just ridiculous how badly he's rolling. And it might be that the best way to play as Mexico is to just fire him immediately and then just find a different character who doesn't suck. Because he's just getting thrashed. Enlistment Decree isn't going to make him suck less. Enlistment Decree doesn't really do a lot. It's just conscription rate and training rate. So Enlistment Decree is going to allow us to add more conscripts to like Mexico or whatever, but that doesn't really fix the issue of Santana losing battles that he really has absolutely no right to lose. There's something else going on there, and if there's something else going on in terms of these stats, it's not apparent. We were outnumbered, but not only because we were losing. Yeah, Santa's skill issue, Anna might be it might be meta to just fire him on day one. It seems like he's got something going on. Yeah, because this guy's doing fine. Santana, are you literally programmed to be horrible? That'd be funny. That'd be really funny. That would be pretty hilarious. Santa's skill issue, Anna. If that is the case, then we should probably recruit a different general. Alright. Not Shell Shock. Jesus Christ. I mean, this guy's okay. Persistence of fine ability. Surveyor's pretty good. I wish this dude didn't have psychological affliction, shell shock, and landowners. then he might be pretty solid. But as it stands, it looks like no. Yeah, Santana does get popularity bonuses. But I just like I don't know if I care about giving him popularity bonuses. So like don't see how he has maintained this popularity, considering that he has definitely lost some serious battles recently, but it hasn't knocked against him somehow. Okay, well, you know, we can build... we need more clippers. Probably should build a shipyard. Probably should have built a shipyard a while ago. Yeah, Jalisco or Yucatan? Yeah, we can build Jalisco. And we will start with just clippers. That'll be good. That'll be good. I mean, it doesn't seem possible that these guys are just getting rolled because they there aren't enough of them. Not at this point in the game. There's got to be something else going on here. Francisco, I don't think it is. We got 39 listed up there. All right, well, we could add more infrastructure in Arizona. I'm kind of curious, actually, what the way to get agrarianism to really pop off as a country is, because I really do think that you do have to have access to, at the very least, like a triple queue here. I think you need silk, dyes, and cotton, which means that I think if you want to play agrarianism, you kind of have to play right here. I don't see how else you're supposed to sustain things, because like you really need ways to have like tons and tons and tons of people employed on profitable crops, and like you just can't have insanely profitable coffee plantations. It's not possible. Like if you conquered the UK, you would have a lot of pops that demand a lot of tea, and if you conquered China, you have a lot of pops that are demanding opium if they lose the opium war. But like I think largely, if you want to play agrarian, and you have to play where you have access to silk, dyes, and cotton. I don't think that you can do it with Mexico. I think it's Mexico you have to go laissez-faire, because we're just like hilariously weak right now, and that's after having taken British war reparations. Now there might literally be a bug with Santa Ana. I'm not sure, but it does seem like Mexico at least probably is not the country that I would recommend doing agrarianism with. I don't know. I'm not sure who like, because agrarianism is also like, is it designed to actually be able to compete with the later game economic systems? I don't think it should necessarily be able to compete with those. I think it should be a little weaker, but then you have to like figure out where you can accept that weakness. And you can't have anarchy, so you have to have, you could try to conquer stuff in Great Qing, but if you do Mexico and you just try to attack China at the same time as the Opium Wars, that would be the first couple of years, right? So you have to basically immediately start building a navy in order to be of any use, because you have to be able to land troops on Taiwan, right? Which just seems like it would be a giant hassle. All right, well, we can see if it's possible. We're also just gonna fire Santa Ana right away. Like in the event that he is in fact like cursed, I don't want him in the government anymore. Triple landowner. All right, that's pretty cool. Well, we'll just hire and fire somebody. I think it's doable. I just don't know if it's like worth it is the thing. All right, well, there's a jingoist. How do we roll hedonist bandit in the exact same spot twice? All right, let's see. Is this a cruel traditionalist or a cruel traditional commander? No. All right, so it's just random chance that we got something weird there. That's fine. I don't think it is, unfortunately, a white, because I think in order for you to really benefit from being a subject to an industrial power, you need the industrial power to be building a good industry, which means that the success of your economy is dependent upon the success of the economy of an AI, which is very dangerous. I think if you're going to play agrarian, I think you do have to literally play Great Qing, that's fine. Great Qing is strong enough that you can do whatever you want to with it. But I think if you're going to do it, then you have to play as Great Qing, and you specifically need to like conquer other places and then industrialize the crap out of those other places, but then not core them. And then if you do that specifically, or if you core them while also remaining on like racial segregation and state religion, and you just like conquer parts of Europe, core them, and then like don't ever give those people political rights, then that could get you there. But even then, you'd have issues with just like huge number of Chinese people moving there, and then they would have capitalists, and then you'd have no political power for rural folk. So yeah, I think you'd need. I mean, Preaching is almost certainly still just ridiculously, hilariously overpowered in Vicky 3, 1.2 if I had to guess. It looks like the same fixed setup here. I don't see any. Jimmy, do you see anything different in terms of the basic distribution? It doesn't look. It looks pretty similar here. This looks similar. Everything else looks similar here. And of course, playing as Great Qing, you do have the little side benefit of that of the sericulture technology. So your silk plantations are just going to be better, and so you get more out of building them, and therefore you should be building them more, right? That makes sense. If they're better, then you should build them more. So we should start with just pushing for serfdom removal. And then I guess at this point, yeah, I don't see anything different. This all looks similar, other than like the UI is obviously pretty different. Oh, right. If we're gonna, does market liberal prefer agrarian to traditionalist? I don't think it does. I'm not sure actually. We'll pick up romanticism anyway. Yeah, I don't we'll find out. I actually don't remember. Boom, boom, and then we'll start one here. And then we'll do resource industry here. And I'm not going to bother with that because we'll do construction. Everybody get iron buildings. Everybody gets iron. You get 10 stack. You get 5 stack. You get 5 stack. And then you get 10 stack. And 10 stack. Alright, there we go. Mid, high, politics. Alright, reform, bring in the rural folk, bolster, stab. The scholar officials are only at -9. -9 is not -10. So we are not facing a rebellion. We will certainly see a movement to oppose it. That'll add stall chance. But that's like the general setup right now for Qing. I think that the way that the laws probably could work a little smoother would be if they made it so that there was like a, rather than a % chance of success at the end, the way that a plot works in CK3, where it like has to make multiple rolls. I mean, it could have just been a small N, but like it was hilarious how bad Santana was holding a front over there. It could have also been that he was just like consistently outnumbered. I'll have to check, but it really felt like he was underperforming where his stats were. But that could have been they were just outnumbered. That can do it too. All right, Russian guns, Spanish guns, Sikh guns, but not British guns. We're not messing around with those British guns. Export sugar to Russia and the Dutch. The Spanish, maybe the Spanish. I don't know. We'll see. Is there anybody else? We want to set up some sawmills here, I think. Yeah, that's okay. That's good. Well, tech doesn't matter. Like, the stats are what matters, right? That's what Theodoros teaches you. Like, the being ahead or behind on technology doesn't matter if your total stats are higher. There's not a secret benefit to being in skirmish infantry beyond plus stats. So, generally a little better. All right, we need to get our trade routes finished, and then we can finish setting up our outliner walker. How do you not have your state set up? How do you not have your state set up? Show me on the map right here, infrastructure, because it's right here when we want to build in things, right? It's right here. You got infrastructure right here, but we should have infrastructure right here because that's what we should be looking at. Yeah, tech can get you better stats, but like we had 77 defense and they had 55 offense, and we were just getting completely dumpstered in that entire war the entire time. So there was something else going on. It could have been an outnumbered thing, but we also had much higher professionalism because we had professional army, and national militia doesn't like get better than professional army unless you have access to like the really high level techs. So like they shouldn't have been pushing that hard. Hey, great, we got serfdom abolished. Oops. That's, you can do that. You can do just set up and roll it. All right, so now we want to go ahead and set up export here, because now we can actually use a market liberal. Import. All right, yeah, ban the opium trade. You can also save scum, but my understanding is that some of these things you can't save scum directly. Like they're fixed at the roll, because it used to be that you could reset them really easily, right? It used to be that literally all you needed to do in order to reset your roll was just increase or decrease taxes by 1 tick, because that would change your legitimacy in a way that would move the needle as to when it was rolled. Whatever, we'll just take a few loyalists. Doesn't matter, we're not really doing any political things here other than trying to use our corn laws setup. Oh, whoop, there we go. To eventually empower the rural folk. But can you still re-roll like your rolls on your laws with safe scumming, Jimmy? I haven't seen that for laws anymore. Not with the legitimacy rework, at least. Import some more tools. That's fine. We can import some more tools. We can even build some more tools. And we've got, okay, we got our ban opium on the books. Great Britain, are you gonna just like be good here? Great Britain, are you good? Are we good though? Are we gonna fight? We're not gonna fight, right? We're good. We're cool. Everything's fine. Yeah, we'll export a bunch of. So we'll sell a whole bunch of silk. Those British love buying silk. And we don't have enough industry going on right now that I'm particularly interested in sitting on all this extra agricultural stuff. And maybe that's how we started, like, exporting agricultural goods to the rest of the world. Yep, export to Britain. All right, so they have started their little war. We will see what happens. In 1.1.x, it was pretty easy to demand recognition and war reps, and then just land on Singapore. We'll see if that maintains, if that's still true. Scholar officials are only at -2 right now, so we could probably fire some bad scholar official. I'm sure there's some of them. Like, this guy's terrible. Yeah, get out of here. You're fired. Minimum wage. Do it. Yeah, we just mobilize everybody. It's good enough. So yeah, I don't know if there's like an issue with or what we were experiencing with the convoys with Mexico. It seemed like either we had just like swamped the market in a way that it just wasn't working anymore with like adding too many trade routes, but like all of a sudden we just had 1,000 inactive trade routes, and we didn't lose our interest in the Rhine. And it wasn't like we lost all of our interests with one specific country. We just like lost a bunch of it looked as though we'd lost an interest, but we still had the one, and it was still fixed in the Rhine. So I'm not really sure what the issue was there. Let's see. War with Great Britain has broken out. Oh my god. Alright. Naval invade. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Yeah, so Jimmy, I can't actually tell if they've fixed like AI without doing enough observer runs, because I've really only done like a little bit of them. But it generally seems to be building up at least a larger construction queue, like faster, which is generally a good thing, right? The more construction that it's doing, generally speaking, the better. Because at least if it's building a whole lot, then it's going to be able to fight back more effectively. Okay, so we were able to secure control of Singapore. And now we see what happens when the British roll in. Okay, so it does seem like numbers, like literal troop size, army size, does seem to be functioning a lot better than it used to be. I don't know. They didn't look like they had rebalanced anything, but like this is exactly the sort of fight where I wouldn't expect the casualties to be this lopsided. Not where we're like defending with a lower stat overall. Especially because this is like the normal lineup is like 33-22. Okay, well that's interesting. That means that the meta might be now shifted. The AI wanted to go to war as much as humanly possible with the player, but like didn't really care about everything else, right? Which was a form of something. I don't know if it necessarily challenge is the right word, but it was definitely a form of something. You know what, we'll just build a size 21 university, right? That's cool. We can build a size 21 university. And then we'll click higher learning in like 6 months. Or not 6 months. In 60 days, 2 months. We'll have enough weekly innovation coming in that we should be okay. Literacy rate. Oh, wow. The literacy rate Whoa. The literacy rate in China looks a lot lower, right? It didn't used to start at 10.2% in Japan. That's rebalanced. That is 100% rebalanced. Something's definitely new there. That is definitely new. Also, you start with a considerably lower standard of living, but that's sort of a function of what we're doing here. I think now we're going to take throughput, because now we've built some more construction on universities. Okay, so are we... So far we're doing okay. I mean, like, the British have bounced off of Beijing a couple of times, and we have control of Singapore. So the first Opium War, at least from the perspective of Great Qing, seems to be largely the same. That's okay. That's fine. Yeah, we could build actually a little more in terms of our construction sector. I like having a little bit of construction started up in a couple of serious big time locations. Yeah, 50 innovation is way too high a baseline. I agree. I think that it should probably be more like 20 to 30. I don't know exactly which number it should be in that range, but it feels like you tech way too fast without having to do investment. But I think that's also kind of there because if they didn't have that going on, then they would probably end up with a bunch of countries that just couldn't do any technology at all. Because you'd need much stronger AI, right, in order to meaningfully build up a good university system with most countries. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, we don't really care about. We'll get mortality from better technology. Okay, well, it seems as though, yes, winning the first Opium War as Great Qing remains basically the same. Basically the same. Yeah, I agree 100%. I think, well, no, it's not, it's too complex for the AI right now, right? I think it's important to highlight right now in that sentence, because I think that the AI eventually will probably be able to play the game well enough that they can implement better things here. I think it's just struggling with some stuff at the moment. All right, a new leader for our age. We did it. Except now we have to wait for 13 more months before we can get something else. But we could move into agrarianism. The rural folk would endorse it, and everybody else would be like neutral. So that's fine. Yeah, let's do agrarianism. No. No defensive pacts. Get out of here. The AI mod, yeah, they should definitely be doing a lot of AI improvements first, just like basic AI concepts before they do a lot of mechanical changes, but maybe they can do them both simultaneously, right? That's all. Like, I don't think it's unreasonable to say maybe they can do them both simultaneously, but they should make that call for themselves. Boom, import, and can't import anymore. Okay. The British are gonna land in Beijing. What are we gonna do? Wait. Oh my god, was the private construction building an iron mine? Private construction's building an iron mine? On traditionalism? Whoa. Well, that's interesting. We should probably set up some import routes on paper, considering that we're going to be doing just like a lot of paper construction here. Yeah, we could import some wood from Sikh and Persia. So there are some people who have done some good who've done some good AI mods, like Anbuilds and Lotus, although Lotus is not really supported anymore. But there have been good AI mods for the game. I don't think you should have to use them though in order to have like a good experience with the AI. That's just like my opinion. I think that the vanilla AI should be able to do it on its own, and that mods should be, at least in like, not saying like should or shouldn't as in good or bad, but like what I look for in a mod, I look for total conversion mods, because I think that like I expect the AI to behave similarly unless it's being designed for a specific thing across like a bunch of different games or a bunch of different mods. Well, the Brits have pushed into our territory, but unfortunately we are still going to beat them because we've controlled our war goal a lot longer than they have. And at this rate, it's just a matter of patience. So, Jimmy, have you played any of the other Paradox Interactive games? I know you've played CK3, but did you ever play like Hoi 4? The Emperor's will be done. Cool. We're gonna piss off the scholar officials by forcing through agrarianism. That makes sense. I feel like there's some games in the Paradox library, like EU4 and Hoi 4, that have like air quotes better AI, but it's because of the pseudo railroading which they've been given. And I think that the AI in Vicky 3, it's not that it's necessarily a good or a bad setup. I think it's a very clever setup. I'd love to see it work. But it's supposed to be derived from these strategies, and it seems to be like very complicated to set up and calibrate well. Because again, like we just like don't know what the expectations should be on game release. Why are we winning here? Why are we winning here? Is it literally just numbers? Yeah, it seems to literally just be numbers. Okay, well, wow, look at that. Look at that battle. Oh, man, look at that battle. Flip, 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 flip. Oh, my God. You guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely ludicrous. But, like, some of the railroading that is in some of those other games, I find is personally relatively inoffensive railroading. Like, the railroading in Hoi 4 comes from the focus trees, and if you have, like, a different... If you set it up as ahistorical and they start going down a different railroaded path, then they feel different, and I think that can be fun. Like, I think that ultimately the I think ultimately it does still feel kind of samey when you're playing through, like a Central Powers Germany AI for the fourth time or whatever. But like the first time you play against it, it's kind of fun. It's a novel experience, and I think that depending on what you're looking for in a Paradox Interactive game, I think it can be what people are looking for. It can be good. It can be good. It can be good. I need more iron. Always need more iron. Maybe you could just build a 21 stack walker. Maybe you just do that. Maybe just do that. Are we, how far over innovation cap are we? We're a little over innovation cap. We're not like hideously over it. But when you start way behind on technology, it can actually be good to just push it anyway. Building stuff above your innovation cap means that you just get more tech spread. The only downside is that building a whole bunch of universities doesn't really like advance your economy particularly well. Yeah, focus trees I think definitely are a good air quotes good way to do it if that's what you're going for. I think that I generally agree with the existence and implementation of focus trees in Hoi 4. I don't know about in Vicky 3. I like the mission system in EU4 feels like it might be a more natural fit. But I really am not sure. Well, we could increase attraction to the rural folk, but it's always enactment success chance. Always enactment success chance. Alright, well, we could execute some opium smugglers. I mean, we're already fighting the British. Leave them be. Stock exchange, awesome. So as soon as agrarianism is done, then we can push free trade. Boy, maybe we want central archives then. Yeah, let's just rush some society techs, pick up central archives. The central archives does make your bureaucracy like hum without construction points. And we will tech relatively quickly off of tech spread here. We could probably even increase our construction even further. I think Beijing's important enough that I don't want to do that, but we'll add another 5 stack into Guangdong, that's fine. Medical degrees? Sure. We'll just pair up our actual innovation with weekly innovation, and this is going to help us reduce the total cost here on central archives. It's sort of like teching it at the same time, and there's a chance that we end up hitting the requirement. Wait, did we win? Did we? Yeah, we beat the British. We beat the British. Hooray! When did that happen? Well, I guess it's not that important. We beat the British. That's what's important. Now we can't pass free trade until after we've completed Opium Crisis. So like if you're really afraid of losing your market liberal, then you can wait on corn laws for Qing until after you've passed your Opium Crisis. But I think it's okay. I think it's fine. I think you'll be fine. Sure. Okay, so now we want to be fishing for rural folk commanders. Confucian scholars aren't bad either. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Maybe we clean out some of these guys. An expert offensive planner is okay though. You're terrible. You're retired. Go home. Oh, not really, Jimmy. We're just kind of like hanging out. Oh, there is a I'm gonna play a 4x at some point on the channel sometime soon from THQ Nordic, which looks like it's gonna be a lot of fun. So you could check that out if you want to see something different. But it's mostly just gonna be Vicky 3 stuff, because this does look like a meaningful step forward here. This does look like it is going to be a meaningful step forward in terms of AI behaviors, or at least a meaningful, like, different direction. Dude, our university is going to be huge. Everybody's going to love the Chinese university system in this universe. I guess we could start researching central archives. Currency standards is okay. Colonization will be all right. Nah, yeah, let's take empiricism, and then we'll take central. Yeah, landowners are definitely also more powerful. You're right. I don't know what we could see. Let's see. What is Great Britain at now? Outliner. So now Great Britain's at 6.6%, but you're right. It seemed like they were generally across the board a little bit higher, which might be a cascading effect, because I heard that they were doing some sort of GDP rebalance. Jimmy, have you watched the interview between OPV and Mikhail Anderson? Oh my god, 91%. 91%. Yeah. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. Yeah, after empiricism, we do definitely need standardized filing systems, because we're going to be at like negative 3,000 bureaucracy once this passes. You should watch it. It's a great interview. It's like 50 minutes long, but I watched the whole thing. It's very, very good. There's a lot of really fun interaction there, but I think the best part about it is just like hearing more from Paradox about their development goals for Victoria 3. I think it's very good. I think it's very good. It's very, very good. Yeah, flashback to UO4 Sieges. Like, this happens every single time. Every single time. Some law for me ends up going to like 89% before it finally passes. Come on, agrarianism. No! Oh my god. There we go. Let's screenshot that. Unbelievable. All right, now we're gonna research central archives. There we go. That did mean like a meaningful delay here on our railways, but I think it's useful, because this is gonna give us plenty of bureaucracy to trade with. All right, what we gotta build some more. This is just not enough construction. Not enough construction. Labor. Where's all our labor? There's a ton of it in Jiangxi. All right, yeah, we'll just dump a 5-stack there, dump a 5-stack here. We're not gonna develop those areas particularly a whole lot right now, but we are gonna want to have them set up for once we have railways, because then they'll go crazy. They'll go crazy. Agree. Yeah, you can't do this to me. It says 100%. This can't be one of those paradox math things where 100% isn't 100%, or I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. All right, good. Paradox, he's so crazy. All right, let's see here. What are we doing? What do we got? We need to move into free trade. We need to move into free trade. Yeah, let's move into free trade. The rural folk will oppose it, though, so we have to kick the rural folk out of government. Sorry, rural folk. Thanks for all your hard work. See you on the flippity flip, as the young people say. I don't think they say that, though, is the other thing. I do not think the young people say flippity flip. Oh, actually, we can't pass free trade. We can't pass free trade, Walker. Don't kill the opium crisis, Walker. You have to maintain eye contact 100% of the time. All right, we'll come back to do free trade. We'll come back. We'll come back for you. In the meantime, I don't think there's anything else we really want to be adjusting here. Oh, the new stuff here in terms of the economic laws, it's pretty interesting, right? So agrarianism, we are able to access farmers in our investment pool now. I do wish that it showed us somewhere. Where is it? Who is giving us the money? Who is giving us the money? Because that seems to be the thing that indicates what it's gonna be spent on, right? Oh, we don't have any government constructions. All right, let's fix that up. I guess we should probably just build more tooling workshops and iron mines. It's like, that's not like the cool thing that all the young people who are into post-industrial economies are into, but it is the like reasonable measured thing that probably should be done. Boo, boo, the reasonable and measured thing that should probably be done. Boo. All right, so that would be 17, that'd be 34. So we can't do exactly 34 without crashing that, but we can do that. That's okay. Yeah, 1.2 is looking like broadly across the board an improvement. I think I'm pretty happy with what we're seeing here. We could also just end corn laws, right? We could just end corn laws. We don't actually need to be in corn laws anymore. We're not reserving the loyalists for anything. We already got the leader. Yeah, all right, let's just end corn laws. End corn laws. Let the grain trade begin. But yeah, it does feel like the general direction for Victoria 3 has been good. I think 1.2 wasn't even like necessarily a bad direction. It's just it didn't feel like it was. It felt like it was rushed out the door. It really felt like they finished the they finished it and released it, and there were some things that were unintentionally allowed to slip through the cracks, and that was pretty bad. Because I feel like, broadly speaking, 1.1.x did not play as well as 1.0.x, but this looks like it's good. This looks like it's good. I am excited to be playing on this. I am afraid in terms of how far some of this is gonna go, but this looks exciting. This looks exciting. This looks exciting. Good. Okay, that's all good. That's all running. We got Central Archives, that's 22 months. And in the meantime, we're only suffering 20% tax waste. I don't care. That's fine. 20% tax waste is whatever. 20% tax waste, 20% tax waste, as I always say. 20. Have you guys seen Numberwang? Now we're getting into, like, this stream has been going on long enough that I'm starting to regret saying that we're gonna do it until Eileen gets home. But if you haven't seen Numberwang, then you absolutely should watch it. You should watch Numberwang, and you should watch Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. Those are both incredible. What else is good? I haven't seen any of Last of Us yet, but I mean, I've played the video game. I can't imagine that the show. Yeah, that's Numberwang. Shinty 6. That's Numberwang. Man, Jesus Christ. Cheese and crackers. We have way too little construction. Well, that seems like a skill issue, Walker. It does seem like a skill issue. There we go. That's enough construction. We got 25 million gold reserves. We can get through that somehow. That's number Wang is just the it's just it speaks to me on a primal level. Oh yeah, but if you haven't seen Don't Hug Me I'm Scared, then and you like Too Many Cooks, then you should definitely watch Don't Hug Me I'm Scared. It's great. It is great. It's A plus. It'll make you scream. It'll make you crazy. Me too, Colby. I really like After the End. So we are gonna do more After the End content, I promise. It's just that right now I'm having like really, really, really brutal problems with stability, and I just can't get the game to run. Unfortunately, I'm getting crushed like every I don't know. I'm getting crashed to desktops like once or twice a year right now on After the End, and considering that it takes like 5 minutes to load the game back up, it's not worth it for me to try to turn that into content. Unfortunately, so like the After the End lore videos, I'll probably keep working on, but the gameplay videos, it's literally either I roll back to Open Beta 1, which did work after it spent its first little while crashing, but it did work after you got through to the loaded screen. But it's either that or I just wait, because other like I can't get it to run, not consistently, not long term. I mean, we could do. It doesn't really matter. We could do authority. We could do minimum wealth. That would dramatically increase our standard of living, but not in a necessarily productive way. It'd be dangerous. We could turn the entire stream into a conversation about Santa Ana. Have you guys seen anything about Mike? Have you seen or heard anything from Mike Duncan? Oh right, jeez, we finished the opium thing. Now we get to do free trade. Duh. Oh right, and we finished that. Duh. God Walker. God, I love bureaucracy. There, we fixed 3,000 bureaucracy in one technology. They said it couldn't be done. Oh, yeah. Well, so Colby, do you know that A Canticle for Leibowitz is actually like in real life one of the inspirations for After the End? It is in fact exactly from that. So Mike Duncan, he does like podcasts and stuff, but he does podcasts about like revolutions. If you like this game, then you should at least listen to probably the French Revolution series, but depending on where you're playing in the world, I would probably encourage people to play more than just to listen to just one episode, because they're all good. They're all so good. They're all so good. Also, the South America one is really good. Look at this. It's 1844. Look how fast the game is running, and I can scroll around the map, and I can scroll in, and it only chugs like a tiny, tiny bit. Are we gonna do it in Europe? Oh my god, we could even scroll and we can even zoom in Europe without a crash to desktop. This is bananas how much faster it is. Yeah, the Revolutions podcast. The Revolutions is Mike Duncan. He's the same guy. He also did History of Rome. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Yeah, I'm telling you, I was worried about like what we were going to be doing February and March, cuz like I couldn't figure out like a different game to run alongside Victoria 3 and CK3 After the End, and Victoria 3 was slow as shit and was really bumming me out, and After the End was crashing all of the time. the like 8 hours that I've spent on this have been incredibly smooth, like incredibly smooth. This, I don't know, I don't even know if the AI is like way better optimized or not, but frankly I don't care. Like they'll get there. If the game is consistently this fast and this well optimized, I'll play the crap out of it. If we have to play on mods to come up with more flavor and stuff, then we will. Because I like, look, this is really good. This is really good. Oh, once stability is fixed, then we'll just be playing after the end, like often and consistently enough that we're gonna have to play everywhere at some point, because I love that universe so much that I can't stay away from it, even when it hurts me. Um, even when it forces me to waste entire days trying to get the mod to run, I'll still do it, because like a fiend, I can't say no. I love post apocalypse so much. Yeah, right? Like it, if it's I don't know if it's this fast in the 1880s or not, but even if it's not, like this is so much faster that I can't say no. But it is going to be one of these things where for Vicky 3 in particular, I want to be playing on this patch, and so it's an open beta, and so I'm gonna probably still want to do shorter campaigns, so we won't be playing into the into 1936 still, which works because apparently the private constructions might not be working. But what, like, we'll be doing a lot of Vicky 3, kind of no matter what. I do think I'm probably gonna try out this game by THQ Nordic. It's like a 4X fantasy thing, but like this is so unbelievably fast, like unbelievably fast that we're getting this stuff done. I can't say no. I can't say no. And I do want to make the dream of an agrarian economy work. I think probably it is something like Great Ching, or if not Great Ching, then someone immediately near it. Because the thing is that in order to make an agrarian economy work, you do need to own industry somewhere in a non-cord area. So I guess you could do it where is you just like build tons of industry in India, but like then you're missing out on the massive good agricultural buildings that you can build here. Yeah, maybe it's EIC. Maybe it's EIC. Maybe it's build the biggest agricultural thing in the universe as EIC, but maybe it's Ching. I don't know. We could make the rest of the world into Chinese Singapore's, where we are agricultural base and everybody else gets to be industrial, but they are subjugated to us. That could be fun. Yeah, early game used to be, well. That's the thing, is that like I thought that early game was fast, but like this is much faster than it was in 1845 on patch 1.1, with the very big asterisk that I am running more RAM now. So I don't know how big an impact that's going to have on performance. But this is a lot faster, like a lot faster. You can disable the private sector and play as normal. That's true. You can. I think that generally speaking, I'm on the same page as OPB and people, where like I think personally the direction of the game is probably going to be moving towards, oh right, we need to build some more stuff. We need to be moving towards like having investment pool like being a part of the economy always. And I think in order for that to like make sense, then having it be partially automated is probably necessary. Atmospheric engine. Uh, yeah. All right, we'll get some more railway tech. Always liking that railway tech. People like railway. Give me a choo-choo in the chat if you like railway. Oh, yeah, we'll just max out Hunan. That's fine. And we should probably switch the tools to steel. And we need more steel, or more tools, rather. Beijing's kind of running low on infrastructure, but that we can stick 5 more in there. That's fine. And we can stick more on Fujian. But like, I don't know. Yeah, if you have an AI that you have to rely on for industrialization, then you are making your life a lot harder. It is a lot easier if you have a reliable human partner to buy all of your goods, because as like an agricultural society, there really are only a handful of goods that are worth producing lots of. Sugar is okay if you like want to build liquor, although now liquor might be a lot better, because now, Jimmy, I don't know if you were here when we discovered this, but First Aid uses liquor now instead of opium, which is a really big buff for like just general people who are not the UK. Yeah, it just seems like, generally speaking, if you're trying to do big aggro. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. We're gonna do another Vicky 3 stream sometime soon. I don't know if it's gonna be Saturday or not. Yeah, opium was way too limited. I'm gonna aim to stream on Saturday, but if not, then it's because I'm recording stuff. Because I need to either reshoot the last 2 episodes of Her Majesty's Government, or I need to record new audio, because audio is just like unsalvageable. Because I did not make sure that my settings were correct when I was doing stuff, and it is what it is. It is what it is. You know, like there, I could have double checked my settings before recording, and I didn't. And that, you know, like play better, right? Just play better. It's not that complicated. Just play better. But what's done is done, and unfortunately it means that either I need to re-record those episodes, or I need to like record new audio for them. But I could record new audio for them and try to fix it up in DaVinci Resolve, because I think I know how to do that now. I think I know how to do that now. Coal, unproductive trade routes. Jimmy, have you played much on 1.2 yet? Because it does seem like there's a lot of stuff that's been adjusted here. I think it does look like probably agrarianism is functional, but I think you do need I think you need your own captive Singapores. I think that's the way you're gonna do it. But if you want to build an insanely strong rural folk, I think you can do it. It feels like you need the right pieces, so you do need to set yourself up smart. I think if you're not going to be playing as Qing or somebody else out here, then you should probably be playing in India, or you should be playing with an aim to conquer and core India, which could also be done, I suppose. Yeah, I don't blame you there. I think wanting to get used to 1.2 is probably smart, because it does seem like there's a lot of stuff that's different. Royalists and moderates. All right, well, we'll work with some moderates. That's okay. Hey, rural folk. There we go. All right. Okay, good. We got the good one. Good. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's any way around like building railroads. I think the idea of being entirely unindustrialized, it would be very tricky. It'd be very tricky to set it up economically. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. I'm not gonna worry about it. Yeah, we can start building up a motor industry. That's fine. All right, sure. Yeah, we'll pick up canneries, and then we'll do the line down to pump jacks. Yeah, there we go. And we'll get just a bunch of tech spread on the rest of the stuff. That seems to be good. So one of the interesting things, of course, here is that with realism, like the arts academies, you can modify pretty heavily to be like lined up with what you want your investment pool to be doing when it's under private construction because of who owns it, right? So right now under traditional patronage, it's not employing any capitalists. And so if I had laissez-faire and I didn't want the capitalists to be building arts academies, then I think I should be able to just leave it here on traditional patronage or set to independent artists. Yeah, I expect realistically that there's still going to be a lot of issues that are not resolved in 1.2 yet, but at least the performance feels so much smoother. This is also on high. I wanna be clear about this. This is not just like random stuff. This is on quality preset high. And I don't know what it looks like on the stream, but for me, I can zoom in and out without any issues, which is insane because like I'm used to having to hold my breath every time I do this, and see if it's gonna crash or not. So I'm really excited to be seeing this. Use the cheaply produced goods, shipped them to other countries that couldn't match, raise their standard of living, crash their economies. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. Like, I think generally speaking, you're gonna get more from your trade by just like capturing productivity here, right? So here we just have like a bunch of extra mana wars, and I'm just gonna sell them, not because like I care that much about whether or not mana war is expensive or not. It's that if it's expensive, then it's easy for my people who are doing import export to make money selling it, and if it's cheap, then it's gonna be pretty easy for them to make money buying it. Generally, paper. Unbelievable. Paper? How are you still need paper? I'm so tired. I'm so tired. We just had a late night last night. It is entirely self-inflicted. But Eileen was back late and staying up early, so we just hung out until like, I don't know, crazy late. Yeah, this is if we wanted to be on speed 5, look, it's 1847. This is a daily tick right here. This is crazy, right? Like if you want to, this makes it way easier if it's going to be like this in the 1880s. You know, once the private instruction or private construction is fixed. If it's going to be like this fast in the 1880s, it's going to be a real treat to play with and to record with, because like we got OBS open right now, right? This is I have OBS, I have Chrome, I have a lot of different things open at the moment, and it doesn't seem to be hurting what's going on here. So yeah, we'll probably do another stream of Vicky 3 on Saturday, because this is just really exciting to be playing around with. The one on Saturday will probably be more specific and focused with an actual goal in mind, but this was mostly just I want to see what is under the hood. I think agrarianism. Let's see. So investment pool contribution efficiency. Contribution efficiency. All right, so our investment pool is filling, and it is being used for new construction, and it's going into shipyards, paper mills, glassworks, and fishing wharves. While I appreciate the assistance, I don't know if I agree that those are the things that agrarianism would want to necessarily be building, but I guess aristocrats are the ones responsible for this. All right, there we go. Dye plantations, opium plantations, that makes more sense. Opium plantations. Okay, so it was just a weird window that we saw. That's all. Yeah, I actually really do think that unless you're playing in command economy, I think if you're playing in command economy, then you should have control over the investment pool, right? Disable investment pool. So don't use the investment pool. But I think unless you have something that explicitly bans the investment pool, then I feel like it's more flavorful to have some of it be under the control of the pops and not under your control. I feel like maybe it needs to be buffed in some way or not, but I don't know. It doesn't even feel like it's bad yet. It feels like it's been pretty interesting. It would be even better if I could just remember to build some stupid buildings. But that's the other thing, is that if you're building so much faster because everything is progressing faster, my inability to adjust to the new speed is gonna murder me. Whatever, band dueling. Yeah, for more command over the, exactly, like if you can just disable investment pool no matter what, then I think that a lot of these changes to economic system make no sense. But if they're going to end it up where at the very end, the investment pool is always going to be AI controlled or partially AI controlled, unless you're in command economy, then I think that's good. I think that's flavorful. I think that's a flavor win. Jive, the performance is outrageously good right now. I mean, like, this is not fair also because I did add another 16 gigs of RAM, but like this is crazy fast for me in 1848. And I think it's mostly because of the developments that they've made in terms of the displays. Like we don't have this giant chunk of building over here. We're also not building as much as we should be, but that's not why we're having better performance. I don't think. I believe we're getting better performance because we are getting better performance. I believe. All right, so if we're gonna build a bunch of agriculture, I guess we should build a bunch of opium, right? That's cool. People like building opium. And we can build some rail. 5. Done. Yeah, this is running very smoothly. And the other thing is that, at least, I don't want to encourage people to like lick telephone poles, but look, I'm like moving and zooming, and this is at least, unless it's getting chopped up by the stream, this is extremely smooth. Extremely smooth. I am impressed. Import route. We need to import some more fertilizer. Go import some fertilizer. Those Europeans always have way too much of it anyway. They always have way too much of it anyway. And that is another thing you can do if you wanna just specialize in some industrial goods and not others. If you have reliable trade partners, you can use them this way. But it's probably not a bad idea to build some of our own. Right? Yeah. Let's build some of our own. Let's build 10. Let's build 11. LeBlanc. That'll get us some explosives. And we're working on nitroglycerin. Good. In the spending of the government. Let's see. In the spending of the government. I'm also like I'm relearning the UI here for some of these things, because a little bit of it is different. Sell orders. We do have a pretty big engine somewhere, right? Yeah, we have a 5 in Ningxia. All right. Yeah, you get some rail. And you get some rail. And Shanxi, you get just a bunch of coal. Done. Bunch of coal. You get a bunch of coal, and you get some steel. There we go. Okay, so in the spending of the government, I think maybe. All right, so we're getting some percentage of our investment pool is coming to us, but obviously not all of it, right? Okay, so not all of it. So where is the rest of the investment pool going? It's just going into the pool, and then agrarianism can only be used to build plantations, ranches, infrastructure, forestries, rubber plantations, and fisheries. All right. I'm gonna have to redo some of the Academy videos, just because some of these are literally 100% different now. Like the economic laws, I'm not sure in what order to recommend things, but it sure feels like that video is no longer useful, because now laissez-faire functions differently. Now there's cooperative ownership and command economy. And I guess cooperative ownership could be a late game replacement for agrarianism, especially if you have a lot of resource extraction. Hey Atan, how's it going? Joining a new separate Diploplay, it sounds like something that somebody is working on, but that's based off of conversations on Discord and not official Paradox stuff. So that I would consider a rumor more than anything else. Yeah, all right, let's see here. What else could one do if one wanted to have a really big agrarian economy? Other than farmers, it means that if you had aristocrats, that would be a benefit to you. But I feel like farmers in particular probably want. Well, they actually don't really care if they have Council Republic, right? Maybe they can't run Council Republic on agrarianism though, right? Can you? Yeah, I think we should come up with some sort of campaign or stream challenge for Saturday where we use agrarianism. I'm just not sure what. I think the most obvious thing to do would be to run agrarianism with like EIC and try to get a ridiculously huge amount. Oh yeah, I can't believe that people are gonna get mad once 1.2 drops, but they might. If they do, it's okay. I'm not gonna take it personally. Like, I shot a bunch of videos before Paradox Interactive changed things, and because they're changing them for the better, then that's good. And if people comment, hey, this video sucks because it's no longer useful, private it now, then if I've got a better updated video, I can link it there. And that'll remind me to link it there, because otherwise I'm not going to remember. And that is the way. That is the way. But yeah, look how smooth this is. Look how smooth this is. Let's open up a trade tab. Like, Jesus Christ, we can do trade in this game? You can do trade in this game. Did you know you could do trade in Victoria? In Victoria 3, you can actually open the trade panel without the game crashing. It's true. It's true. People said that wasn't possible, but it is true. It is true. Like, let's see. Can we export grain to people? Yeah, we can export. Look, wow, Jesus Christ, we added stuff and it did some. The problem with trade is that every time you do it, you end up with like a really wild change in productivity, and so it makes sense that this page would be stally. I don't know how to resolve that. Like, it does seem tough. That you should not get mad about. That's like if otherwise you just don't have the productivity calculation here, or have it not be accurate, which would be way worse. Way worse. Maybe we can import some explosives from France. But like, this is the kind of trading that I actually was really hoping was going to be in the game from game start, where it's like smooth and fun. Because I think it is useful. Like, we're going to be able to employ a lot of people as Great Ching, just working in trade centers, right? Where are trade centers? There's a trade center here. There's a level 33 trade center here. This is employing 8.2k people. If we can make this trade center bigger by including even more random giant trade routes, then we should. Because that'll employ even more people without any sort of construction spent by us. Just bureaucracy and convoys. Sell orders, buy orders. You jerks! You overproduced your fine art with your fancy private construction. No, you can't build in your puppets yet. I actually, personally, I don't think you should be able to just click here and click there without any sort of buttons in place that enable that. Because I think otherwise, it just makes it so there's no reason to annex them directly if you can build in them directly like that. So I don't know. We'll see. The issue is that building stuff in your puppets, if you're doing it without any sort of extra hoops that you have to jump through, then it becomes like really easy to create insanely high standard of living with basically anyone, right? If you have control over your AI directly, then you can force them to all become essentially aggro slaves for you, where you just like, all right, you guys are going to build literally 100% of the wood and grain available to us, and it's going to crash the prices for everything, but that sounds like a problem for you guys and not for the market broadly, in a way that I don't think would make for good gameplay. I think it makes for better gameplay that you can't just do that by snapping your fingers. Now, if there was like you have to take a decision and like the IGs just spend money on building it on their own or something like that, then that could be fun. I could see that working. But like I just think it would you so I don't know where you put private construction off. I'm assuming that it's something in settings. Show nudity is on in Victoria 3. Is it on in Victoria 3? I don't know. This seems unlikely. It's got to be. Maybe it's in the opening here. All right. Let's go back to the main menu. Let's see. So we started up. If I had to guess, it's probably one of the initial settings here. Boop, boop, boop. Are you game rules? Yeah, it's probably a game rule thing. Investment pool. Yeah, there it is. Directly controlled or autonomous investment. So yeah, just if you still want to play with direct control like the old style, then just go in here, go in investment pool, go in directly controlled, because apparently autonomous investment pool does break down in the mid to late game. And so just being aware of that is generally speaking going to be useful when it comes to your approach for patch 1.2. But I think it's something where we should probably see how it behaves before saying that you always play with direct, because this does make the game like way easier, right? If you have infinite auto control over all of the investment pool, then you have a lot more money than you're probably intended to pretty early, in a way that makes it you can just like construct a lot more, and then you always run out of all of your peasants as everybody by like the 1860s. We could do a. I think I'm gonna call it for tonight, actually, because my voice is starting to go. But I think we're gonna stream Vicky 3 again on Saturday. We'll see. There's a lot of recording that I need to get done. Because I did lose the audio from Her Majesty's Government, so I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do there. But depending on if we're like way behind on recording or not, I might stream again on Saturday, because this is so. Look, I can scroll in and out. I can zoom in and out. This is just like, this is blowing my mind. We'll see if the AI and UI improvements are enough in terms of where they are. I get the distinct impression that the AI is still not quite where it should be, but the performance updates in 1.1 or in 1.2 are really insane. This is insane. This is absolutely goddamn crazy how fast this game is running on my computer right now. Like, I'm absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, ear blasting audio that's gonna melt people's faces off. We'll see. We will see. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, everybody. This was a lot of fun. I suspect pretty strongly that we are gonna be streaming Victoria 3 again on Saturday, so stop on by then. That'll probably be noon to question mark, if I had to guess. All right, take care. Stop immediately. There we go. Oh my god, it was 7.5.